Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Rishia, this is also an elf girl named after Esther. One of the three Loli pendants. The true identity is the Sword of the Demon King, the Vorpal sword that penetrates the real world and is a high-ranking dark elf in human form. Born from the Dark Elf Kingdom is similar to its clone, but it still has a very clear independent individual. The latter with the mission of awakening the Demon King. She usually wears a dark dress and her hair shines beautifully. Her cheeks are even more white and tender. And her eyes are otherworldly. The dark eyes seem to be able to suck the person staring into the bottomless abyss with just one glance. This is when Bai He thinks of Rishia. One of the ideas and concrete images that pops up in my mind instantly. I have to say, Rishia is completely like another very extreme girlfriend. Even if the stimulation is a little harsher, it is really possible that it will develop into a normal yandere. Rishia, since they are all one of the elf weapons. Then of course I have to get them all. If the time period was 8 years ago, the male protagonist in the original work should not have arrived at the training academy yet. Or he might have just arrived. There is still plenty of time. Bai He's expression at this time. You can refer to the same story as Obai in an old version of The Deer and the Cauldron. But Bai He soon calmed down after all. The actions and demeanor just now were really embarrassing. Let's go to school first. After school, go and read the Four Saints Weapons book. If you can directly locate the world coordinates of the Shield Hero world, it would be best. Then you can just open the dimensional door and travel back and forth between the two worlds at will. Bai He closed the chat interface of the chat group. Now Claire is just a cute little girl with a natural wit. At this age, she is not Bai He's cup of tea, after all. Bai He thinks he is not such a beast, moreover. This age group and timeline are still very early from the beginning of the plot. So there is plenty of time to get closer and chat tilde. So Bai He is not in a hurry shake his head. Bai He shook these divergent thoughts out of his mind. Looking at the friendly yet somewhat unfamiliar Sabu College in front of me, I felt a little inexplicable for a moment tilde. Did not expect to. I took my little brother Mora to be an ordinary gangster for 3 years, but finally embarked on the road of destroying the world and saving the world. Tusk tilde, it's really a tough fate tilde. Bai He exhaled slowly, just as he was about to continue walking into the Sabu High School campus. He was suddenly stopped by a small figure, HMPH. Isn't this the lackey of the Holy Conciliator? Long time no see. I didn't expect you to embark on the road of saving the world. You are indeed my old enemies. As soon as this word comes out, suddenly, the originally peaceful campus entrance suddenly became completely silent. This moment, almost all the students who were about to enter the school looked at Bai He and the petite girl next to him with extremely strange eyes. Finally shook his head with regret and disdain, and slowly walked into the campus again. The little bird is swimming. Bai He took a deep breath. After many years, he once again experienced the feeling of death in society. I saw him turn around and open his hands skillfully. He directly rubbed it on Katori Yurika's short purple hair, until Zio Xiao Yulihua begged for mercy with a frightened face. Tuan finally slowly let go. Hey, it's so hot, so hot. Stop rubbing it, I'm really going to get caught. See this? Bai He then let go of his hand with satisfaction. He walked towards the campus of Sabu High School on his own. If nothing unexpected happens, when I entered the class this time, I didn't seem to have to change my seat. I hope I can be seatmate with a beautiful girl tilde. Bai He murmured. I made such a small wish to some poor and trembling god tilde. Oh really? Obviously it was you who said you would embark on the path of saving or destroying the world. Unreasonable. Xuno Yuliuhua combed her short hair with a resentful look on her face and looked at Bai He's back angrily. Complaining quietly, And Bai He seemed to have heard the complaint of the little bird Yuliuhua. He stopped and seemed to want to turn around and rub it. Little bird Torrika, sorry. Birds swim around and flowers move when they hear the sound. Almost instantly, he turned around and ran towards a completely different road from Bai He. This girl, Bai He murmured with a smile. Xuno Yuliuhua is also a student of Zhongwu High School. But he is only in the first grade than Bai He. So when school is over, I don't often meet them. But this does not affect his reporting of Xuno Yuliuhua's many bullying operations. But I was just curious. What is the phantom red thread above these people's heads? After Katori Yurika left, Bai He's eyes gradually became serious. He sized up the crowd of students coming and going all around, ached vaguely. The heads of these ordinary students, at this time. In Bai He's eyes, a red illusory thread is very clearly connected. As for the other end of this silk link, even today's Bai He has a feeling that he can't see through it. It doesn't seem like the feeling this world should have. Maybe it's because I've traveled through Shield Hero before and experienced the feeling of being wrapped in the Four Saints' Book of Weapons and traveling through layers of space. Therefore, Bai He is now looking at these so-called red illusory threads. It actually has the same power and sense of space as the Four Saints' Book of Weapons. Just like, there is someone in a high position trying to link all the students of Sabu High School together. And for an unknown period of times. Take all Sabu High students on a collective time travel. Collective time travel, holy shit. Could it be that you encountered an evil god? Bai He's eyes froze. Bai He is no stranger to this collective school crossing or class crossing. After all, I haven't traveled through time before. I have also watched similar dramas and similar settings. And among them there is an evil god named Bai He, break. Isn't it right? There are many heroines and heroes in daily dramas in Sabugori. This thing can also be used to travel through different worlds together. So perverted Bai He frowned even though he knew and also understood the setting of the whole school or class traveling to another world. But this, with the heroine and hero of a romantic comedy whose destiny is their daily life. They travel together to a different world for a big adventure. Bai He really never thought about it after all. Isn't this horse riding too outrageous? And it's the collective time travel of the entire Sabu High School. Are we going to travel to that world? Bai He murmured. But the person or god who puts the red line should not be too concerned with managing these things. He found that there seemed to be a faint red line on his head. Go with such a big moves. He is planning to take most of the high school students in Neon to travel to another world. Bai He's eyes flashed even in other schools. There may be students who have been implicated in red threads. The scope of this thing may not even be a school in Gayahan. Zhang will keep updating because I have the ability to break, that is to say. And this can also be explained from the side. Such an interesting thing, how can I not participate? I don't know about this plot, how do you readers feel? Compared with high school life in Huaxia, high school life in Neon is basically like relaxing on vacation. Bai He really likes this kind of thing. Just destroying and destroying the world. Then go to high school to experience the experience. And feel the youthful feeling of the peers around you. And use this to dilute the indifference and coldness in your body. How to say, if you want to explain it specifically. That is equivalent to Bai He likes to recharge his batteries in a place full of joy after destroying the world. So that it will not always be immersed in the vortex of destroying and saving the world. This causes various uncomfortable feelings, certainly. Perhaps it is only this kind of circle that makes Bai He feel that he is still a normal human being. Maybe time passed quickly, and it was almost time for Bai He to take a nap before it was time for lunch. And the students in some small circles around looked at Bai He who was still alone. They all stayed away from Bai He's position. And showed pity like the public only, no one knows. Who should pity whom? Looking at the red lines on the heads of these students becoming more and more solid. It is estimated that in half a month at most, all of them will start to cross. Bai He naturally noticed the small circles formed by each in the class, and that incomprehensible look of pity to this. Bai He didn't bother to pay attention, after all. If he insisted on counting like this neon high school, he had destroyed countless seats in the world of Godslayer not long ago. So Bai He looked at these people now, perhaps as if he were looking at ants, then tilde. Do you care about the ants' thoughts and gazes, moreover? It is estimated that after half a month at the latest, the red lines above the heads of these students are completed, and they will travel to that unknown world. Maybe one day he will die for some strange reason tilde. It is not worth Bai He to care about at all, or to pay too much attention to what is lacking so tilde. Instead of caring about these people, why not think about going to the rooftop for a while? What kind of place should I choose to have a good meal tilde? After all, this is a must-go place for Bai He to recharge when he goes to the rooftop to watch the scenery and cook food in Neon High School tilde. But just when Bai He was about to stand up, but all I saw was the classroom door, which suddenly swung open immediately afterwards. A girl wearing a well-fitting Sabu High School uniform, with slender limbs, deep eyes, a small face, a well-proportioned and slender figure, and waist-length black hair. He is walking towards Bai He's position with an anxious look on his face. And this movement, it also directly attracted all the small groups in the classroom who were chatting and eating with each other. And these small groups recognized the anxious girl's identity the first time they saw her. Mai Sakurajima, this name is not only popular in Sabugao, since he entered the showbiz at the age of 6. Many Neon residents have more or less known this child star all the way up. A girl who even gets prettier as she grows up. Anyway, don't say anything else. The boys in the various small groups in the class present were all attracted to Mai Sakurajima when they saw Mai Sakurajima. From this we can see the height of its appearance only. Mai Sakurajima, who should have been the focus of everyone's attention, went straight to Bai He, the transparent person in their eyes. After entering the classroom, and after hesitating for a moment without any explanation, he directly grabbed his hand and dragged him towards the door. See this? The pupils of the boys in the classroom shrank. They thought that when Mai Sakurajima came to the classroom, she should be looking for a certain boy or girl. But in their visions, the so-called boys and girls should at least start from scratch. But they never expected it. Mai Sakurajima is actually looking for Bai He. Find such a shabby-looking dead house with hair almost covering the eyes. Completely gloomy, that's outrageous even. This is not over yet. When Sakurajima Mai is about to drag Bai He away, the classroom door that had just been opened, another cute girl with a pair of blue eyes, beautiful white hair, and 2 small bunches of hair in front and behind the ears tied up with a black hairband quickly walked in. And this girl, although we know very few boys in the entire class, some of them have only met once in a while, but this does not prevent them from seeing the good looks of this white-haired girl. Isn't this also here? Here he goes, Tusk. Why are you here to find that B*** D Bai He again? With short white hair and blue eyes. Are there any girls with such good looks in the school? That's true of you. I seem to vaguely remember that I have seen it before. But I don't seem to have seen it before, it's so weird. No. Is now the time to talk about this? Shouldn't we be more curious now as to why these 2 beautiful girls suddenly couldn't think of anything and went to find Bai He? A B*******D, what are you looking at me for? Do you think I know for a while Bai He's, who had always been a transparent person, was instantly surprised by the arrival of 2 beautiful girls. He was immediately and completely noticed by all the boys and girls in the class. And Bai He also saw the person clearly. The one with short white hair and blue eyes is naturally our Tamori now. But compared to Tamori now who came here, Bai He was more curious. It had already been half of the summer vacation. Sakurajima Mai actually still has such a strong sense of presence. Okay. Stop fighting each other and let's go to the rooftop to chat. This Sakurajima Mai can be considered half of the circle tilde. Bai He shook his head. He looked at the two girls who seemed to be about to fight over his ownership. Bai He walked out of the classroom first. Only Sakurajima Mai and Tamori now were left stunned for a moment. And then quickly followed them. Zero, please give me flowers. Sabuhai rooftop due to the beginning of autumn. The weather today is a bit gray and there is a little breeze. The blowing breeze is very comfortable. Bai He. Where did you go in the days before summer vacation and most of the summer vacation? At least I joined the club. At least come and participate in the activities. The first one to speak. Naturally it's Tamori now, the master of social beef. I saw Tamori now looking at Bai He with a look of resentment. She still clearly remembers that this guy ran away after showing off at Shinomiya's house. I thought I would just rest for a few days as a result. Tamori now really didn't expect that this guy disappeared for most of the summer vacation. Can't find it at all, going to save the world. Bai He listened to Yuri now's words and thought for a moment as if in deep thought. Immediately said seriously, Tamori now, climb. After taking down Tamori now, Bai He also looked at another worried Mai Sakurajima. Your symptoms seem to have been suppressed. Bai He didn't pay attention just now. Only now did I suddenly realize that Sakurajima Mai's magical skill that can make her own existence disappear is slowly being drawn out by the red line above her head. It's so perverted, confined by. Sakurajima Mai lowered her eyebrows in thought and then nodded in sudden realization. No wonder I seem to be in everyone's sight again starting a few days ago. Can I ask, how is this phenomenon controlled? Mai Sakurajima's head turned quickly, and she immediately grasped the key point of Bai He's words. Control, the meaning of this word is not simple, it seems. What? It seems like you really can't see the red line on your head. Bai He was stunned, but looked at Sakurajima Mai with some approval then. Dogwa was directly revealed at the same time. He suddenly had an interesting and bold idea. Red line. What red lines? Tamori now has a higher acceptance level than Sakurajima Mai for this extraordinary power of gods and ghosts. Therefore, when Bai He finished speaking, as he spoke, he touched his head doubtfully. Result. Naturally, nothing can be touched, and in Bai He's eyes, Yuri now's hand passed directly through the illusory red line, as if the two were not in the same dimension at all. This is very interesting. Stop touching. That red thread should be connecting to another world. And it's not just the two of you. Almost all the high school students in this neon club have this kind of red thread hanging on their heads. Said Bai He also stood up, standing on the rooftop and looking into the distance. And in his eyes, all he could see were countless red threads descending from the sky, tightly bound to the heads of every neon high school student. This moment, they are like puppets on strings, weird and scary. Across the world, isn't this impossible? 483 Mai Sakurajima frowned, and her clenched hands began to tremble. Although she said she didn't believe it. But because of my exposure to extraordinary reasons, I gradually accepted Bai He's statement in my heart. For a while, Mai Sakurajima also subconsciously imitated Bai He and looked into the distance. Although she couldn't see the dense red lines, she could subconsciously imagine such a terrifying scene. That's all. I was so frightened that my face turned pale. You have already experienced the extraordinary. Isn't it normal to be traveling through a world? Bai He spread his hands. Although the picture of the red thread puppet in front of me is very shocking. But as an existence that has destroyed the world, Bai He naturally doesn't have much heart fluctuations. Speaking of which, Bai He is also thinking about that bold idea in his heart. That is, since it is an irreversible result for all the neon high school students to travel through different worlds, then Bai He might as well first select some trustworthy people, beautiful girls, and start to train these people to improve their strength. So wait until after time travel. No matter where these people travel to another world, they will become the capital for Bai He to quickly understand that unknown world. After all, it is impossible for all these neon high school students to travel to a palace or a land. So such a layout is also necessary and After quickly grasping the basic information of this world, Bai He can start to plot some profits in this unknown world tilde. After all, this is a different world where all neon high school students can travel through. It is estimated that the size and handwriting are not simple. It just so happens that Bai He can also take a look. In this huge and unknown world, can we seek to improve our strength and strength tilde? In short, this is an untapped treasure. And even if there is any outrageously big problem in this world, Bai He can know it immediately. Are you sure you traveled through time? And take all the high school students in Neon to travel through the different world together. Tamori now has also read similar light novels, but the setting she has seen most is that the whole class travels through. And that has all the Neon high school students traveling together. What do you think? How incredible. Yes, it should be an unknown world, in fact. I don't know much about the specific situation after all. I can only see and feel the purpose of this red silk thread. I don't know the rest tilde. Bai He let out a long breath, leaned against the fence on the edge of the roof, and said lightly, just like, there is no one like him among those who are about to travel through time. That Bai He told us this kind of thing. You shouldn't just want to see our panicked expressions. Soon, Tamori now also came back to her senses after a brief brain shutdown. Immediately afterwards, she suddenly took a step forward, and her small face was close to Bai He's cheek. Those beautiful aqua-blue eyes were also wide open, quietly waiting for Bai He's reply, natural tilde. Traveling through such an unknown and uncertain dangerous world. It would be better if we didn't know, but now we know. Then shouldn't we take some countermeasures? For example, improve your strength first. Bai He was also approached so suddenly by Tamori now, making some mistakes unprepared for him at the same time. He smelled a faint fragrance that seemed to be coming from Tamori now's body, and continued calmly, and Bai He just had a rough idea of how to uniformly and quickly improve the strength of these girls. The world view of the boneless king. Find that Suzuki-speaking guy who spends his days fighting with the air and turning into nonsense. Let him take a group of gangsters from the great tomb of Nazarick to help level up these beautiful girls. Wait until you are about to cross over, sending it back. Simply perfect. Of course, I don't have to force it. Just do it voluntarily tilde after a while. Seeing that the two women were silent, Bai He smiled and was about to get up and leave after all. This is the second dimension. And there are tons of beautiful girls. He wouldn't even ask for help from anyone, since people have concerns or have other ideas. Then follow the instructions. No. When Yuri now saw Bai He was leaving, immediately stood up. It wasn't that she didn't want to do anything just now. On the contrary, she wants to urgently improve her strength, so that she can more easily investigate and destroy the scientific research institutions that captured her and her brother. Only Tamori now is thinking, what is the cost of Bai He helping her? Pies never fall from the sky for no reason. If they do, there will probably be traps waiting for you on the ground. There are people who give to others impermanently but don't want anything in return. But less than giant pandas, then you agree. Bai He stopped. He looked back at Tamori now. After seeing its tangled look, he also smiled. First, this kind of help to improve your strength is definitely not free. And even if it is free, do you dare to ask for it? Secondly, my initial hope was to create an organization and attract more people. On this way, we can take care of each other after traveling through that unknown world. At last, even if you don't travel to another world, don't you still want to gain power? Bai He can see what Tamori now is thinking after all. He didn't know much about Tamori now either, at most. They went to Shinomiya's house together to show off. Just this little friendship. It's not even enough to call them friends. At most, it can only be said that they have some good feelings. I do this time Urasuna hadn't spoken yet. But Mai Sakurajima had been silent, spoke softly first. Mai Sakurajima clenched her fists. Everything will not be smooth sailing for everyone in the world. So everyone will have things they want to change only. These things also depend on whether the person you meet has the ability or strength to change them. Mai Sakurajima feels like a normal person, an ordinary. Normal person can gain extraordinary power and can use this power to change his or her life. No matter how high the price is or how long it takes. As long as you don't touch the bottom line too much. Who wouldn't want to? I can too. First, let them be prepared, but now he has to find someone. Bai He did not send the two women away directly now. It's really shameless to show off in front of a Xuno. After all, the movement was like a primary school student answering the teacher's questions in class. Let's meet at the cafe outside the school tilde. Very well, in that case, let's wait until after school. In fact, the author has not watched some of the dramas in the comment area and is making up for them. Keep updating after seeing Sakurajima Mai taking the lead. Tamari now also raised her hand anxiously. The weather in the afternoon was cloudy and the sun did not appear. But the temperature was just right. And from time to time, there was a breeze blowing slowly at Bai He's hair. This feeling is very pleasant and comfortable. It also made him sleep a lot deeper tilde. High school ends quickly in the afternoon. Bai He almost took a nap in class when he heard the bell ringing for the last class. It's still more comfortable to sleep in school. I always feel that there are some inexplicable bonuses. Bai He stretched and stretched his body comfortably. Immediately there were a few bones crackling. When I wake up, it's time to go hunting for birds. I wonder if this guy will faint from excitement after gaining extraordinary power. Bai He yawned and blew in the breeze that slowly drifted in from outside the classroom. I feel much more awake. Birds swim among 6 flowers. The reason why this girl became the so-called true eye of the evil king was actually due to the sudden death of her father when she was a child. She didn't believe this fact. So the evil king's true eye was born. Only then did the little bird Eureka, who had always wanted to find the parallel world and his father in the invisible realm, come into being. Actually, perhaps Rika knows better than anyone else whether the so-called evil king's true eye is true or false. Resurrection. Maybe we can meet each other in the future. 08. Bai He's eyes flashed. The term resurrecting others has always been an extremely cumbersome matter, no matter what anime or setting it is in. At least Bai He currently does not have the ability to resurrect a person who has been dead for many years. Certainly, maybe there will be a way in the future, after all. There will always be people in all the worlds who can learn this kind of resurrection and even the ability to travel through time. Think of this. Bai He shook his head and walked out of the classroom slowly. He had to catch Rika as soon as possible. Otherwise, if he got home, his trip would be in vain. The school gate. Bai He finally found the location of Xuno Ulihua based on the breath. At this time, Katori Eureka was still wearing a blindfold, standing at the gate of the school in confusion and going crazy. With that look, all the students passing by subconsciously stayed away. And next to Katori Eureka, there is a girl whose hair is slightly longer than Katori Eureka. But her clothes are more exaggerated than Katori Eureka. The girl is also very small in stature, but she is holding an extremely thick object that looks like a magic wand in her hand, and also wearing a blue and white layered windbreaker robe. She looks like a witch from another world, playing bigger than Rika. And when the witch lady saw Bai He coming, she stared at him for a moment, and then silently left Xuno Ulihua. It seems that he doesn't want to implicate him. Hey, I haven't finished talking about the ability of the evil king's true eye. Don't leave. And Katori Eureka looked at Miss Witch, who walked away silently with a blank look on her face, tilting her head as if wondering if she had said something wrong just now. But after thinking for a long time, she didn't find out what she said wrongly until Katori Eureka felt a big hand tap her on the shoulder. Who? What it turns out to be a lackey, no Bai He. Birds flying around in 6 flowers surprised. The word running dog was about to blurt out subconsciously. But after seeing Bai He's gentle smile, I swallowed and stopped abruptly. But after seeing Bai He's arrival, Katori Eureka turned her head to look at the leaving witch lady again, and suddenly realized what she was doing. It turns out it was Bai He who scared away the witch. Cute. Stop talking nonsense. Bai He stretched out his hand and flicked the little bird Ulihua on the head. Subsequently, He also looked at the witch girl who had already walked away and was about to disappear at the end of the street. Ryoko Sato, to be honest. Bai He roughly remembered the identity of the witch lady from the moment he saw her dress for the first time. This is the heroine from an anime movie in his previous life, The Last Battle of Demon Dragon Academy Light Fang Tilda. He is also a middle school student on campus. But the treatment he received was completely opposite to that of Katori Yurika. In the original dramas, Sato Ryoko was ostracized and bullied in school due to Chunibyo and other reasons. Perhaps this is the real fate of Neon Chunibyo. Anyway, Bai He was furious after watching it. Let's go. Bai He shook his head. Neon Bangzi. There are quite a few high school students in these two countries. What bullying and isolation and all kinds of bullying are basically commonplace. For example, the shape of sound tilde, aren't you going home? The holy conditioner is at home today. If it's really too late to go back, huh? Katori Yurika is obviously thinking about walking around more. Pity today Xionia Ushihua has a rare rest and vacation, and is going to come back to cook a meal. Take you through a different world. Do you want to go? If you go, I will take care of your sister's side. Bai He shook his head, dispelling the angry images that flashed through his mind. Then he watched the little bird swim around Rika seriously. After all, after careful calculation, he and this girl have known each other for more than 3 years. Of course, there is no need to talk about the relationship. It must be incomparable between Tamori now and Sakurajima Mai. In crossing another world. Bai He, have you found the invisible boundary? Katori Yurika opened her eyes wide instantly, looking at Bai He with disbelief as if full of anticipation. No, but if you go, it is estimated that you may really come into contact with the so-called invisible boundary line. Bai He's words sounded like a trafficker abducting a child. But he was right, parallel worlds definitely exist. But going to them naturally requires extreme tyranny. Otherwise, everything can only be left to God's will. Go. Must go anyway with your guarantee. The holy conditioner shouldn't be too angry, right? Xioneo Ulihua swallowed in the end. I still couldn't resist the so-called temptation of traveling to another world in Bai He's mouth. And finally gave in, but Xiao Yuliuka definitely doesn't believe that Bai He can really travel through the so-called different world. Maybe Bai He has entered the second grade like her. Then let's go. First go to the coffee shop opposite and meet up with your 2 teammates and sisters. Then I will take you all to travel together, Tilda said. Bai He was the first to walk out of the campus and walked towards the 34 coffee shop across the street. At the same time, he did not forget to open the chat group and discuss this matter with Suzuki Satoru opposite him. After all, strictly speaking, Bai He is considered a troublemaker. But after Bai He opened the chat group, he found that the group was also busy chatting. It depends. It seems that Claire recorded a video of her sister fighting with the help of the Fire Elf King. It's interesting. Bai He also clicked curiously. Damn me, this so-called Fire Elf King turned out to be a man with 2 pairs of black horns on his head that resembled a balrog. Pointed Earsand was wearing a gorgeous dress. He then saw a girl with the same bright red hair color as Claire, but a whole size larger standing on a wide ground then. The moment I saw this Fire Spirit King, Bai He's eyes lit up. This is not because he is a lolican or some other perverted reason. Although the Fire Elf King is quite cute, but Bai He just remembered suddenly. It seems that Claire's sister Rubia allegedly betrayed the Fire Elf King. The truth is that the Fire Elf King went crazy after being corrupted. And finally, a series of things such as the destruction of the Empire occurred. And the most important thing is, the timing of these events is a coincidence. That is the current time Claire joins the group. 4 years before the official plot begins. This Rishia has not yet been met by the male protagonist. The Fire Elf King has not yet been eroded and gone crazy. And everything has not started yet. It's really amazing. Tilda, think of this. Bai He also looked at the chat group again and subconsciously looked through the chat group records, so as not to miss something more important. Super God, sorrowful little fairy fox, come on. Little Claire is the first. Elf and Fire Cat Girl, laughing and taking a selfie. Super God, Sorrowful Fairy Little Fox, hey, it's so cute. You deserve to be a heroine, you are so cute at the age of 8. God Defying. Elf and Fire Cat Girl, then sister, are you an elf? Then that, do you want to sign a contract with me? Super God, Sorrowful Fairy Little Fox. Super God sadly reminded the fairy Little Fox, sister is really not an elf. Strictly speaking, sister, I should be considered a fox. Super God, Sorrowful Fairy Little Fox. Sorrowful Fairy Little Fox uploads a picture, name it, fox ears. In the photo, it was Suzuki who had white and furry fox ears since he awakened his genes and blessed the Marvel nine-tailed fox demon board. It looks fluffy and very cute-bomb, even if this is a photo. It makes people feel inexplicably wanting to rub it. Elf and Fire Cat Girl, wow, so cute. Claire wants to touch it, can my sister do it? Elf and Fire Cat Girl, please, please. Super God, Sorrowful reminder to the fairy Little Fox, damn. Small matter. Let's talk about it when we can meet again in the next group of tasks, tilde. Elf and Fire Cat Girl, really thank you, sister. Bang Tai Silver Wolf, wanna touch +1 tilde. Super God, Sorrowful Little Fairy Fox, you gooey. Bang Tai Silver Wolf, cut, see this. It is the general chat record in the recent short period of time. I can tell. Maybe it's because Claire is the earliest reason to join the group. And she was promoted directly to the group favorite. After all, who wouldn't love such a cute 8-year-old? But Bai He didn't forget the business. So he directly at Suzuki Satoru in the chat group. Daily a certain blue and white alien, at Chinese letter. Are you there, are you busy, letter 3005. Everyday life, a certain ultimate blue and white alien, I want to discuss something with you. The chat group was silent for a moment finally. Suzuki Satoru is online. Bone King Mamanga, it's coming, it's coming. What's the matter, just tell me it will be done. Bone King Mamanga, I've been bored walking around the great tomb of Nazarick lately. What? Suzuki Satoru looked helpless as he felt the skeletal body without any feeling. Feeling very ed up in his heart. I wanted to curse out many times, but they were all suppressed by calm emotional skills. This made Suzuki Satoru feel angry. But he couldn't get angry at all, it's so uncomfortable. I wanted to let you go, but it was about to come out. And some ch blocked it, I can't vent. Everyday life, a certain ultimate blue and white alien, it's nothing tilde. Everyday life, a certain ultimate blue and white alien, I just want to send a few children to your place to see if you can help them upgrade. What? Everyday life, a certain ultimate blue and white alien, after all. My daily world has been in trouble recently. Now almost all of Neon's high school students are connected by threads that can travel through time and space. Everyday life, a certain ultimate blue and white alien, maybe I will be pulled to another different world that day. What? Bai He didn't hide anything after all. There is really nothing to hide about this thingamua. It is not Bai He who is unlucky so now. Bai He just wants to quickly expand the team of beautiful girls, so as to better obtain the benefits of this unknown world. Anyway, it has nothing to do with the members of the chat group. Everyday life, a certain ultimate blue and white alien, that's right. As a reward, I can help you carefully search for a way to restore you from bones to a normal person. Daily, a certain blue and white alien, after all. Your world is not a game but a real world. Daily life. This time, Suzuki Satoru hasn't spoken yet. Suzuki was the first to jump out. Super God, sad little fairy fox. Super God, sorrowful fairy little fox, what's the situation? All the Neon High School students travel together. This buff is fully stacked. Super God, sad reminder to the fairy little fox, I'm a little curious. What kind of unknown world is this? That can make so many people go through directly. In the Super God world, Suzuki was holding a glass of unknown red wine. With her legs crossed, her long slender legs and shapely, crystal-clear feet were illuminated by the night and moonlight. It flickered slightly. It clearly represents Suzuki's current curiosity. Daily a certain blue and white alien, go away and play. This is a serious business. Super God sorrowful fairy little fox, no. Just don't get out, I'll just watch. Bone King Mamanga, I am willing, I am so willing. Bone King Mamanga, brothers you don't know. I am still suppressed by an ability similar to forced calmness. There won't be much emotional fluctuations at all. Otherwise I will be directly suppressed. Bone King Mamanga in other words. As long as I think about something that makes my blood boil, I will instantly wilt and my body won't feel any touch. It's also very uncomfortable. Suzuki Satoru now hates this calm suppression. This horse riding can do absolutely nothing. You can't even have overly intense emotions. So now he can only make complaints in the chat group without being affected by skill suppression. Everyday life, a certain ultimate blue and white alien, got it tilde. Everyday life, a certain ultimate blue and white alien, when I pass by. I will help you take a look and see if I can close it tilde. Everyday life, a certain ultimate blue and white alien, this ability is quite abnormal. It directly affects the character, Bai He nodded. Anyway, let's wait and see. Maybe Bai He really has the ability to resolve a tafter. Bai He chatted with Suzuki Satoru for a few more words and agreed on the approximate time and location of the meeting. It also went offline directly at the same time. Bai He and Xuno also slowly walked into the silent cafe. And on the coffee table in the innermost corner, I found Tamori now and Sakurajima, who had been waiting for a long time. Are you all ready? Bai He quickly glanced at the two women. He will personally explain the problem of Rika to Toka. But these two still have to do it on their own. Yuri now and Sakurajima looked at each other and nodded seriously. And take a deep breath. He is obviously ready to travel to another world Zhao and improve his strength. Good, then please come in tilde. Bai He now has no shortage of points at all. Without even looking at it, he headed towards the Bone King's world position and opened a gorgeous time and space door with the help of the chat group. This moment, an exquisite and gorgeous door slowly flashed out of the almost deserted coffee shop. The other people in the cafes, if they couldn't see it, simply ignored the glaring door. My Sakurajima and now Tamori looked at each other, nodded, and walked straight in, only left. The confused bird Yuhua looked even more confused at the extremely real time and space door in front of her. Really traveled through time, pregnant. Yuhua only feels his little head buzzing now. Especially after seeing the two girls beside Bai He. They walked into the illusory time and space door with a determined face. It seems like he has really disappeared from this world. The pupils of Katori Yurika are even more constricted. Really time travel, Bai He shrugged. Put a hand on the head of Yuhua, let's go. This should be regarded as your special training in advance. Anyway, even if you don't travel now, after passing through the last period of the world, you will also be forced to travel through tilde, so instead of waiting for a period of time for forced time travel, and can only passively accept various unknowns, it is better to go to the factory to upgrade now. After I'm forced to travel through time in the future, I can show off to my classmates tilde, Bai He said this. His eyes also flickered. The worldview of Bone King is very peculiar. Although the basic game has reached the real world, there are some skills and abilities in the game. Even summoning objects can still be learned by ordinary magicians. Correct, their magicians are called magic casters. The name is even more awesome tilde hey. Bai He, what are you talking about? Don't push me. Yuhua was even more confused by Bai He's explanation. And just when she wanted to know more about it. But suddenly I felt a strong push from Bai He on my back. Force, just enter this illusory door of time and space. I don't know how far Suzuki Satoru's current plot has progressed. Go over and take a look. After Bai He pushed Yuhua in, he also walked in slowly. Experience time and space travel of advanced services without any dizziness. Bai He couldn't help but complain about the chat group. Yggdrasil world. In a dense forest where no landmark buildings can be seen. As Bai He slowly appeared, the illusory door of time and space behind him also slowly closed and completely disappeared in this world. Hiss. Does it look familiar here? Bai He subconsciously looked at everything nearby. According to the P*** G nature of the thing in the chat group, it will basically be sent to the nearby location of the group members. In the end, Hess still needs to find him. Or the group members come to him. Is this really a different world? Xiaoneo Yuliuhua finally regained his energy this time. Opened his eyes wide and looked around curiously and incredulously. She really didn't expect that she would be envoyed by the real eyes of the two evil kings every day. But she would not have any extraordinary abilities in the end. But the existence with extraordinary abilities has always been by her side. Little bird toured Liuhua for a while. Xiaoneo Liuhua feels like he has become a clown. It feels like the air in the whole world is different from the neon. It seems that there is some special energy mixed in it. Every time I take a breath, I feel comfortable. Tamori Nao's personality is rather evasive, and she has already run to a relatively far position. Looking around for something, finally, he sniffed the tip of his nose and said with twinkling eyes. Hearing Tamori Nao's words, Katori Uraka and Sakurajima might also tried to feel it. Immediately, I really felt that my body was much lighter. This feeling is very comfortable. Is there a reason why the air contains unique magic? This is the first time for Bai He to take ordinary people from the everyday world across the world. And he became curious for a while. After Yggdrasil was transferred from the game to a real different world. The setting of this world is naturally almost the same as the setting in the game. In the daily world, there are so many wonderful gadgets coexisting. It is estimated that there should be magic in the air. But I am afraid it is not the mainstream so. Only the three women could notice the changes in the air so easily. Something's wrong suddenly. Just when Bai He was about to feel the difference in this world on a whim. He suddenly frowned. He suddenly smelled a different smell clearly. The smell of blood immediately afterwards. Not only did the smell of blood begin to spread, there were even some distant shouts of death and desperate wails. It looks like some kind of massacre or battle is taking place not far away. Even as the cry of killing gets closer and closer. Even Reka, Tamori Nao and Sakurajima might vaguely heard the clues. It seems something happened up front. My Sakurajima, who had been silent for the whole time, raised her head and looked towards the place where the shouts of killing came from. Looking in the distance, his expression also became a little nervous after all. As a modern person who is far away from wars and disputes, she still has a natural fear of such desperate roars and shouts of death. Is this a different world? It's really dangerous. Tamori Nao should be considered the one with the best fighting ability and mentality among the three women. After all, the battles she has experienced and the world she has seen far surpass those of Mai Sakurajima and Rika. Therefore, after she clearly heard the shouts of death coming from the distance, she was already ready to fight at last. As for the little bird traveling to Rika, after she heard the killing cry clearly, she subconsciously hid behind Yuhi. He stuck out his little head and seemed to be observing the situation, as if this would make her feel a little more secure. Two sisters were chased by two knights. I didn't expect this plot, but it happened to me. Bai He saw clearly what happened before. There were two knights in full white armor, chasing two little girls, one big and one small, with long swords, and this picture. It actually made Bai He think of the original drama for the first time. The famous scene where Suzuki Satoru pretends to use heart control for the first time. It's just that Bai He really didn't expect it. This kind of plot really happened to him. That's outrageous. Forget it, just let Rika and the others see blood. Anyway, after the forced time travel in the future, it is estimated that there will be blood. The sooner you see it, the sooner you adapt. The world is cruel. In that unknown world where we don't know any situation yet. And we don't know whether it is orderly or disorderly. Only you have the strength and courage. That's the best weapon, think of this. Bai He simply stopped worrying. He just watched quietly without making a sound. Just waiting for the approaching killing cry. Not long after, under the cautious gazes of Yuri now and the others. From the dense forest ahead, two embarrassed girls. One big and one small suddenly rushed out. Behind the two girls, there were two warriors armed to the teeth, chasing after them as if they were teasing prey. There's actually someone hiding here, suddenly. One of the soldiers also noticed Bai He and others. Raised his eyebrows and said jokingly, to be honest. If it weren't for the two village girls in front of them who guided them here. Otherwise, I'm afraid they would really miss it, tilde. Don't talk too much, just kill them all. The other warrior didn't say anything. He already raised his sword, ready to get to know the older girl among them first. The girl who was being hunted also widened her eyes after seeing Bai He and others. My heart was filled with guilt at this time. She really didn't expect it. Yes, I'm sorry. Then he took a step slowly. Panel career switching, world disaster tilde at the same time. It was at the same time that Bai He arrived. Located in the Great Tomb of Nazarick near Karn Village. Suzuki Satoru also noticed the changes in Karn Village. And at the same time was silently paying attention to how the situation would proceed. Really now, even when you see someone killing someone, don't you feel any strange feelings in your heart? Suzuki Satoru is holding an extremely gorgeous mirror. The mirror did not reflect his face, but showed what was happening in the outside world in Karn Village in real time. Even this thing can also switch the perspective. It's like an intelligent monitoring device. Extremely convenient. Suzuki Satoru is now quietly watching these beings dressed like knights, who are frantically massacring the villagers of Karn Village. But there was not the slightest fluctuation in his eyes. It's like I'm used to killing, of course. Even if there are fluctuations in Suzuki Satoru's eyes now. Others can't tell it based on his skeleton body. Even my heart seems to be far away from human failings. Is this part of the price you pay for power? Suzuki Satoru murmured. He could feel this gradual change very clearly. But it could not stop this change at all, as it is truly irreversible. In fact, Suzuki Satoru is not the only one who feels this way. Even Bai He felt like he was going to destroy everything in front of him after switching to the world disaster profession. This feeling is extremely strange, as if this is instinct. What are your plans, suddenly? Just when Suzuki Satoru was quietly observing the reflection in the mirror and feeling emotional about himself. He has been standing silently next to him. A middle-aged man wearing something similar to a black suit and with crisp white hair also asked softly. And this one? It was Sebastian, the steward of the Great Tomb of Nazarick. His race is dragon and his camp order is extremely good. Is he considered a good person? Death. There is no reason and no benefit to save them. Suzuki Satoru did not choose to save, after all. We still don't understand the true situation of this world clearly. If we act rashly, I am afraid it will cause some changes and. Plus, he was not related to the two girls being hunted. So he had no reason to take action, as ordered. Sebastian nodded with a serious expression and said nothing more. This is the etiquette and quality a steward should have. But Suzuki Satoru seemed to have remembered something inexplicably after seeing Sebastian bending down. I was about to recall it subconsciously. But out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly saw something change in the picture in the mirror. I saw these two girls being chased by knights. I actually met 4 humans, certainly. This is not the most important thing, the main thing is. One of these humans is actually Bai He, later. Suzuki Satoru was stunned for a moment, then shook his head helplessly. Bai He had told him before that he was coming, but he didn't say the specific time, did not expect. Come here now, and. Suzuki Satoru was also surprised to find that when contacting or talking about group members in the chat group, it seems that he can regain the humanity he had when he was still human. It's probably because the chat group's status is too high. So it was directly suppressed, Suzuki Satoru murmured. He immediately shook his head and stood up directly with that huge skeletal body. Sebas, I want to go to this village. Notify all guardians to be ready to meet another supreme being from the great tomb of Nazarick. That's right. When Yggdrasil had not yet shut down the server, Suzuki Ching was still staying up late playing games. He also directly got Bai He's account into the great tomb of Nazarick. After all, the main development direction of the Bai He account is world disasters. And from the outside, it probably belongs to human creatures, moreover. The members of the great tomb of Nazarick were already leaving and scattered. No one cares. So Suzuki Satoru directly entered the Bai He account tilde. As you command. It seems that because he heard that he wanted to see the supreme being. Saba's serious tone became a little more excited. After bending down to salute, he instantly disappeared in front of Suzuki Satoru. See this? Suzuki Satoru made a casual stroke. A magic similar to a space door was slowly unfolded. And on the opposite side of this space door, it's exactly where Bai He in Nakin village is located. In the jungle behind the village of Khan. Although Tamori now said that she was brave enough, and her timing was relatively accurate, he directly knocked away the long sword that the knight was trying to chop off. Pity it's of no use after all. Tamori now's superpower may be very strong one-on-one in the normal daily world. But put it in this different world where everyone is extraordinary. Yuri now's power, which is only slightly stronger than that of an ordinary girl, will basically not cause any harm. Is it a special ability? What? I never thought I could kill a person with special abilities tilde. There are some people in this world who are born with one more innate ability than ordinary people. And after this knight was interrupted by Tamori now's attack and truly felt the weakness of his power. That's basically certain. The white-haired girl in front of me is probably this one-of-a-kind existence. Think of this, the knight swung his sword directly, intending to strike at Yuri now zero. Please give me flowers. Being able to directly kill a being with special abilities is enough for him to brag about tilde. And now Yurina actually regretted a little when she just rushed out. After seeing that his attack had no effect at all. I regretted it even more next times. Don't be so reckless in the future. Follow Suzuki Satoru and study hard. Although his mentality is a bit exaggerated. But it's always right to be cautious, suddenly. The surrounding space seemed to be frozen. Bai He's voice also sounded slowly at this moment. And it gradually became deep and clear from the beginning. Asterisk Yuri now looked back subconsciously. I can see it even more clearly. A blazing black flame started to ignite on Bai He's body. The temperature of the flame was so high that the surrounding space that was almost burned made an unbearable and weird sound. Immediately afterwards, these black flames turned into clothing slowly. Shrouded in Bai He's body next moment. A pure black suit as the base, and a thick black cloak with a coquettish red rose on the back. Slowly woven out of the black fireworks on top of his head. The rest of the black fireworks slowly condensed into an elegant and exquisite top hat. The face was covered by half a brown beak mask with a plague sound. The chest is even decorated with a silver pocket watch. A pair of sharp devil claws slowly appeared on his hands. This moment, Bai He's body seems to have become a bit taller and straighter. The aura of the whole person is like an elegant demon noble who slowly walked out of hell tilde. World disaster arrival. This posture is more suitable for this world tilde. Bai He slowly raised his hand. At this time he could feel it clearly. After he turned into a world disaster occupation panel. The world unexpectedly accepted him. Brother Meng came here to get a monthly pass. Now it's stuck at 199, so I can make up 200. The knight opposite who was raising his sword and about to chop it down seemed to be fixed by something. With the wave of Bai He's palm on the one hand, and Yurina now's shocking gaze waved his hand lightly. Buzz and Bai He really feels it now. So this is what it feels like to be accepted, to be honest. Although Yuri now can probably guess that the power Bai He possesses cannot be underestimated. After all, now among the three women, she was the only one who had seen Bai He draw a knife at Shinomiya's house before, and use an extremely gorgeous slash to kill 10 monsters that looked extremely powerful. Give him an instant heads up even. Tamori now later went out of her way to check for similar monsters. But the results of the investigation revealed that this monster is called the Lost Demon. This thing is simply not something that ordinary human ability users or ordinary human monks can contend with. This is outrageous, so from that day on, Tamori now can roughly guess that Bai He's strength is definitely not simple. But Urasuna thought of this. Bai He, who was standing in front of her, had already held hands with the fully clothed knight opposite her and wiped him out of the world. No, isn't this wrong, obviously? The Bai He I saw before seemed to be just fighting with the monsters on the opposite side with a knife. At most the knife was on fire, which looked quite intimidating. But how long have we not seen each other? How do you know this kind of 567? Magic that looks very scary. Tamori now can't find words to describe the ability Bai He just used. After all, even if Bai He uses a super fireball to blow up the knight on the opposite side, she actually wouldn't be so surprised, but your operation, which seems to be like a transformation, is somewhat outrageous. Stop sitting on the ground. Be careful, as bugs may bite you in this mountainous land. Bai He shrugged, looking back at Tamori now, who was still a little dazed behind her, and the white snow stained with mud under her skirt. He couldn't help but kindly reminded him. It doesn't matter. I'm more curious, what kind of power do you have? Yuri now shook her short silver-white hair and patted the dirt behind her butt without any care. Take a deep breath. Those blue eyes also looked deeply at Bai He. She, a member of the club, had obviously only shown great strength when she first entered the Superpower Research Society. I can just write on the cement wall with my fingers. It turns out it's been a long time since we last saw each other. This is all mixed up into a powerful magician. Harmful, it's just a wide road. I met a friend here in the world and helped him a little. You don't have to worry about me after that. If you follow him and level up well, you should also be able to have powerful power. Don't worry. Bai He waved his hand in the final analysis. His current power is derived from the chat group, even insisting on explanation. In fact, you can also talk about things and play games, but these two explanations seem to be more outrageous than the other. So in order to prevent Yuri now from being confused, she still told a white lie. Real. Can you get the kind of power you just had? Cannot. Cuts. Tamori now rolled her eyes indifferently. He walked directly to the pair of girls just now and looked at the wound on the back of the older girl. The wound is deep. These people are really going to kill you directly. Yuri now said this and looked up at Bai He again. Can it be saved? Bai He shook his head. It can be saved. But you don't need my help. Look over there. The big dogs are here. Let the dogs come. As Bai He finished speaking, the atmosphere at the scene was stagnant again. Tamori now and others also looked at the position of Bai He's finger. I saw. A space crack that seemed to be filled with chaos suddenly appeared out of thin air. And in this space, a crystal-clear staff slowly popped out of it, with 7 snakes entwined around it. Each of the struggling snakes held gems of different colors in their mouths. It looks extremely gorgeous. And with the staff appearing first, then came a skeletal hand with only a skeleton left, connected to the huge body walking out of the space. Next, there is no need for Bai He to explain. This big skeleton is covered in White He's red pupils, wears a gorgeous black cloak and is huge. He slowly came to the front of the 2 girls. The aura he subconsciously released frightened the 2 girls to the point of almost peeing. But the big skeleton didn't hurt the girl. Instead, he pinched the void slowly, and then a potion bottle that looked extremely gorgeous and contained something like blood appeared on his fingertips. This operation, coupled with his skull face that looked like a villain's boss, the 2 girls were frightened to the point of trembling again. Drink. This guy looks scary, but he's actually a good person. Bai He shook his head with a wave of his hand. World Calamity's career panel was directly switched to the normal state, and the decorations of various gorgeous artifacts on his body slowly turned into dark flames and disappeared. Immediately, he slowly walked up to the big white skull and patted its thick arm. Look, it's okay Tilda, see this. The older girl swallowed her saliva and drank the blood-like potion. Buzz buzz with a burst of light. The deep wound behind the big girl was completely repaired. Even the clothes were mended, outstanding effect. At this time the big skeleton Suzuki Satoru finally spoke. His momentum was brilliant, his voice was deep. And he looked extremely solemn. Take care of me. Can I learn your ability to switch out of the game state with just a wow of your hand? Suzuki Satoru opened his mouth to break the kung fu. It seems that because he is by Bai He's side, the big skeleton in this game does not affect his original human personality. But Suzuki Satoru's wailing words, coupled with his low and solemn tone, it seems a bit inconsistent. Hiss, yes, old bones. I seem to know how to restore your original body without losing your strength. Bai He listened to Suzuki Satoru's words. It's also a flash in the eyes, yes. Now that Suzuki Satoru has joined the chat group, his ability will naturally be synchronized with the Bankai in the chat group. And it seems that as long as Suzuki Satoru is like himself, he will have templates for other game worlds outside this world. It seems like you can try switching too, speak quickly. Although Suzuki Satoru wanted to complain about Bai He's old name. But in the end I settled down, see this. Bai He didn't show off too much and just told Suzuki his thoughts. Remember what I said about the red line before. After half a month, you wear it and I'll see if I can get you a red thread to wear. Maybe that unknown world also has a template. And even if it doesn't work, you can come back at any time and just find another world tilde. Bai He finished. He also held his chin and nodded with satisfaction. Okay. This is definitely worth a try, don't worry leader. I will definitely ask the entire Great Tomb of Nazarick to help you level up. I will definitely take care of you. As for world exploration, let's just let nature take its course. Suzuki Satoru's eyes flashed red. Coupled with the appearance of its big bones, it looks somewhat eye-catching, no problem. Bai He echoed with a smile. He and other members of the chat group also had a tacit understanding and did not tell Suzuki Kazuo about other plots other than traveling through the world. After all, this empty nester has many experiences of fighting wits and courage with the air. He still needs to participate and experience it himself in order to improve. Let's start with Shaltir being mind-controlled. This one is a mutated Loli who is half Lolita. And she is just mind-controlled by her opponent, after all. This horse riding somewhat feels like an inexplicable NTR plot. Anyway, Bai He will probably be wandering in this world for a long time. 4 chapters released today. Damn it, the monthly passes you give us are a bit too much. I really don't need to give away so much. I just want to collect the whole thing. Doghead saves life. Decided unless there is a tragedy that needs to be changed. He can just change it after all. Go, go, go. I don't know what others think. The mountains behind Khan Village. After discussing the matter with Suzuki Satoru, Bai He also turned his attention to the 3 women. I am going to introduce this empty nest old bone to his acquaintance. After all, after that Bai He was no longer in this world. And the 3 girls were bullied outside. So they could find Suzuki Satoru to make things right in the first place. Anyway, the Great Tomb of Nazarick is a professional for such insane things. But Bai He always feels that, compared with the Great Tomb of Nazarick, maybe these guardians and the players killed by Suzuki Satoru in the game are probably not as dead as himself. Thinking of this, Bai He also blushed and quickly let go of this thought. Well, you can call him Big Bones or whatever. When you upgrade in this world in the future, I may not be there all the times. So just look for him when you go out. Of course you don't have to be afraid of causing trouble. I guess the more trouble you cause, the happier this guy will be tilde. Bai He patted Suzuki Satoru's big bony arm. if his memory of the original plot is correct. Suzuki Satoru's current policy is to expand his fame to spread throughout the world, so that we can find other players who traveled to this world by chance. You are friends with the later, just call me Aints, Aints Ghoul Gowns. It seems that under the influence of some kind of correction force, Suzuki Satoru still said this famous sentence so far. The name of Ansai Wuogong is expected to spread to several major empires around here soon. But Bai He didn't care too much. Anyway, as long as his purpose can be achieved after that. It doesn't matter if this perverted old man like him is watching the lizard man having S*X or various perverted operations. He can just watch the whole show. Maybe one day when I'm in a good mood, I'll go up there and watch the lizard people messing around together. Tusk, never mind, that thing is too perverted, let's go. Lao Gu, don't you want to understand this world? This village is experiencing trouble right now. If you go down to earth and blast the other side with a hammer, maybe the villagers will bow to you. Then this will open up a way for you to understand the world. Right by he was talking on the other hand. He came to an open position and looked at everything happening in Khan village below. Brother, you are still thoughtful. Suzuki Satoru's eyes lit up. It seems that staying by Bai He's side, in addition to restoring human nature, seems that even the IQ will return to human standards again. Don't say anything else. Anyway, Bai He just didn't speak. Suzuki Satoru felt like he wanted to just lie down after all. Big guys like Bai He were here, why don't you lie down? As for the danger in this world, joke. Is Bai He a natural danger to this world, but think again. It seems that Bai He later will not stay in this world forever. It's better to develop on your own, think of this. Suzuki Satoru stretched out his hand directly towards the remaining knight, who was completely paralyzed by fear, and squeezed it slightly, puff. There was a sound like something being crushed. The knight opposite covered his chest with a ferocious look on his face and fell heavily to the ground. Creation of intermediate undead Death Knight. As Suzuki Satoru waved again, the knight who had been completely dead stood up again unsteadily. Immediately afterwards, streams of dark purple energy like mucus slowly emerged from the knight's body. The three women who watched seemed to take a few steps back with natural disgust. At the same time, he subconsciously looked at Bai He. That look, it seems suspicious. Does Bai He also have such a disgusting skill? Don't look at me. I don't know how to do this disgusting thing. Bai He actually knows how to do it, after all. One of his professions included the undead magic caster profession obtained through a bug. But in this situation, whoever admits it is the one who is wrong. Suzuki Satoru. Suzuki Satoru felt as if he had been scolded, but he didn't care about it. Instead, after taking a careful look at the Death Knight, he pointed in the direction of Khan village down the mountain. Destroy the knights who attacked this village. And with his words fell, the Death Knight, who was born in dark heavy armor, suddenly rushed down the mountain. That weight seems to leave a deep footprint on the earth with every step. Okay, you guys will follow Lao Gu around for a while and gain knowledge. I guess I can send a group of people over in a few days. Bai He saw this scene. There is no need for him to deliberately participate in the subsequent plot. After all, later, Suzuki Satoru was showing off in various ways, getting to know the warriors of the kingdom and so on, which was just enough for Rika and the others to gain more knowledge. And there's no danger or anything like that. But just when Bai He was about to leave, finally he took a deep breath and came to Rika's side. Rika, actually I can still send you back now. You can also choose to forget everything here. Or you can just remember it. You can still call your own future. For friends and acquaintances, Bai He is always more tolerant, especially towards beauties. Plus, if Rika actually insisted on calculating, he was the one who tricked her, yada. This is a truly magical world, this. Rika didn't elaborate, but her eyes were fixed on the finished bottle of healing potion. Since it's your choice, I'll tell dried flowers. Of course, maybe Shihua will come over in a few days. Bai He smiled. He understood what Rika meant. So he stopped asking too many questions. He turned to Wave. He summoned the door of time and space again and left this world directly. The daily world in the rental house, Bai He discovered. He seems to travel to another world no matter where he is in this daily world. But when I came back at last, they will all appear directly in their small rental house. One useless little knowledge every day tilde next. Just when Bai He was about to take a short rest and continue to stand up. 227 A small hand grabbed his shirt. What's wrong, mister? Brother. The little hand holding the hem of his clothes was the little Gomora. Bai He. We seem to have picked up something amazing just now. Come here and have a look, as little brother Mora spoke. He made random gestures in the air with his excited little hands. Bai He looked stunned in the end. I could only follow little brother Mora out of curiosity and walked out of the bedroom into the living room. I saw all monster girls at this time. They were all gathered together, as if they were observing some magical object. Even the two sisters Jelzin and Melba, who were always afraid of society, were curious on the outside of the little monster girl. Standing on tiptoes, he looked at the objects. This scene. It also made Bai He couldn't help but become curious. What kind of existence could make these little monsters watch so curiously? Interesting, and with the arrival of Bai He, little Airy King was the first to discover it. He immediately shouted and gave way immediately, by the way. I also opened the Zyarajan ancient bridge that was being analyzed. Bai He is here, Jingyukyo, don't stand still there. Soon, Bai He squeezed in from the crowd of little monster girls. After holding the innermost little Gatten in my arms, I felt the softness and fragrance. Bai He finally saw what was inside. Surrounded by the little monster mothers is a white-haired girl who looks like a little girl, with a very unsuitable helmet on her head, and thick armor everywhere on her body. Under the armor is a dark purple dress, which looks very inconsistent. But on this girl's body it seems to match well. Hiss. Bai He looked at the unconscious girl for a long time. Only then did he finally take in a breath of air as if he suddenly understood. Proof. You guys picked up something quite big this time, tilde. Girl's name called Uklitian Wood. She is the heroine of one of the old shows. Is this a zombie? That Bai He watched before he traveled through time. He is a necromancer with mysterious magical abilities. She has long silver hair and is wearing protective gloves and plate armor. She has blue pupils and looks like a doll. Its most basic ability is to be able to rely on the art of speaking and speaking to be able to speak awesomely at any time. But this is not the most important thing. The main thing is, Bai He was one of my favorite characters before time travel. The rest are Lihua memorials, prayers, etc. But let's not talk about these for now. A gentle girl with white hair, blue eyes and no expression. But she can see everything deep in her heart, who does not like evens. When Bai He first traveled through time, he wandered past some familiar convenience stores late at night. But in the end, we still didn't meet him. That's when I gave up stamp. Little brother Mora and little King Airy were on the side, gently touching Uklitwood's cheek with their little hands. It seems like fun. Are you unconscious? There is no serious sign of fever. It seems that it is not caused by eating oranges. Said Orange. Bai He couldn't help but want to complain. In the original plot, the white veins on oranges are actually highly poisonous to people in the underworld. I Blanche then Yaoa person from the underworld are more or less fragile. Never mind. Finally Bai He shook his head. He put the little Gatten in his arms aside, and then pulled the brother over. Brother, I have a task for you. Take good care of this girl. If you meet someone who wants to rob her on the way, just do it, don't think about it. Received. Then Bai He. Can you bring some snacks to me when you come back? Little Gomora heard that Bai He's request was so simple, and there might even be fights on the way. His eyes suddenly lit up, but in the end, I stretched out my white and tender little hand. Ready to bargain. I want it too. I want it too. King Airy will help too. Bai He, you can rest assured about me, King Airy. I heard there are snacks, little King Airy. who was still poking and poking, also quickly raised his little hand to sign up even. After that there are two sisters Gorzin and Melba, who are also a little timid, and they are going to exchange for some new comic books and peripherals. No problems, now I lack everything but nothing. Bai He rubbed the heads of little Gomora and little King Air, and immediately remembered what he needed. Then he walked boldly towards the door. Bai He is looking for the next stop. Of course it is the kitten, Mrs. Izumi and that useless angel, think of this. Bai He went looking for him without any hurry, after all. Although he can now directly locate the three people and appear next to them a moment later. But it was somewhat impolite to pass by so hastily. Not too anxious anyway then. Bai He took the notebook he took out from home, found a coffee shop, and chose a seat in the corner comfortably. After ordering a cup of coffee happily, I started the game directly, don't look at it. He has been very busy recently, traveling around the world. But Bai He will still take some time to practice leveling and play guild battles. After all, how to say, if a person really develops feelings and accumulates bonds with a game, it is estimated that as long as the game manufacturer is not crazy about it, basically you won't give up and retreat easily. So now Bai He is in this kind of feeling. With the loading interface, Bai He returned to the familiar game just right. Just saw the kittens and the others online, and seemed to be chatting about something. See this, Bai He, who had been in the Wanji chat group for a long time, subconsciously started the good tradition of peeking into the chat records. Gabriel Holy Priest, who the hell is that player with a blank ID? Isn't this operation a bit outrageous? Gabriel Holy Priest, obviously he is a new player who joined the game recently, but he has topped various lists in just 1 week. Gabriel Holy Priest, is there really no cheating? Is it possible? Kitten Fire Boxer, the operation is really incredible. And the luck is so good. Kitten Fire Boxer, I have seen this blank lottery draw. And he can almost get what he wants with the most accurate probability. Well, Kitten Fire Boxer, if someone hadn't analyzed the rationality of these operations, it would really look like cheatings. Roman Berserker, damn Iter Union is just retired. So why do we care? Roman Berserker, the kind of people who are online almost 24 hours a day. At first glance they are top-notch high-level players. And they can't be compared tilde. Gabriel Holy Priest, I understand everything. But this damn blank actually killed me 18 times in a row. 18 times I'm a priest. Gabriel Holy Priest, it's so heartbreaking. It's so heartbreaking. Kitten Fire Boxer, God Bailey, please stop talking. Who told you a priest to rush forward and deal damage? Who will they kill if they don't kill you? Kitten Fire Boxer, I can't even hold it back. I even wonder if Gabriel you were being mocked by the opponent at that time. Alaman Berserker, laughing. Alaman Berserker, I still remember that in the end. I was too lazy to kill you, Gabriel. When I saw you coming, I kicked you away. Gabriel Holy Priest, stop talking. Let me forget this shameful memory, see this. Bai He did frown blank. This routine and name as well as this familiar plot. Bai He's eyes twitched wildly, depend on. I haven't played the game for a week, why did I get blank? And blank was actually in this everyday world in the beginning. Bai He silently opened the Wanji chat group. I looked at the group chat list and saw Hubi still lying dead. But Bai He really didn't expect it, leaving behind countless undefeated legends. Before this pair of brothers traveled through time, they almost reached the top of all the games in the real world with a crushing attitude. And after time travel 3-4 taken apart. This name is the protagonist brother and sister in a very famous drama Game Life by Bai He Zhao Zhao in his previous life. Absolutely amazing, a little bit of work tilde. Looking for a custom order. This everyday world is really a big stage, where all kinds of monsters and monsters can show off their presence. Go, never mind. Let's put aside the matter of the blank brother and sister for now. The most important thing now is the layout and operation of that unknown world. After all, It is estimated that even if the unknown existence parasitizes countless red threads on all living beings, it is probably for a brother and sister like blank who are destined to travel to another world. I'm afraid it won't have much impact, so you can put it aside for now until you have some free time. You can give it a try and take the blank brothers and sisters to the past worldview of game life tilde. I guess that scene will be very interesting tilde. Think of this. Bai He shook his head and turned to look at the guild group chat in the game again. Lao Bai Summoner, I'm TM hot. Gabriel Holy Priest, huh, what the hell? I'll just go up and kick you, Lao Bai Summoner. Lao Bai Summoner. Oh tilde, I accidentally made a limited costume for the priest profession during the lottery draw. And I was planning to give it away. Lao Bai Summoner, looking at it now. It's better to sell it tilde Lao Bai Summoner, it's a pity. Such a good fashion is still limited, what a pity. Gabriel Holy Priest. Gabriel Holy Priest, what are you talking about? My dear Lord Silver Gabriel Holy Priest, I need it. Kitty Fire Boxer, pay attention to your face, Gabriel. Iraman Berserker, pay attention to your face, Gabriel. Lao Bai Summoner, pay attention to your face, Gabriel. Bai He looked at Gabriel's reply. I can only sigh secretly and make the wind go down tilde. Lao Bai Summoner 450, are you free recently? If you are free, it's best to come and meet offline tomorrow. Lao Bai Summoner, I recently found a big guy. I guess we should prepare early. Lao Bai Summoner, while preparing this time. Maybe I can take you to a different world to have fun. That's right. Bai He is going to take his 3 good game friends over there to exercise. But the main training is Sajiri and Mrs. Izumi plus a kitten, as for Gabriel, that useless angel. Let's see if she wants to go or not after all. The basic combat power of this daily magical anime character has always been a mystery. Aromang Berserker, traveling through another world. I'll go, brother Bai He, look at me. Iraman Berserker, sorry Sajiri was at the top just now. But I'm quite curious about going to another world. Gabriel Holy Priest, another world. Gabriel Holy Priest, is it near our main world? The other world where Emperor Yan is located. Gabriel Holy Priest, that different world is boring. There are no computers and no mobile phones. All kinds of weird things. Kitten Fire Boxer, what Bai He said. Shouldn't be as simple as going to this other world nearby. Right, Kitten Fire Boxer, but I should be able to go too. I just happen to follow President Riaz and the others for a special training in the demon realm after I come back. Bai He looked at everyone and seemed quite interested. Immediately, he also said it directly. Lao Bai Summoner, it's definitely not the ordinary other world near my world. What? Lao Bai Summoner, if I really want to go to that other world, I can go at any time. And I don't need to specifically tell you about it. Lao Bai Summoner, what I said I could take you to is a truly independent world. What? Lao Bai Summoner, it feels like the game we are playing now. In that world there are all kinds of so-called magicians. Fighters Priestsek, it seems very rich. Alaman Berserker, is there such a magical world? Sajiri and I want to see it. Sajiri is already clamoring to become a Berserker tilde. Gabriel Holy Priest, is there really a priest? Oh my god, take me, I want to go too. Kitten Fire Boxer, you can find this kind of world. Bai He, you are really amazing. Lao Bai Summoner, it's just a chance encounter. Let's talk about the rest when you get together at the same place tomorrow. Lao Bai Summoner, I have to go and appease my family now. I'm sorry tilde, probably after the negotiations are settled. Bai He also closed his laptop and drank the remaining coffee on the table. Immediately after checking out, he walked out of the coffee shop. It's getting late. I guess Sister Toka is almost anxious now, right? Bai He glanced at the darkening sky and couldn't help but speed up his steps towards the stairs of his house. He came out this time. The main purpose is to talk to the little bird Yu Shihua about Rika. As for communicating with the kittens and the others, that's all incidental. Soon Bai He knocked on the door of Xiaoneo Yaojia. Listening to the footsteps coming from far away, Bai He silently took 2 steps back then. The door to the little bird home was opened with a bang. "Rika, where did you go again, Bai He?" Yaoa is simply dressed in casual home clothes, with a simple light pink t-shirt on the upper body and a pair of tights that look very slim on the lower body. Although this kind of outfit looks very simple and ordinary, it also shows off Yaoa's exquisite long legs very well. Certainly, the most embellishment among them is the necklace-like ornament worn on the snow-white neck of Yaoa. This thing is really eye-catching. So every time Bai He saw a bird swimming among flowers, he would look at it twice unconsciously. Bai He, "Have you seen Rika? It's the first day of school and I'm running around and can't go home." The delicate red eyes of the little bird Shihua seemed to be shining with a terrifying light, and the slender spoon in his hand was waving as if acting. It seems that everything is ready and ready to hit Rika's head at any time. See this? Bai He silently took 2 steps back. As for Rika, if nothing else happens, she should be practicing how to release the magic weapon now. Bai He made an estimate. Suzuki Satoru should teach the 3 girls the profession that suits them based on their preferences. If nothing else happens, Rika is probably a magic caster. Throat. Bai He, were you finally led astray by Rika? Okay, I probably know where Rika is. Bai He, please go in and sit down first and let's eat together later. When I get Rika back, I'll have a good talk with you. Kotori Shihua sighed as a normal adult. She would not believe in magic or anything like that. So I saw Bai He say this. He also subconsciously thought that his sister had led him astray. It also became a secondary disease for a while. Shihua actually felt a little guilty. It's really not true, never mind. Bai He shook his head and gave up on explaining too much. What can make a normal person quickly believe that there is a real supernatural power in this world is to let him see it with his own eyes. Let me see. How do you pronounce the flying power you obtained before? Ouch, yes, I remembered it, certainly, if you ask. Why didn't Bai He directly use the power of God to take the bird to fly around Shihua and use it to show extraordinary power? Then Bai He can only say, the power of God is always used in specific places, and the group will have its own style. But now this is the case. Obviously this kind of power needs to be chanted. And it looks even more awesome, boom 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 W. Just when Bai He chanted the power of Mekar, the energy around him is gathering in a violent manner. Vaguely, invisible energy whirlwinds have even been formed through pure energy reactions. And these energies, and with the blessing of the mantra, he adopted the attitude of the Holy Spirit. It transformed into golden and majestic lions, as well as dragon and snake figures soaring in the sky, which looked domineering and powerful. It's exactly what Bai He got after he went to destroy the God realm before and got the full version of Mekar's power. The spoon that Shihua was holding in her hands was so frightened by this scene that she dropped it to the ground. Then, he looked at Bai He in disbelief and rubbed his eyes again. This is a projection. The little bird Shihua subconsciously stretched out her hand, as if she wanted to touch the lion that appeared next to Bai He and the flying dragon and snake phantom. Roars only. Just when the little hand of Shihua was about to reach the shadow of dragon and snake, suddenly, as if they felt offended, the countless dragons and snakes immediately showed their ferocity and roared at them. This is real, this moment. Shihua also clearly felt an inexplicable fear, as if she would continue to bring her hand closer. These seemingly fake dragon and snake shadows are likely to attack directly, and this attack would be truly deadly. Of course it's true. Okay, these little guys have quite bad tempers. Sister Tianhua, just ignore them. The moon is rising now, so come and play in the sky. Bai He smiled and, with just a flick of his finger, he shot the dragon and snake shadow that he had just grouped together. Then he wandered towards the confused little bird, slowly stretched out his hand in this situation. Shihua was even more confused and subconsciously handed over her hand tilde. See this? Bai He also raised the corners of his mouth. Without hesitation, took his soft little hand, gently pulled it and forced it into his arms, caught it, It's time for us to take off. When Bai He finished speaking, I saw the shadows of countless dragons. Snakes and lions behind him begin to flash in unison, and finally rise into the sky. And Bai He and the bird in his arms wandered around Shihua. Also at this moment, surrounded by these countless brilliant shadows, they flew away in the sky this moment. As Bai He flies higher and higher, the city with flashing neon lights that night was clearly reflected in his eyes. Underfoot is the endless world of mortals, and above it is the endless vastness of the world. This is really free gain supreme strength. Isn't it just to reduce the constraints of the rules and truly be above everyone else? Although Bai He is in bad shape, but I also yearn for this feeling of being able to do whatever I want. In other words, a famous saying from a certain motherland is, I can do whatever I want to do now, but soon this feeling was slowly dispelled by Bai He's smile. Although his current strength is strong, it may still not be enough if he faces some real giants from all realms. When you can transcend the universe, transcend the multiverse and reach chaos, maybe then you can truly be unrestrained. Do whatever you want and do whatever you want. Do you believe it now, Sister Shihua? Bai He exhaled slowly to be honest. This feeling of being able to stand directly on top of the entire neon and overlooking everything. This was really his first experience, feeling good tilde me. The little bird Shihua felt the beating sound of Bai He's heart and the smell of Bai He that could be clearly smelled. She feels it now. It seems that it is no longer a matter of belief or not. This is about the fact that she seems to be a little uncontrollable if she continues like this. I believe it, Bai He, please take me down quickly. Hear this. Bai He looked at the little bird Shihua with a reddish smile in his arms, not knowing whether he was excited or ashamed. He also smiled slightly and slowly controlled the dragon and snake phantoms to fly them to a location that looked like a rental house. It was enough excitement for the little bird to swim around Shihua today. If it's exciting, I'm afraid my brain will really shut down. Soon, Bai He and Xuno Shihua landed steadily at the same position. The little bird Shihua was just released by Bai He and stepped on the ground. His legs felt weak and he almost fell down. Be careful. Let's go in and have a chat. I believe Sister Shihua probably has a lot of things she wants to ask now. Right? Bai He supported Shihua very considerately. He brought it into the house and skillfully brought over a portion of the food and water that Shihua had already prepared. About 10 minutes passed before Xuno Shihua finally regained his composure. He looked at Bai He opposite, who was enjoying his meal with complicated eyes. For a while I don't even know what to say, finally. Xuno Shihua took a deep breath and said seriously, does magic really exist in this world, besides? Bai He, who are you? Xuno Shihua now feels like a clown. And his sister Rika is even more like a big clown, Zero. Please give me flowers all day long. He shows off wantonly in front of people like Bai He who possess truly extraordinary power. I feel so ashamed just thinking about it. It exists, tilde. Our world should be more chaotic than you imagine. Sister Shihua tilde, there are temple angels, various gods and goddesses in the sky, as well as various mythological things like Mount Olympus in the west. There are also things similar to the underworld and the demon world underground. Besides this, there is a different world that is independent of this world, and it probably revolves around this main world tilde. In general, when I found out about it at the time, I was quite shocked. Bai He swallowed the rice in his mouth, then held it down and began to think about Shihua's second question. As for who I am, well, if I say that I am just an ordinary high school student, would you believe it, Sister Shihua? Shihua's eyes twitched. Do you think I believe it or not? I guess you believe it or not, cough cough. Then Sister Shihua, you can think of me as an ordinary high school student with a little experience. Yeah, just a little bit. Bai He cleared his throat and spoke again without waiting for Shihua to continue asking. He explained the red thread to Rika and the others before, as well as the matter of traveling to another world half a month later. They were all told gradually, that is to say. Rika, is she really learning magic from your friend? Finally, Xiao Yushihua pinched the bridge of her nose with a headache. She now feels that her world view seems to be being refreshed over and over again. See this dot but just as Bai He stood up. His hand was suddenly held by Xiao Yaoganhua opposite him. Xiao Yaoshihua thought for a moment and finally nodded. Bai He can definitely tie one on the head of the little bird Yushihua. Yes, if you want to go too, Sister Wang Hua. Bai He turned around in surprise, that is to say. Then follow me to Kuo Town tomorrow, it's too late today. Although there is no red thread on Xiao Yaoshihua's head, Bai He feels that he is getting more and more condensed with the red thread. Half an hour later, Bai He was full and didn't forget to bring comics and snacks for the little monster girls. Then he walked to the door of his house with satisfaction. As for what happened in that half hour, of course everyone knows about it. It's just some ordinary little benefits anyway. I didn't expect that Sister Shihua would be so open-minded. Bai He stood in front of his house with some unfinished thoughts. Then he nodded thoughtfully again. In fact, the reason why Xiao Yaoshihua can bloom is largely because of the acquaintances he had made in the previous 3 years, as well as the stimulation of witnessing the truth of the world just now. Only then will he do something similar to what he would dare to do after drinking. Plus, Katori Yushihua is also an adult, and her understanding of the world is much clearer than that naive Rika. She also knows what she will face once she understands the truth about this 763 world. Therefore, return home. The bright lights in the living room and a bunch of little monster girls are all doing their own thing. Melba and Gorzin found a thin rope somewhere and clumsily played with the twist rope, as Bai He taught them before. From time to time, after the somewhat naive Gorzin made a mistake, Melba would rub his little face. The 3 mechanical monster girls Jin Gyukiao, Ace Killer and Gilbarisair also mixed together. In Jin Gyukiao and Ace Killer were each holding a small notebook and a ballpoint pen, and were watching the little Gilbaris lecture opposite with carefulness and admiration. As for what to say, Bai He didn't understand this science fiction thing, so naturally he was confused. But looking at the ecstatic expressions of admiration on Jin Gyukiao's and Ace Killer's faces, one knew that what he was talking about was probably not simple. Little Gatnan was still sleeping, Mr. Brother and little Eri sat quietly next to Yukiriwood with serious and cute expressions. It seems to be implementing the words left by Bai He. It looks inexplicably cute. And Yaokuliwood, who was guarded by Mr. Brother and little Eri, had also woken up. But he was not excited or anything. She looked at her brother and little Eri with an expressionless face. And from time to time she would poke them with her little hand. Don't touch me, boss. Bai He said that I will always protect you. So if you poke me again, I will always be angry. You'll be really angry. It starts with meeting little brother Mora. Little Eri on the side suddenly seemed to feel confident. He also immediately put his hands on his hips. Yes. Little Eri can get angry too. Little Eri is very scary when he is angry. He will discharge electricity, little Ali said. She was also making an expression that she thought was scary, as if she wanted to scare Yukari-wood, but, didn't you poke me too just now? Yukari-wood was a little silent immediately. I took out a handwriting notebook from somewhere and quickly wrote on it. You didn't faint just now, you liar, mister. Ji and Zio Ai Lei were stunned for a moment, just like a kid who was caught red-handed playing a prank. Next, after looking around a little helplessly, I finally found Bai He's figure. And then I seemed to have seen a savior look at each other. MRGE and Zio Ai immediately ran behind Bai He. I can't see anything, yes. Little Eri too, Bai He heard that mister. Ji and Zio Ai were acting like rogues. Also smiled helplessly, and he touched the heads of Mr. Brother and little Eri behind him. Let's go have some fun with Galzin and Melba. I want to talk to this sister, Although it is a bit inappropriate for such a little monster girl, who started out tens of thousands of years to call her sister across from her. But just look at the appearance of little brother Mora and little King Eri now. Feels right again simply. Bai He was too lazy to think about it, sorry mister. Brother and little Eri are a little naughty, be polite. After Bai He sat across from Uklitian wood. He also gently poured a cup of hot tea and pushed it over. Maybe it's because I liked him before and I have a basic affection for him. Bai He's attitude towards Uklitwood will also be better. But it is definitely not a licking of dogs, they're cute. Uklitian shook his head and wrote quickly in his handwriting book with his expression still expressionless. The sentence is very simple. But it also explains what she means. If you calculate it carefully, this is also kind of cute. If you have no other place to go, you can stay here first. It can be seen that Mr. G and Zio Ale also like you very much, Bai He nodded. Their eyes were also looking to one side, although Mr. Brother and little Ale were playing with Galzin and Melba. Their little eyes would look this way from time to time. The little monster girl seems to be able to see a person's inner state. Of course Bai He is an exception tilde. Don't you ask anything else. Although Uklitwood showed no expression on the surface. From this sentence, you can feel a little curiosity and confusion. To be honest. Bai He feels when I am talking to Uklitian. I always feel like I am doing Huxia reading comprehension tilde. Outrageous tilde don't care. There are some people in this world who can make me fear or care about their thoughts. But not many, so I just need to know your name, that's it. If Bai He hadn't felt that directly naming the other person, he would have had an ulterior motive. Otherwise, Bai He might not even ask for his name. Uklitwood * Hellsides, please take care of me. After Uklitwood finished writing his name, he seemed to remember something. He quickly added a sentence under his name. Well, please take care of me. After Bai He finished speaking, he stood up and stretched. Looking at the somewhat small rental house, he shook his head lightly. After sending Kaneko and Toka to Suzuki Satoru. Let's start moving. There will definitely be more and more little monster girls in the future. Although we have feelings for this rental house again, we really can't live in it anymore, and after moving to the villa, the little monster girls will have a better and larger environment to play in tilde. Think of this, Bai He nodded with satisfaction. Immediately, he also looked at Uklitian wood opposite. Sorry, the space at home is a bit small, so I may have to sleep on the sofa tonight. Uklitian shook his head, there was no dissatisfaction. And he immediately stood up and passed by Bai He with a taste. Naturally, I just lay down on the sofa and fell asleep tilde. This operation. Bai He couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Finally shook his head, also leisurely and leisurely. Jiang Jezong and little Eri hugged each other. While Gal praises Galba and followed behind skillfully. Entered the bedrooms, keep updating. Melba's delicate and pure face, coupled with her slightly messy long red hair, made Bai He stunned for a while this moment. That's outrageous. The next morning. As for Jin Gyukyo and the three of them, they basically didn't sleep at all. He saw Melba, whose face was slightly red and her eyelashes were trembling. And she seemed to be awake. But she was pretending to be asleep because of being held by him. Finally, after Bai He tried the gentle feeling slightly. He stopped teasing Melba after all, if you keep teasing. With Melba's socially shy and introverted character, I guess she could turn into a steam girl in a short while. Bai He slowly let go of Melba in his arms, deliberately pretending not to notice. Walking out of the somewhat dim bedroom, looking at the sunlight that has shone in the living room, and Uklitwood, who seems to have woken up for a long time, and is taking a sip of water from the teacup Bai He provided before. And his Coco, good mornings. Bai He yawned and raised his hand slightly. Yawning does not mean that Bai He has not slept enough. But it is just a habit that has been formed, good morning tilde. Uklitwood put down the teacup in his hand and wrote quickly in his handwriting book with an incomparable expression. See this? Bai He stared at Uklitwood quietly for a moment. In mind, unexpectedly, it also appeared subconsciously. The girl Uklitwood opposite, whose expression was as expressionless as an iceberg, said good morning with a smile and full of energy. At the same time, Bai He also felt that there seemed to be a force unconsciously exploring the images in his mind. If nothing unexpected happens, this should be Uklitian's subconscious ability. Simply 08 Bai He also smiled. Relaxing his mind slightly was just enough for Euclid to see the scene he had just imagined in his mind. Although it feels quite social. This was shown by Bai He himself, which made it less embarrassing. There is something to say. As long as I am not embarrassed, others will be embarrassed. It is clear Bai He succeeded just across the way. Uklitian subconsciously saw himself in Bai He's mind, full of energy and saying good morning. The expressionless eyes were also slightly stagnant. Although this small change is insignificant, Bai He can see it clearly then. Bai He saw that the goal had been achieved. After a few symbolic conversations, he walked out of the house and wandered upstairs. He hasn't forgotten it yet. The most important thing now is to lay out the unknown world. Let's go. As soon as Bai He went upstairs, he found Bird Ushihua, who was fully dressed and even carrying some outdoor survival equipment. Suddenly, he couldn't help but smile helplessly. Sister Shihua, there's really no need for this. In the world I traveled to, I still had a little bit of status. So we didn't start with wilderness survival in the past. Really? Zioneo Ushihua was startled, and her originally sullen face also turned red. He coughed twice to cover up his embarrassment. To be honest, since Bai He left last night, she has read through all the comics and novels in her sister Rika's room, and focused on observing novels about traveling through different worlds. Then the wilderness survival equipment she had just prepared were born. Bai He stopped laughing. Who wouldn't be nervous for the first time traveling through time? Say this. Bai He also shook his head, turned and walked downstairs. But after walking for a while, I found that the little bird Ushihua was still standing there. As if waiting for something, Bai He thought for a moment. Just thinking of a reason. I couldn't help but laugh and cry again, Sister Shihua. You don't want me to fly you directly to your destination, do you? Seeing that his little idea was exposed, Zioneo Yaogantua also hurriedly followed. Can't you? Okay. But I feel more comfortable as a means of transportation. Bai He shrugged. Isn't the purpose of transportation means making traveling more convenient? And there is no need to be too anxious now. Just take the car to Kyoto town slowly while enjoying the morning breeze. Anyway, Neon is just such a big deal, not far tilde then, okay. It is clear Toka, who had tasted the benefits of extraordinary power for the first time, was still in the stage of curiosity about extraordinary power. So after hearing what Bai He said, I was a little disappointed. See this, Bai He shook his head, helplessly raised his hand and swiped lightly. And then a dimensional door with brilliant blue light particles appeared in shock tilde. Let's go tilde Juweng Town. Because Bai He came over with the dimensional door open. He arrived a little earlier than he scheduled. So now I can only wait for the arrival of the kittens and the others with Shihua. Take a look at the 10,000 Realms chat group. Just in time to see what these idiot friends are talking about. Bai He stirred the coffee on the table boredly and glanced at the little bird Shihua opposite, who was holding a comic book similar to traveling to another world and reading it with relish. Shrug. The Wanji chat group flashed out quickly. Bai He soon noticed a bright spot, that is Athena, who has been silent for a long time. And she actually spoke out today. It was very unexpected. God Killer white-haired Athena, finally. Finally it's done. God Killer white-haired Athena, finally I have time to speak out. Super God sad fairy little fox, surprise. Athena actually spoke. The super god sadly reminded the little fox, if you think about it carefully. Athena, you seem to have not been online for a long time. God Killer white-haired Athena, tusk. Isn't it Bai He's fault? God Killer white-haired Athena, after he destroyed the god realm before. He just slapped his asterisk and left. Which was a pain for me and Pandora. God Killer white-haired Athena, so these days, I have been re-establishing the order of the divine world to ensure the natural smoothness and stability of the human world. God-killer white-haired Athena, but it has its benefits. God-killer white-haired Athena, now I have unified the entire god realm. And my identity and status have been directly elevated to become the true lord of the gods. I feel like I am invincible now plus, in the world of Godslayer. The god realm that was originally summoned by Bai He to project a high position of Reblondo and exploded with one finger has now regained some of its former prosperity. Although many places are still full of ruins, but to be able to recover so much in such a fast time, Athena and the others are very strong. Super God the Sad Fairy Fox, Lord of the Gods. I'm going to Blanche Sister Athena, take me, take me. Marvel Spider-Man mass-produced Spider, Lord of the Gods. I'm going to Blanche Sister Athena, take me, take me. Bengtai Yinlang, I choose interrupt the rereading. Elf user Fire Cat Girl, WoW 090 Lord of the Gods. I feel so strong with the appearance of Athena. Many members of the diving group were also blown out and started chatting passionately about Athena's experiences and events these days. And Bai He is also quite interesting to watch from the screen. But just when Bai He was about to participate in the discussion, the special prompt sound for new members entering the chat group came to mind again. And tip this time or I entered two directly at once. After seeing the first name, welcome the little devil carried by our ancestors. Join the chat group tilde on the second, keep updating. Please customize welcome blue is wisdom. Join the chat group tilde. He can also think of a person's name immediately, Aqua. Go, go, go. The holder of Kamen Rider Time King will be able to become the king who controls time in the future. A very powerful being especially. Bai He's expression became even weirder. Takuya Shogo. Bai He looked at the two new names in the group. Think carefully. This seems to be the first time that a chat group has directly invited two newcomers from all realms to join. Is there some big move going on? Bai He touched his chin and analyzed subconsciously. But then he shook his head again anyway. If the chat group makes any big moves, there will be an announcement later. Making random guesses now will only increase your worries. Even instead of making random guesses here. Why not chat with these two newcomers after all these two? In a sense they are all quite well-known figures, at most. The direction and method of becoming famous are different. What the little devil in Aqua said. I don't know if the plot between these two has started. Or where the plot is going. Bai He looked at the new welcome prompt on the chat group interface. He couldn't help but think this chat group is very cool. And new people are invited without considering the progress of the plot. Even people like Claire are invited who are still 4 years away from the plot. So this made Bai He dare not make any assumptions, but Bai He doesn't need to ask directly. Because soon someone will take the lead and ask. That's right, that person is it. The number one chatterbox in the group, Suzuki. In the chat group with the addition of two new members, the ministers suddenly fell into a deathly silence. But soon, this kind of silence was directly broken by Suzuki. Who was the first to break it? The super god, the sad fairy little fox, ancestors. Little devil are you, Takuya Shogo. Super god, the sad little fairy fox, the water god whose color is blue is wisdom. Isn't she Aqua, the goddess of wisdom? Suzuki was lying in her villa, basking in the morning sun and squinting comfortably. After seeing the newcomer enter, he immediately sat up. Especially after the daily welcome and checking to confirm the identities of the two newcomers. Xiaoli became even more excited. The world view of a Kamen Rider. The world view of a god who travels through another world. Holy shit. These two worlds seem to be worlds where 5 stars can be obtained easily. The more Suzuki talked, the brighter her eyes became. She is now looking at the group of friends around her. Each one is getting more and more awesome. And in the end, she is still hitting people with magic balls. Obviously, the guy next door named Bai can just hit someone with a planet. This gap is simply bigger than that between humans and dogs. Therefore, although Suzuki is lying flat on the surface now, she still won't forget the progress of throwing balls every day to refresh the template. But this kind of improvement is really too slow. I happen to still have points to draw. So I will draw the wise world of night and aqua. Bless. Suzuki took a deep breath and was about to click on the lottery interface. But she found that the little devil and aqua who had just entered had replied. So she temporarily stopped drawing the lottery. Let's talk about it first, Tilda. The King of Time, the little devil hanging on the ancestors, chat group. What is this? The King of Time, the little devil hanging on the ancestors. Oh. Your names are so interesting. There are actually aliens in this group. They look so awesome. King of Time, the little devil hanging on the ancestors, and my name. Although it is a bit strange. The word little devil feels quite comfortable. The King of Time, the little devil hanging on the ancestors, as expected of me. I was indeed born to be a king in the world of King of Time. Takuya Shaogo, who had just finished school from Ko no Mari High School, was pushing his bicycle when he was knocked down by a student from the karate club and got up in pain. Just saw the black driving dial on the car seat. Although this control watch does not contain any power, Takuya Shaogo feels inexplicably familiar. It's just weird and... It was after picking up this watch that Chang Zhuxuan heard the invitation prompt from the Wanji chat group. Then joined in. Beautiful World Blue is Wisdom chat room. It is a product that is far beyond mortals. And it can even bring Meth Goddess in. Beautiful World Blue is Wisdom, it's incredible Tilda. In a beautiful world spirit world at this time, Aqua was sitting in a space filled with vast fog, holding a bag of potato chips. While she slowly ate the potato chips in her hand, she quietly looked at the boy in front of her who was selecting abilities or weapons from a bunch of cheats. Have you made your choice? It's just that little thing that goes back and forth. Why does it take so long to choose? Aqua crossed her legs with a nonchalant expression, and the gauze feather coat hanging on her shoulders slowly floated. To be honest, if Aqua doesn't speak, she really looks like a goddess. But pity Aqua's IQ is even lower than normal people. It can be said to be extremely low, the choice is made. Just this magic sword. Thank you, Lady Goddess, for your kindness. Following Aqua's urging, the boy opposite, who was hurriedly looking for a plugin, finally chose the plugin he wanted. And this young man's name is none other than Yu Giant Xiangai. The brave man who was almost destroyed by Kazuma after he was stolen. What? He is also the only person in the whole drama who respects Aqua's wisdom. And later on he also likes Aqua. It's a pity that Aqua is so smart that she can't remember people's names. Tilda. So sad Tilda him Tilda, then go on an adventure boy Tilda. I leave it to you to defeat the Demon King from another world Tilda. Aqua waved casually with her right hand filled with potato chip residue Tilda. The tone was even more nonchalant. Immediately afterwards, a beam of light directly enveloped Yujian Xiangai. Oh yes, I will definitely not live up to the expectations of the goddess. What? Mitsurugi Kaguya didn't seem to notice Aqua's tone and indifferent expression at all. He still said solemnly and seriously, yeah, okay Tilda. Aqua finished. He just yawned and continued to look at the Wanji chat group in front of him. Even this time I still didn't remember the name of Yu Giant Xiangai. Super God Sad Fairy Little Fox, it's really you Aqua. It seems like you haven't been beaten by society yet. Super God Sad Fairy Little Fox, it seems that he hasn't traveled through time yet. Beautiful World Blue is Wisdom. Beautiful World Blue is Wisdom, do you know me? And what are the beatings in this society? Beautiful World Blue is Wisdom, where else can we travel to? Hey, only speak half the words. Super God Sad Fairy Little Fox, nothing that's enough. You can go and play Tilda Beautiful World Blue is Wisdom, oh. Beautiful World Blue is Wisdom, no. There is a problem, I am a god. How dare you talk to a god like this? Super God Sad Little Fairy Fox, ah yes. Suzuki shrugged. He did not tell Aqua that this wise man would be tricked by Kazuma. The 6 Chaldinto time travel in the future, after all. It would be pointless to tell the wise Aqua that she had taken precautions Tilda. Sure enough, tilde. A beautiful world would only be beautiful if we had a quartet of sand sculptures together, tilde. The king of time, the little devil hanging on the ancestors. It's my turn. It's my turn, do you know me too? The super god, the sad little fairy fox, we know each other. That's so familiar. Super god, sad fairy little fox, the cauldron will become more prosperous in the future. Please give me a chance to challenge the king. Thank you very much. Everyday life assert Zhao's ultimate blue and white alien, Xiaogo Takuya. How old are you this year, peeping at the screen for so long? Bai He finally stood up and spoke. But after he finished saying this, then he directly switched the Wanji chat group page to the lottery position. Immediately, directly withdraw part of the points. Start the lottery, after all this is a special photo shoot. Bai He also always wanted a knight's belt, just right now. Take a wave. Let's see if we can come up with a knight's belt to play around with tilde. Preparing the lottery for you. Points are being deducted, lottery in progress. Judgment. The 10 consecutive draws about the chat group clearly appeared in front of Bai He. This explosion rate is pretty good. I just thought about the entire knight's belt. And you just finished the decade's wall-mounted belt. That's good this way as long as you draw a card in the future. You can experience the power and feeling of other knights, tilde. It's a dream come true, tilde. Bai He quickly took out the available prizes first. It was the last decade Beatty driver that was drawn out. And it was due to the ability synchronization of the Wanji chat group. When this drive was pulled out, it was already bound to Bai He. There is no such thing as dropping it, or the outrageous scene of being forcibly removed by one's own undercover during a battle. And because of the powerful inclusiveness of the decade Beatty drive. Same. This thing can also be used when Bai He transforms into a giant Leonix tilde. Asterisk second useful, that's the name of this 555 tilde. Following the synchronized operation of the 10,000 Realms chat group. This meter should also be usable, tilde. Bai He picked up the 555 spacetime meter floating in front of him. The big face of the 555 knight is depicted on it. Immediately afterwards, Bai He turned the watch head and pressed it lightly. Phase tilde 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 with a burst of halo flickering. The 555 dial in Bai He's hand has really turned into several knight cards, with 555 engraved on it. They are basic form card sublimation burst mode cards. Weapon cards and the final kill card, good guy. This is an operation directly given to a set. It's worth it, tilde, the acceleration state of 555. Coupled with the AX speed power obtained by the power. The speed will probably be enhanced unprecedentedly. The most important thing is that he is handsome. After all, whether you are strong or not is a matter of now. But whether you are handsome or not is a matter of your whole life. Bai He looked at the small pile of 555 knight matching cards in his hand with satisfaction. He couldn't help but smile, perhaps. When everyone was watching Kamen Rider or Ultraman when they were children, they would subconsciously fantasize. One day a monster came to the world and took out the night driver. Do you want to put on a good show in front of the person you like? Or in front of classmates and friends? The only useful things left are the ability to steal in a beautiful world and the elf's adaptable physique, tilde. Bai He put down the Beatty drive in his hand and the 555 matching card that had been put into the card box. Moment. The Beatty drive and the cartridge disappeared in front of him. At the same time, Bai He can also clearly feel that as long as he thinks, the Wen Beatty drive will appear in his hand at that moment. As for this mutated stealing ability, if there is no accident, it should be Kazuma's exclusive history, aha. It can also be used when you have time, sneaking enemies and so on, tilde. Of course, it also cultivates sentiment. This kind of perverted skill, Bai He will definitely not use it often. The last elf user got used to his physique. But when Bai He went to the elf worlds, he could fully adjust Esther and see its perfect, tilde. After seeing all the rewards gained, Bai He's consciousness also returned to his body instantly. Everything just happened took place in the subspace simply created by the Wanji chat group. So to the outside world. Bai He might have been stunned for a moment. Bai He, Bai He. Bai He, are you okay? The moment his consciousness returned to his body, Bai He also saw the anxious little bird swimming with dried flowers for the first time. Obviously, there was no response when I called Bai He just now. So I became anxious. I was just thinking about something. Sister Shihua, don't worry, Bai He quickly waved his hand. When his consciousness is out of body, the Wanji chat group will have its own vigilance ability. Once there are people around who are hostile to Bai He, then he can come out of the subspace in an instant. At the same time, just when Bai He was talking to Xuno Shihua, the door of the deserted coffee shop was slowly pushed open again. And the three people who came were none other than Kitty and the others. It was Gabrieltha's useless angel, who was still wearing a dark green school sports uniform, with messy hair and heavy dark circles under his eyes. At a glance, he knew that he had stayed up late playing games again last night. But because his body is that of an angel, therefore, even though Gabriel was so sloppy, his skin was still smooth and tender. Looking as if he had just taken a shower, it's outrageous. Bai He, you came so early, Tilda. Gabriel yawned and sat down next to the little bird Shihua opposite. He looked very arrogant like that, fortunately. Xuno Shihua is also a social cow. But he didn't care about Jayabali's carelessness, and instead started to observe brother Bai He. Perhaps because she knew she wanted to visit another world. Sajiri didn't wear a skirt today instead. He put on a pair of light gray trousers and a jacket similar to mountaineering clothes. This feeling combined with Sajiri's somewhat timid expression and personality. There is an inexplicable contrast and cuteness. Sit over here, Bai He smiled, patted the seat next to him, and motioned for him to come over. After Sajiri glanced at the carefree Gabriel and her mother who was still smiling behind her. She also had S*X and came to Bai He's side, and Mrs. Izumi naturally came to the opposite side of Sajiri. The last position on Bai He's side was given to the last kitten to come. Okay, now that everyone is here, then let me tell you briefly first. This is Xuno Shihua, my neighbor upstairs. I have known him for 3 years. He is a great chef who is very good at cooking. Bai He first introduced Shihua to the kittens and others. Then Shihua introduced the remaining 3 girls one by one. Angel Toka was a little dazed, and then looked past the sloppy Gabriel and towards Mrs. Izumi. They actually have a feeling of sympathy for each other, Tilda. As if he suddenly remembered something. He took out a manito, be honest. Su Ming hasn't paid much attention to Gilbaris for a long time recently. Only knows. This little guy has been discussing with Jin Gyukyo and Ace Killer all day long about how to upgrade his hardware functions. Anyway, Bai He looked blankly so after that. After adding that Bai He was indeed busy traveling through various worlds. This little Gilbaris was somewhat forgotten, This is also the reason why Bai He chose to take Gilbaris with him for the first time today. Hey, wake up, don't sleep, Tilda. Bai He slowly took out little Gil from his pocket. But it didn't respond for a long time. Take a closer look. That's when I discovered it. It turned out that little Jill was sleeping soundly, as if she had some sweet dreams. And her chin would hit her little mouth from time to time. It looked so innocent and cute, see this. Bai He also smiled apologetically at the girls around him, and then hurriedly poked the little Jill in his palm with his finger. Zyojin Gyukyo. Don't make trouble, let me sleep for a while, hoo-hoo. Stop making trouble. If you make more trouble, I will really be angry. And the little Jill who was poked by Bai He's finger. He was obviously not awake, Yeth muttered, and impatiently pushed Bai He's stretched out finger back. Say this. Xuno Shihua and Gabriel looked at the little elf in Bai He's hand, who seemed to be acting coquettishly with great curiosity. For the time being, Katori Utoka and Mrs. Izumi will be ignored after all. These two people don't have any extraordinary powers. At most, they are attracted by little Jill's cute appearance. But Kittens and Gabriel are different, these two. One is an angel and the other is a demon. These two races are large racial forces in this big world. Therefore, they are extremely sensitive to the various forces in the world. So they are almost instantaneous, it is seen. The little guy in Bai He's hand probably contains a lot of power in his body. Tilda finally under Bai He's tireless prodding. Little Gilbaris finally groaned in dissatisfaction. Slowly sat up from Bai He's palm, what tilde so it's Bai He. Why did you wake us up so early in the morning? And where is this? Little Gil rubbed his sleepy eyes. The first thing he saw was Bai He. And he subconsciously said hello, then he looked around. It seemed like he wanted to check his surroundings, but it doesn't matter if you don't look at it. This sight made everyone in Little Gil feel stupid. Where on earth did such a bunch of strange female creatures appear around here? So, the way I looked just now seemed to be acting coquettishly in Bai He's hand. Was it all seen? For a while little Jill wants to die. The little face that originally looked sleepy was so frightened that it suddenly woke up. He immediately took off and hid behind Bai He's loud noise. As well, little Jill seems to be a little shy after just waking up. Let's just start traveling tilde, Bai He cleared his throat. Feeling the back of his head, little Jill was pulling his hair hard. This operation is obviously complaining about the operation he just made embarrassing tilde. To this, Bai He also had nothing to say. This seems to be his fault, say this. The other four women also thought for a moment, then nodded and signaled Bai He to start. Only Sajiri was staring at the back of Bai He's head with curiosity. His eyes sparkle even more. The mountains behind Khan village. This is the location where Bai He crossed last time. So this time Bai He crossed over and was not locked to Suzuki Satoru. After all, calculate the time after he left last time. Suzuki Satoru probably took Rika and the others to Karn village to show off. If you continue to follow the plot timeline after that, then the current Suzuki Satoru, she should have put on the black heavy armor, transformed into Mamongan to explore the human world, pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. So Bai He didn't bother to appear directly around Suzuki Satoru. After all, it would be really troublesome to bring such a large group of people and suddenly appear in a busy city. And the main thing is, Suzuki Satoru has already brought 3 of them. Rika Yuri now and Sakurajima Mai. If Bai He arranges for a few more, I'm afraid Suzuki won't be able to teach them simply. Bai He went directly to Karn village, near the great tomb of Nazarick. Since Suzuki Satoru no longer has the energy to take care of him, the worst he can do is just leave it to the remaining guardians of the great tomb of Nazarick to take care of him. But I just don't know now. Have these guardians of the great tomb of Nazarick been sent out by Suzuki Satoru to find and explore the world? As Bai He thought, several white rays of light finally arrived at the location of Khan village. This is still the location where Bai He killed the night before. If you take a few steps forward, you can still clearly see the situation in Khan village. Has it really been settled? And the time around me doesn't seem like a day has passed. 0. Please give me flowers. But it seems like several days have passed. Follow Bai He's eyes the village of Karn, which was originally covered with corpses, is now a peaceful scene. And further away in the village of Karn, it is the aura left by powerful energy fluctuations. If nothing unexpected happens, Suzuki Satoru should have been showing off in that position before. At least time has passed, about 3 days. It seems that if the time I am at is not interfered by the chat group, the conversion probability with the Stomach King world should be 3-1. It's okay in this way. The time that Rika and the others can master their power is equivalent to about 3 times. Bai He threw away the fallen leaves he had just picked up. After looking at it, although Katori Utauka and Mrs. Izumi are stable and mature people in character, they are looking around curiously now. Although he was still in the same place, he couldn't hide his curiosity about this new world at all. But Mao Mao and Gabriel were even more shocked as they rummaged around and experienced the energy in the air that was completely different from the original world. But since they have not joined the chat group, they cannot enjoy force synchronization therefore. If Yaoa and Gabriel, at most they can only use some physical skills and the power of their bodies. As for those so-called divine arts and magic, they cannot be used at all. This kind of restriction is not big for kittens after all. They use their strength, but this is for useless angels. But it was a heavy blow. Because this guy can no longer use magic to be lazy tilde. As for the last Sajiri, this girl actually got to play with little Gilbaris. The two little ones were whispering together. And from time to time they would look at Bai He and smile inexplicably. All right. Now that everyone has adapted to the feeling of this world, then let me take a rest at my foothold in this world tilde. Precisely, this place was created by a friend of mine. So at most I'm here for everyone, but tilde. Stay as long as you can tilde, Bai He said as he spoke. The aura of destruction on his body that belongs exclusively to the Bone King's worldview and the World Disaster Career panel began to spread. Finally, Bai He has transformed again. Wearing a World Disaster professional template that exudes weird nobility and elegance. Come on, bit send tilde. Welcome to the Great Tomb of Nazarick tilde, the Great Tomb of Nazarick. This thing was originally a large underground demon cave in the game. Later it was occupied by the alien guild, Aints Ul Gown. This originally 6-story magic cave was transformed into a 10-story comprehensive fortress with its own characteristics. The first to third underground floors, the tombs, do not have any exquisite facilities. They were built entirely to protect them from invasion by foreign enemies. So they are quite resistant. In addition, there are indeed many players buried here tilde. 4 underground levels underground lake. 5 underground levels glacier. 6 underground levels jungle. 7 underground levels magma. And 8 underground levels wilderness, these few. It should be something that the guild players in the Great Tomb of Nazarick made according to their own preferences. Mainly just to look good, but it does look pretty good. 9 floors below ground royal suite. This is a resting place. And it is also the place where Suzuki Satoru stays most often after traveling through time. After all, compared to other locations in the Great Tomb of Nazarick, this place is more like a civilized facility. 10 floors underground between the thrones. This place is the location where Suzuki Yu wakes up in the game's final server. Bai He and the girls were teleported directly to the 9th floor underground at 730. After all, the rest of the location is suitable for sightseeing. So you can visit it later, now words. Let's find a seat and let dried flowers and the others quickly get familiar with the feeling of the Great Tomb of Nazarick. As a wave of light flickered in the air, the figures of Bai He and others appeared outside an extremely luxurious gate. Go in here, it is the 9th floor of the Great Tomb of Nazarick. The royal suite, let's go, Bai He discovered. After I entered the template of this world's disaster, I somehow subconsciously felt like being aloof and aloof. Too lazy to talk, especially when facing those beings who are lower level and weaker than him. I am even more lazy to speak tilde. This may also be one of the influences of professional templates. But it's not a big problem anyway. The subjective consciousness is still completely controlled by Bai He. Bai He looked at Bai He, whose appearance and aura had changed drastically. Toka, Mrs. Izumi and Sajirai, 3 ordinary people, turned pale to some extent. And in the end they were only protected by Little Gil's power. Only then was he not immediately frightened by the aura on Bai He's body. As for Mao Mao and Gabriel are at 2 extremes. The little cat seemed particularly comfortable and close to Bai He's demonic power. Perhaps because of the synchronicity of the chat group. But Gabriel seemed extremely resistant, after all. Gabriel is considered a lazy angel. Not a fallen angel who really fell into hell, **** next. As the door was slowly opened, boom. An extremely luxurious and large castle was clearly reflected in front of Bai He and others. And echoing the castle, there are 6 beings of different shapes, who are bowing their heads respectfully, as if waiting for something. The auras of these 6 beings are extremely powerful and terrifying. Even when they appear, the pressure made Gabriel and Kitty frown and subconsciously take a few steps back. But It was as if these 6 beings didn't take Kitty and the others seriously at all. After seeing that weird bodice, all immediately stood up. Everyone tilde. Please offer your loyalty to the Supreme Being. The moment the words fell, the auras of these 6 beings began to become more terrifying and brilliant. The first to bear the brunt, it's a purple-red Lolita, which looks very cute. But then the contrast becomes even more adorable. The guardian of the 1st to 3rd floors, Shaltir Bradfallen. See my lord, Shaltir bent down and saluted Bai He. Immediately afterwards, even the remaining guardians of the great tomb of Nazarick burst out with strength to meet Bai He, the supreme being who has the same status as Suzuki Satoru. Which are worth noting. These are the 2 guardians, Aura and Mare, after all. One of them is a man dressed as a woman and looks submissive, while the other is a woman dressed as a man and looks extremely heroic. After it was Demiurge, the battle commander, as well as the last shame of the succubus, the chief guardian of the great tomb of Nazarick, Albedo. Everyone get up. Put them in place and come see me again later. Bai He waved his hand. After entering the world disaster professional template, he can always become majestic involuntarily, as if he was born to be a supreme being. This feeling is quite good after all. Who doesn't like invisible pretense soon? Several guardians brought several women to several rooms according to their different matching attributes. This was also what Bai He had discussed with Suzuki Satoru before. To get the guardians of the great tomb of Nazarick to help him teach the beautiful girls. And Toka and the others. He was also in shock almost the whole time and didn't stop. Same. It feels like Bai He's status and power in this other world have been underestimated. Not long after, all the guardians returned to Bai He. Albedo Suzu, no, where is Aintz's current position? Bai He directly cancelled the original world disaster form. Although this form is very cool, it still feels a little inexplicable. So I am still comfortable in my original posture. At the same time, Bai He also looked at Albedo, the succubus of shame. If nothing else happens, that boy Suzuki Satoru seems to have trained me to like Albedo and Shaltir. It even seems to be the tallest in the entire great tomb of Nazarick. Bai He thought, and he hooked his fingers towards him, beckoning him to come over. Because Suzuki Satoru knew that he would travel through time, he did not do anything at the beginnings. Please do not commit suicide, followed by 0 sure enough. Albedo's face turned red immediately after seeing Bai He's actions, and she immediately came to Bai He's side without hesitation, and unscrupulously took advantage of Bai He for a while. After seeing this set of operations, Bai He almost thought that he was being taken advantage of. Lord Aints, you should be exploring the world now, accompanied by your maid. Albedo obediently held one of Bai He's arms and gave him a massage. At the same time, Shaltir on the opposite side also gritted her teeth as she watched. Go find him, Bai He nodded. He is going to cut off a wave of world-class props, after all. They are quite useful at least. It can also prevent yourself from being NTR tilde. Speaking of which, Bai He also stood up after remembering the position given by Albedo. Came to the side of Shaltir, a pink-haired little loli. Look at his gritted teeth. It was like petting a cat, smoothing the hair on its head. Even though Shaltir is not a very pure Lolita, but who is Bai He? That's the ultimate lolican except for Tanya, who has an uncle's soul in her body. She can basically control it. Shaltir is just a little less abstract after turning on the fighting form. Normal times still quite cute tilde, let's go tilde. Bai He waved his hand, and a dimensional door was opened instantly. The time on the opposite side is exactly night time, and it seems that we are still in a forest full of fog. At this time, Suzuki Satoru was wearing a huge pure black armor, holding 2 swords, and quietly looking at the person opposite him who had a pretty good figure. But that face somehow looked a bit like that of a stick hero woman. Hey, are you having fun? If it's so fun, why don't you take me with you? 1. 2. Bai He glanced at the situation. This gives us a rough idea of the current plot progression. It should have been after this woman and an old man killed, and captured the companions who were adventuring with Suzuki Satoru. Suzuki Satoru comes to seek revenge tilde, just right tilde. Let me try my new power on you tilde Bai He murmured slowly. He took out a pure white Beatty driver from the fourth-dimensional chrysanthemum tilde. And at this time, the woman opposite also noticed Bai He's figure. He frowned immediately. Who are you? Hear this familiar death question, Bai He's eyes flickered, and the corners of his mouth turned up inexplicably. I'm just a passing Kamen rider, remember it. Bai He took a deep breath, with the corners of his mouth raised. He answered the death question of the woman opposite him with great interest. Immediately, directly from the fourth-dimensional chrysanthemum behind him, he took out an exquisite and thick Beatty zone actuator. Bring it on, let me try this power, Bai He whispered, while directly putting the Beatty driver in his hand into the belt that appeared from the void around his waist. Let's try the basic form blessing first tilde Bai He said. His movements were extremely skillful, and he pulled out the card in the basic form of the Imperial Cavalry from the sword on his waist. Immediately, throw it directly into Beatty's drive and violently explain it. The action was extremely arrogant. Not at all as cautious as Brother Zio Ming did when he first transformed. Kamen Ride Mask Control Decade Emperor Cavalry. Suddenly, Bai He's body suddenly appeared symbols symbolizing all the Kamen Riders that had ever appeared. Eventually it condensed into illusory shadows, and gradually overlapped onto Bai He's body. As the shadow dissipated, a man wearing magenta light armor with a pure black base was completely equipped. There is also an extremely huge cross mark on the front of the armor, which looks very eye-catching. It is the initial basic form of Decade, K tilde sure enough. The strength of the armor depends on its own basic data tilde. The eyes of the Imperial Knight's armor flashed, and Bai He even clapped his hands subconsciously. He can feel it clearly now. His basic strength as Leonix is still there, and he has not been destroyed by the Emperor instead. Because the Imperial Cavalry armor is attached, it becomes even more powerful even. Bai He feels like himself now. You can control the surrounding space at will, this is the little surprise mentioned in the lottery. The ability of the dimensional wall. Bai He waved his hand. There really was a flash of chaos barrier filled with gray shadows not far away. This thing is much more convenient and interesting than the dimensional gate that needs to be drawn tilde. But the ability of the dimensional wall. It seems that he can only use it when he is equipped with the Imperial Cavalry armor. Never mind, it still feels okay tilde. Then let's start fighting tilde. Bai He twisted his neck. Without taking any precautions, he just walked towards the hot woman. So you have helpers lurking here, tusk, but just one person here can't stop me from being hungry. The woman's smile began to become arrogant, and she looked at Suzuki Satoru opposite and said arrogantly, to be honest in her eyes, this kind of waste has no interesting aura fluctuations in his body and needs to be equipped with armor all over his body to fight. There is no qualification to fight with her tilde, ah. Suzuki Satoru looked at the arrogant woman opposite and chuckled with mockery and disdain. Immediately then he quickly said to Bai He, brother, since you are interested, you should have some fun first. Just leave your last breath to me. Suzuki Satoru saw that Bai He wanted to try this newly acquired power. Don't stop it at all instead. He took several steps back to give him an extremely spacious fighting scene. After all, he originally came here to kill the woman in front of him. Anyway, only in the end can he express his anger. It's much more comfortable tilde interesting. It's so interesting tilde. In this case, I will kill that trash first. Come and have fun with you again tilde. The woman's crazy smile still didn't stop, but because of Suzuki Satoru's mocking and disdainful eyes, becoming even more crazy at the same time. When she looked at Bai He on the other side, her eyes were also full of coldness and teasing tilde. Immediately afterwards, boom, boom, boom. There was almost no sign of the woman, but she was holding sharp double thorns at a weird speed. Stabbed towards Bai He's seam. It seemed like he was trying to use this blow to directly penetrate Bai He and kill him instantly. But she obviously underestimated the power of the Imperial Cavalry armor. Even this is just the basic form of the Imperial Cavalry. But with the synchronization of all realms in the chat group and the power of Leonix's third stage, how can such a small heroic field be broken by humans? Stab, two sharp double thorns struck almost instantly. It passed in front of the Imperial Cavalry armor worn by Bai He. But it didn't cause even a trace of damage, but it did pull out a few sparks flying. The speed is good. It's a pity that the strength is too weak. Bai He shrugged, looked at the pair of stabbing weapons of the woman opposite, and nodded thoughtfully for the sake of fairness. Then let me try the sword too. Laughs. Bai He ignored the disbelieving look in the woman's eyes. He raised his hand and pulled out an Imperial Cavalry weapon card from the card box on his waist. Controller card box sword moment. Bai He seemed to pull out the card box hanging on his waist easily. It turned into a long sword then. Before Bai He could take a closer look at the card box sword, he once again felt a black shadow, suddenly attacking towards his face. And this black shadow is that crazy woman. Its speed this time is much better than the previous attack. Only, this kind of singing speed is still as slow as a turtle crawling in front of Bai He's eyes. With his easy swing of the sword, accompanied by a crisp sound of weapons clashing, that crazy woman was directly slashed by Bai He and retreated dozens of meters. Since you are so anxious, I will make a quick decision. If you like speed, then use this one. Bai He wiped the card sword in his hand, and then cancelled the control mode directly. Turn it into a card box on your waist again. Immediately afterwards, when he had something to do, he directly took out a brand new and exquisite card from the card box. There is also a knight engraved on it, 555. Are you ready? If you're ready, I'll start. Bai He smiled slightly. The 555 knight control card in hand was directly used in Bodhi's drive. Cayman Ride phase complete. 555, complete **** in an instant. The magenta and black Imperial Cavalry armor that Bai He was equipped with also began to dissipate and turned into a few streaks of photon blood. His blood flowed rapidly, and he quickly sketched out the appearance of Cayman Rider 555 armor. Now come on. 10 seconds to kill you. Bai He clapped his hands. Another form card was drawn from the card box. Form ride phase Axle 555, plus 310 speed form. The moment the sound of form switching falls, the white armor in front of Bai He began to burst, and slowly moved to his shoulders, turning into shoulder armor, and his chest exposed what seemed to be a very fragile internal structure. Immediately afterwards, the pure red photon blood all over his body also turned into lines of hard armor. Watch, it's like it's a good time to attack. And as Bai He's whole body's aura soared and changed crazily. This also directly caused the crazy woman opposite to frown and take a deep breath. Made the strongest attack stance walk through the wind. Super evasion power enhanced ability super boost. With the blessing of several enhancement magic spells, the crazy woman seems to have regained her confidence. Next moment, then he attacked Bai He again. That speed was several times 10 times that of before. Pity she met phase. And phase was about to activate his accelerated form. I'm really anxious. However, the 10 seconds promised cannot be exceeded. Bai He shook his head. Raise your arm and tap lightly on a timer-like device on your wrist. Start up acceleration form. OK. I can start. Almost instantly. Bai He's figure disappeared from everyone's eyes. No. To be precise, the speed has reached an extreme state now. No one can catch his traces and figure. Even top professionals like Suzuki Satoru lost the trace of Bai He in an instant at this moment. And to reach this level of speed, the crazy woman opposite also lost her target in an instant. And the next moment, I felt an extremely cold chill. Just like everything around her might violently attack her in the next moment. Under the pressure of this icy cold, she waved the dagger in her hand crazily, trying to find Bai He but of no use. Is this what acceleration feels like? Bai He quietly looked at the frightened eyes of the crazy woman in front of him and smiled slightly. Now in his feelings. The whole world seems to be in slow motion. The crazy woman's originally extremely fast sword swing speed became as if the frame was dropping. One lag after another tilde now that the test is over. Then let's end it, what a weak and boring opponent. Bai He shook his fist and raised a cold smile on his lips. When he was watching the plot of Bone Kings, he always wanted to give this woman a good F***K. Just have time to download tilde but. This kind of ant-like existence cannot seem to be called an opponent. Wells, it would be better to call it a toy. As Bai He murmured, his body also moved to the outside world. This scene looks like this crazy woman was being beaten crazily by some invisible force for no apparent reason. Until he was hit by that invisible force and floated in the air. This lasted for a full 10 seconds. It wasn't until the sound of time out sounded that the crazy woman fell heavily to the ground, screaming in pain. The adventurer nameplates he collected were scattered all over the place. It feels very miserable to look at it like that. But compared to the original plot, where I was directly strangled to death by Suzuki Satoru's sexy moves, it still felt a little bit worse certainly. This is because Bai He promised Suzuki Satoru to give this guy some peace of mind. Otherwise, I'm afraid this guy won't be able to withstand even 3 punches. And he will die immediately. Enough fun. Old Goo, please take care of it. Bai He pulled out the card from the Imperial Cavalry driver. And the 555 armor on his body disappeared instantly. Now. The only thing left on the spot was a crazy woman who was beaten extremely miserably and couldn't even move. Correct. After that, when you return to the Great Tomb of Nazarick, remember to let Albedo and the others take care of them. I'm going to collect something. Bai He waved his hand. Turning around, he summoned a dimensional wall and left the place. The rest. It's no longer under his control, after. There are only 2 purposes for coming to the Bone King world this time. The first is to send these beautiful girls to improve their strength. The second is to prevent myself from being disgusted and destroy the world-class props. Bai He doesn't like this kind of stuff very much certainly. If this were placed elsewhere, Bai He might still evaluate it, but in this serious world, it is better to take back or destroy this feeling of danger from the Minotaur as soon as possible. Not long after, in the Great Tomb of Nazarick, Bai He looked at the bunch of red orbs stained with blood in his hand, and couldn't help but feel a little uninterested. He didn't find the all-powerful props and said, "Let's use this instead." The main ability of this thing is to directly control others mentally. But half an hour ago, Bai He found the user of this world-class prop that has captivated the country, and deliberately left out a loophole to try to feel what the world-class prop in the Bone King's worldview feels like. Pity. Bai He finally found out helplessly. This thing has no effect on him at all at most. It made Bai He feel a slight itch in his brain. And then it had no effect anymore. Bai He discovered it later when he thought about it. I'm falling. He is the successor of Rebrando, who is famous for his spiritual power. When his spiritual power is at its strongest, he can even control countless powerful monsters. Depend on. No wonder Bai He feels that this world-class prop is not as powerful as a fart in front of him. Useless stuff. Click. With a slight exertion of Bai He's fingers, this world-class treasure was directly shattered, and finally turned into little rays of light and flew into the void. This thing is really useless to him. We're here any. Let's enjoy the maid's service and rest first. Anyway, all the points you came here have been spent. If you don't enjoy it, it will be a loss, Bai He murmured. He was led by the maids of the Great Tomb of Nazarick to a luxurious residence where he lived exclusively. After lying down on the comfortable big bed, Bai He finally breathed out comfortably. Have a night's rest. Let's go to Shield Hero's world tomorrow morning. It seems that the little angel Philo is about to hatch. Just in time to go find cute little Philo for stickers. Next day, early mornings. A standard biological clock wakes Bai He up from his sleep. After he put on his clothes and washed himself quickly, he said something casually to the surrounding air. "Tell me where Aints is now, moment." A maid with a delicate and lovely face appeared in front of him, knelt on one knee and reported quickly. "Lord Aints is taking your friends for daily training in the fighting arena." After finishing speaking, the lovely maids thought for a moment. "Do you need to eat first, a fighting arena? Bai He, please touch it in the original Bone King." Suzuki Satoru met most of the guardians in the arena. "Bring breakfast. Let's go to the fighting arena together." Bai He waved his hand. A door to a dimension is quickly opened and one steps into it. "Yes, please wait a moment." The lovely maid stood up quickly after seeing Bai He leave. He also disappeared directly into the room and flickered towards the kitchen. In the fighting arena, this should be the place where the original book is used to train NPCs. And occasionally there will be players practicing against each other. But after entering this real world, this place has truly become a place for the guardians of all levels to train and fight. It's only been 3 days. It's true that I've learned well tilde. From the viewing position of the fighting arena, while eating the luxurious breakfast prepared by the maid, Bai He watched the training of the beautiful girls below with great interest. First, needless to say, the new Shihua and the others. It's good to be able to get used to it on the first day. Secondly, it's Riko. Liuhua has really changed her job to become a magic caster now. And she doesn't even know how to get one that can change the color of the pupil of her left eye. Now I'm really the evil king's true eye envoy, Li Li Zhao tilde. Next, go to Kaguya and change to the villa, keep updating. After reading the training results of these beautiful girls, and eating happily and packing a breakfast, go go go, he disappeared directly from the spectator seats of the fighting arena, and returned to the small rental house in the daily world. Secondary skill to perform powerful attacks tilde. Bai He murmured with a smile. Bai He also stood up and stretched. Afterwards, I will go to the world of Dunyangs and have a good time with little angel Philo tilde. Perhaps these two have the ability to lower their breath. Therefore, instead of learning magic, they learned combat skills such as combat and hidden breath killing. Raise your hand and wave, time to go. After being harassed by the lost demon before, the Shinomiya family directly chose to change their stationed address. Besides, I don't know if it's Bai He's illusion. He found that the location of the Shinomiya family's changed residence seemed to be not far from his small rental house. And it was not even far away from the villa that the Shinomiya family gave him tilde. For such small things, Bai He usually doesn't bother to pay attention to it. After all, this is human nature, and he will look for existences that are several times more powerful than himself to rely on, so as to seek some sense of security. And the Shinomiya family didn't really disturb his normal life. So Bai He didn't care about it. It's really impressive. When we came to the new Shinomiya family mansion again, look at this crystal wall, splendid. Extremely huge and solemn mansion. Bai He also sighed again with a smile. But this time there has been a fundamental change from the last time. The last time I came to Shinomiya's house, I sighed when I saw Bai He in the luxurious mansion. It was a sigh from the bottom of my heart, but now, feeling more appreciated and looked at after all. If Bai He really wanted this kind of thing now, it is estimated that countless people in the world would try their best to deliver it to him on their knees in an instant. This is not an exaggeration tilde. Master Bai He, long time no see. The name of the head of the Sigong family was Sigong Yanin. Bai He recalled it slightly, only then did I remember it. After all, this kind of name rarely appears even in Shinomiya Kagahara's plot. So Bai He is really too lazy to pay attention to it. 183 has been busy during this period. This time I came here to prepare to move into the villa. Bai He nodded, he said with still gentle expression. The last time Shinomiya Kaguya personally delivered the keys to the villa and the property, Bai He did not accept them after all at that time. He also felt that he would not move in the short term. Therefore he didn't take it. But let Shinomiya Kaguya hold it directly. Just clean the villa from time to time, this This is also the reason why Bai He came directly to Shinomiya's house this time. After all, if he had the key and the property, he would probably go to the villa directly now without having to make a special trip. I'm not tired though, okay, Mr. Bai He. We have been doing our best to maintain and clean your villa during this period. You are guaranteed to live in it right away. Sigong Yanan's serious old face. At this moment, he forced a strange smile in front of Bai He, as if he was reluctantly learning to smile. But this is normal. People like Sigong Yanan have directly inherited the family business since childhood and are still in power at the peak of Changhang. Naturally, I am not good at this kind of flattering smile. But Bai He doesn't care either. Wait a moment, if Mr. Bai He has nothing else to do, you can come in and rest for a while. Kaguya will be back soon. She will take you there and arrange everything when the time comes. Sigong Yanan smiled, his tone and posture very low. He doesn't look like a chaebol leader at all even. It was even lower than the last time I saw Bai He. That's annoying, Bai He nodded. It is naturally better to have such a cute and beautiful girl to accompany you to see the villa than to be alone. But Bai He is more concerned about another point. That's the attitude of Shinigong Yanan now. It stands to reason. Even if Sigong Yanan knew that he was very strong, he could only rely on the breathing knife technique he performed with one hand on his crotch. Perhaps being present at that time could still shock Sigong Yanan. But how could a big conglomerate like Sigong Yanan, which is famous all over the world, still have such a humble attitude towards a young man who looks like Song Jin's Diant Kung Fu for so long? Amazed during this period, the Shinomiya family experienced something interesting again. Otherwise, just relying on Bai He's invisible special effects sword skills is not enough to make a wealthy family like the Shinomiya respectful for so long. As for being grateful, gratitude is the most worthless thing in a chaebol family. If the master of the fourth palace has something to do, you might as well tell him directly. I hesitated and felt a little awkward after reading it. Soon, Sigong Yanan took Bai He to a living room and poured him a cup of tea personally. Subsequently, he sat opposite Bai He and pretended to hesitate without saying a word. To this, Bai He saw what he meant to lead him to ask questions. So he followed his instructions directly after all. He really wanted to see it during this period. The Shinomiya family encountered those interesting little stories again. I really can't hide anything from you, Mr. Bai He. See Bai He answer the call. Sigong Yanan finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was really a little scared. Bai He could see it. But he deliberately didn't answer the call. Can I take the liberty to ask, Mr. Bai He, your strength? To what point does it reach, soon? After thinking for a moment, Sigong Yanan finally took a deep breath and said seriously, Bai He saw this. The curiosity in my heart became even stronger. I saw him slowly picking up the teacup and taking a sip of tea. Hell, does the master of the fourth house want to do something to me? No, Master Bai He, you have misunderstood. Seeing Bai He say this, Sigong Yanan's expression suddenly changed. He quickly stood up and began to explain with some urgency, as if he was afraid that Bai He would misunderstand. Master Bai He, you are the benefactor of my entire Shinomiya family. Naturally, I will not be disrespectful to you, mainly. Since you last left my Shinomiya family, many large chaebol families in the world have been attacked by various supernatural forces. Therefore, we gathered together and tried to form an organization that could resist attacks by supernatural forces. The organization has been established, and it is estimated that it will be announced to the entire world soon. The name is World Heroes Association, B. Hero Association. Bai He was stunned. He always felt that the name sounded somewhat familiar. Yes, Bai Heshin. Even after we established the World Heroes Association and gathered the power of other large consortiums to explore the world together. What an amazing discovery. There are many beings with supernatural powers in this world. Speaking of which, Sigong Yanan secretly looked at Bai He, as if to see his reaction to this matter after all. when he discovered that there were so many people with supernatural abilities in this world. He was shocked after a while. Sigong Yanan didn't see any expression on Bai He's face. So he continued, "We will collect these people later. And prepare to give it a unified name, Hero. This is also a call for more beings with supernatural powers to join the World Association of Heroes and protect the world from those chaotic and extraordinary beings. What you say is so righteous and awe-inspiring." Bai He curled his lips. "I'm afraid if you, the world's top Keeble, hadn't been threatened, you probably wouldn't have thought of setting up some kind of World Heroes Association." Wrongs. Wait a minute. World Heroes Association. If the world is removed from this thing, we can look at it according to the establishment process. Isn't this horse riding the same process in the world of One Punch Man, where the world's richest man, Algna, created the Heroes Association? Think of this. Bai He's eyes twitched and he asked uncertainly, wouldn't these heroes be divided into strength levels? And the opposing chaotic supernatural forces be divided into hazard levels? In terms of heroes, divide S a B, C, D. The opposing chaotic supernatural powers are divided into gods. Dragons, ghosts, tigers, wolvesek, right? Sigong Yanan of Bai He saw. Bai He looked at the shocked Sigong Yanan opposite. He couldn't help but cover his face with one hand. He could basically guess it just by looking at his expression. "I guessed it right. It seems that I really underestimated the ability of magic to change this daily world. This is a direct step to the Hero Association's troubles, ah." Bai He exhaled slowly. But soon he couldn't help but become curious again. So, now that the Hero Association has been sorted out, will we be able to see Tatsumakiya legal Lolita in the future? To be honest, Bai He is really greedy for the legal Lolita dragon role. After all, it's just that green Cheongsam that is thin, but can achieve all-round awesomeness and seduction without revealing anything. It left a deep shock to Bai He, who watched One Punch Man for the first time. This is also the reason why Bai He immediately thought of Tornado when he mentioned the Heroes Association. This giant horse is really cute. While Bai He was still thinking about the tornado, the Sigong Yanan opposite is now so shocked by Bai He's words just now that its brain is a little down. To know, the level customization that Bai He just mentioned casually seemed to have been customized by several chaeballs just last night. Basically, there will be no possibility of leakage unless Bai He's true strength is definitely beyond his knowledge. However, Shinigong Yanan still couldn't believe his speculation. After all he knows about Bai He is that Bai He has beautiful swordsmanship and does not know the standard of strength. Just rely on sword skills. You can't do such an incredible thing. Think of this. Sigong Yanan swallowed and finally asked Bai He more seriously. "Master Bai He, what you said is right. We are just preparing to start grading, as you said. At the same time, I am talking to you this time to ask if you have any ideas about being a worshipper of my Shinomiya family." Well, the word enshrine was a word proposed by a plutocrat from the ancient dragon kingdom. Speaking of which, Sigong Yanan paused for a moment before continuing, I wonder if you can tell us your approximate strength. Bai He heard Sigong Yanan speaking opposite him. Only then did he come back from thinking about the tornado. Listening to Shinomiya Yanan's question, Bai He was dumbfounded for a while and shook his head. He's not afraid of showing off his strength or anything like that. After all, Bai and his grandma's current maximum power can directly explode small galaxies. So what's the secret? So he couldn't laugh or cry now. No one would believe this thing. And the most important thing is that Bai He really can't prove his strength. After all, it's impossible for Bai He to take action now and directly give Yonglu. The Ash is capital of the solar system, right? As far as my strength is concerned, it's really hard to describe. If you insist on describing it, just think that I can. Bai He thought about it carefully and was just about to compile a more reasonable standard of strength. But the words were suddenly interrupted by the sound of chaotic footsteps. Bang, as the chaotic footsteps get closer and closer. Then the owner of the footsteps pushed open the door of the reception room directly and rudely. Yanan frowned. I just wanted to stand up and scold him for being ignorant. But the servant who rushed in said it first. Master of the family, something happened. Somewhere in Shinjuku, a scary giant popped up out of nowhere. Miss Kaguya is not far from that terrifying giant right now. Can't escape. After the servant finished speaking, he still didn't forget to hand over a tablet computer that he had been holding in his hand to Yanan. Yanan's complexion changed and he quickly took it and looked at the picture above. Seeing this, Bai He also moved up to take a look curiously. I saw a chaotic street is displayed on the tablet, and there are countless people running frantically for their lives on this street, trying their best to avoid a huge foot behind them. Among this group of people, there happened to be Shinomiya Kaguya, who was running away with a silly-looking pink-haired girl. In this situation, it seems that he has become separated from the family's bodyguard. What's going on? Where did this giant appear out of nowhere? Although Shinomiya Anan usually doesn't pay much attention to Kaguya, this is still one of his heirs. As a result, he was suddenly in danger. He was somewhat panicked. My lord, I don't know the specifics at the moment. However, the other heads of the Hero Association seem to have sent out powerful heroes they have found. It seems, he is preparing to kill this terrifying giant. The servant said some surveillance footage also fell out. But Shinomiya Yanan is still in the mood to watch this. These beasts, don't they care about Kaguya's life or death at all? If those superpowers are dispatched under this situation, the fleeing civilians and Kaguya will probably die in the aftermath. Yanan saw it clearly, this giant is extremely huge. So the range of damage it causes is naturally extremely terrifying. And this kind of damage range, coupled with the aftermath of the battle after this group of heroes arrived, I'm afraid the entire Shinjuku area will have to be completely rebuilt later. And at this time, everyone who flees for their lives at the feet of the giant will also be affected by the aftermath of the battle. With no possibility of survival tid. Just when Yanan was in despair, out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly saw Bai He, who was drinking tea leisurely. Suddenly his eyes lit up. Zero, please give me flowers. Take a deep breath immediately, Master Bai He. I beg you to save Kaguya from now on. My Shinomiya family will definitely provide you with everything you ask for, as long as we can give it. As soon as this word came out, not waiting for Bai He to agree, Yanan regretted it. He was indeed impulsive just now. But then I thought about it again. A being as powerful as Bai He might not look down on the Sigong family itself. So he was relieved again. No need. Don't the heads of the fourth palace want to know my specific strength? Now is the right time. Let's take a look together. Correct, let me tell you in advance. I have no interest in that thing World Heroes Association you established. So you can give me the reward as you see it. Bai He smiled. Put down the teacup in your hand and directly explain the stakes. To prevent some flies from coming back to disturb his normal life in the future. Of course there is no problem, you can take action. I am absolutely grateful. Seeing Bai He's casual expression, Yanan was also secretly frightened. At the same time, the speculation about Bai He's strength has also been raised a few degrees. There's nothing interesting about just rescuing Shinomiya Kaguya. Then let's try another super magic. Bai He exhaled slowly, looking at the tablet. The giant raging in the city looks more and more familiar. Thinking of the previous Heroes Association, suddenly, Bai He had a sudden enlightenment. Isn't this horse-riding giant brother who slapped his own brother to death? I didn't expect this thing to appear. Bai He sighed as he was outrageous, also casually. Just like wiping his mouth after a meal. He opened a dimensional door in the air with his bare hands. Immediately, he even reached out directly and evacuated Shinomiya Kaguya and the pink hair who were far away in Shinjuku district. This is how it works. This directly stunned Kaguya and Fenma, who were still desperate just now even. It's not just Kaguya, even Yanan. who was just about to watch Bai He show off his skills, looked at his daughter with a blank expression. This is back now, and Bai He didn't care either. He stretched and said calmly, switch world disaster. To be honest, in fact, Sigong Yanan had roughly estimated Bai He's strength before. After all, back then, the scene where Bai He swung that flaming long knife and killed the lost demon extremely gracefully was quite intuitive. But Sigong Yanan's previous speculation about Bai He has always been on things related to martial arts. As for the flames that emanated from Bai He's saber back then, he just thought it was caused by automatic friction when he swung the saber too fast. But this, wave your hand to open a door that can span space, and you can easily send people tens of kilometers away. Directly and forcefully pulled him in front of him. This ability, it's not like a warrior playing with a knife can do it. And what? Why do I think this horse riding is magic the more I look at it? It's now not only Shinomiya Kaguya, but also Shinomiya Kaguya and Fujiwara Chika, who were dragged back from Shinjuku by Bai He with a dazed look on their faces. At this moment, everyone looked at each other in confusion. Subsequently, after seeing Bai He, Shinomiya Kaguya seemed to suddenly think of something, and quickly stood up from the ground 287, and bowed to Bai He without hesitation. Thank you for coming to the rescue. Shinomiya Kaguya is very smart, although she is also an extremely shocking Bai He who is playing with knives. She can actually draw a space ability at will. But look at the hint on my father's expression, and the teacup on the table that seems to be steaming slightly. She could roughly guess what her father and Bai He were talking about. And during this conversation, she just happened to die again. And this just coincided with Bai He's timing. Little things. Bai He waved his hand. He just casually pulled Shinomiya Kaguya back to the manor. Without doing much, anyway, for Bai He this is the case. All right, now that you're safe, then let's start the next stage. Bai He said. The momentum around him began to surge crazily. Endless black flames, as if emerging from the void, began to burn on Bai He's body. World disaster in the dark. There seemed to be a cold voice. Next moment, Bai He's body, wrapped in endless black flame, slowly began to grow in size, touching the roof of the villa before stopping. Next, the flames that wrapped Bai He's body gradually transformed into artifacts about world disasters. The beak doctor cloak of an ancient noble, the embellished pocket watch, and the giant sharp claws. Have to admit it, this moment, the aura on Bai He's body is like an elegant demon slowly coming out of the hell of Daxia. He behaves politely and generously, but every second is filled with an extremely terrifying and dangerous atmosphere. Really? The world's resistance to world disaster professions is even stronger than it was in Shield Yang. It even seems as if I will be completely expelled in the next second. What? Bai He felt the invisible pressure in the surrounding air and shook his head involuntarily. Although he cannot avoid this resistance, but with the Wanji chat group here, Bai He is really not afraid that the will of this world will kick him out of the world. All right, next it's time for a gorgeous performance. Bai He took a deep breath. For the time being, I ignored this invisible pressure. Subsequently, he walked directly out of the reception room and slowly raised his 2 pairs of extremely sharp devil claws. Next, buzz. Countless blue and white crystal magic arrays began to outline around Bai He. But the number was obviously smaller than the last time Bai He released the sacrificial magic dedicated to the goddess of Fengyang in the Shield Hero world. This is understandable after all. The super-level magic released by Bai He this time does not have the characteristic of mainly attacking, but mainly plays a protective role, so this momentum seems to be slightly behind the sacrifice to the goddess Fengyang. Magician, Kaguya, look, he is really a magician. And with so many magic circles, it feels like he is about to release something big. Chika Fujiwara has never met Bai He, so it's only now that I have finally recovered from the dangerous shock just now. Magic mage, is this your true strength? No. Although Shinomiya Kaguya was shocked, but he was not as stunned by Bai He as his father and Fujiwara Chika were. After all, she had seen even scarier things in Bai He's small rental house. She also saw with her own eyes that Bai He brought a dragon lady back directly from outside. So think about it this way, Bai He knows some magic. So there seems to be nothing to fuss about, really. It was right to persuade my father to pay attention to Bai He. Kaguya's wine-red pupils flickered at first. When her father Shinomiya established the World Heroes Association with many chaebols and found many powerful super-educators, he basically started to despise Bai He, after all. Bai He's expressiveness was there at the beginning. If you want a single round of gorgeousness and performance, there is no way they can compare to those strange superpowers and extraordinary beings. As for Shinomiya being able to treat Bai He so respectfully just now, it was naturally because Shinomiya Kaguya gave him a vague reminder before. That's what finally led to the result otherwise. I'm afraid Sigong Yanan wouldn't have had such a good attitude when she first met Bai He. So to sum up, it can be regarded as Shinomiya Kaguya saving herself tilde. Ready to complete. Let's begin super magic, the heavenly army is coming. Bai He took a deep breath and gave it a gentle blow. The moment, all the blue and white magic circles surrounding him began to roar. Finally, they combined to form a giant pillar of light. It flew straight towards the direction where the giant was wreaking havoc in Shinjuku. The show is about to begin tilde. The corners of Bai He's mouth raised slightly, and he immediately turned to look at Sigong Yanan, who was already stunned, the head of the fourth house. Is there anything you can see over there in Shinjuku area? If so, I'm afraid you can enjoy a good show tilde. The reason why Bai He said this, the main thing is, he doesn't have any magical skills similar to surveillance. Maybe that's why Suzuki Nozomi thinks he doesn't need to monitor places. Right. So Bai He could only retreat and look at Sigong Yanan. Yes, please follow me just now. In order to thoroughly promote the World Heroes Association, other chaebols gave their own heroes a sign. A large-scale live broadcast with great popularity has been launched in various countries. Of course, there are neon lights here too. As Sigong Yanan spoke, he also respectfully invited Bai He into a huge movie hall. As for Shinomiya Kaguya Fujiwara Chika, and Hayasaka AI who sneaked in at some unknown time soon. With the arrival of Bai He et al., the huge movie hall in front of us already has pictures. And in this picture, there is a clear live broadcast about the appearance of the terrifying giant in Shinjuku City. Looking at the angles, it should be a satellite live broadcast without a doubt. Keep updating, didn't you see the tornado? There is also a sexy prisoner. There are many twists and turns in the establishment of the hero of this world. Shadow Bladewitch is not as mature as in One Punch Man. There are a few familiar figures. This live broadcast also entered the theme, it seems. It seems like everyone is guarding against the other side. But Bai He didn't care about this, they did not attack too. Zero immediately but looked at each other. This is the Hero Association in One Punch Man. And the next moment, these are the reasons why Bai He can hand over the name or title. That is because these people are the S-level heroes in the Hero Association in the original One Punch Man, which can be considered the reason for their relatively high appearance rate. Bai He only remembered it correct. Bai He also discovered an undocumented knight tilde. The current equipment or abilities of these heroes are much weaker than those shown in the original drama. Maybe it's because the Heroes Association in the everyday world has just been formed. Bai He looked at the big screen. These familiar yet unfamiliar characters made me feel nostalgic for a while. At the same time, he is also interested in the live broadcast rooms in various countries created by the alliance of plutocrats around the world. After all, in the eyes of these plutocrats, these heroes are synonymous with a lot of money. And of course they can protect their existence. Bai He didn't even doubt it at all. If this group of chaebols mastered the potion or method that could give people superpowers, it is estimated that there is an 80 to 90% chance that the world view of the black-robed picket team will be repeated tilde. Even, it is not impossible to work together to create a native of the motherland tilde. Maybe it's really possible, after all. This daily world is so messy that anything can pop out of it. The worldview of a black-robed picket seems to be not that exaggerated tilde. The author will not add other elements for the time being. And will deal with some pitfalls first. Don't worry, the author will not run away. The old book, it's because of the yang that the eunuch became gay h. Think of this, Bai He shook his head silently. Even if this kind of thing happened, it would probably spread from Yinglong. It's not something he should consider for the time being tilde. Igu, since it's a live broadcast. Let's give the people of this world a little magic shock tilde. The corners of Bai He's mouth raised. But he didn't think too much and looked at it quietly. At the same time, he did not forget to open the live broadcast room of the chat group and at all the group members who he had not contacted for a while. Everyday life's a certain ultimate blue and white alien, it's 3 o'clock. Let's have tea first. Daily life a certain ultimate blue and white alien, at all members. Come and see me showing off. Daily a certain ultimate blue and white alien. A certain ultimate blue and white alien opens the live broadcast room. Flying Squirrel join the live broadcast room. Fire Cat Girl join the live broadcast room. Sad Little Fairy Fox join the live broadcast room. The Little Devil hanging on the ancestors join the live broadcast room. Blue is Wisdom join the live broadcast room. Angel Kesha join the live broadcast room. Mass-produced Spider join the live broadcast room. Silver Wolf joined the live broadcast room for a while. With Bai He so at all the members' moment. It blew up several group members who were fishing and entered the live broadcast interval one after another. Super God Sad Little Elf Fox, once I accept my weakness, then I will be invincible. Super God Sad Fairy Little Fox, so. Super God Sad Fairy Little Fox, what happened? What happened? What happened? Wang Flying Squirrel woohoo. I'm so tired from teaching these 2 days. Are you in a cinema? Are you showing a movie to the public? Bone King Mamangas no. Why does the magic circle in the sky in the movie look so familiar? What? Bone King Mamanga, isn't this the arrival of the super magical heavenly army? Wonderful World Blue is Wisdom, nanny nanny nanny. Is this the kind of movie that shows the human world? Wonderful World Blue is Wisdom. It just so happened that I just sent away a reincarnated person. So I just want to take a look tilde. The King of Time, the little demon king hanging on the ancestors, at Pathetis enchanting little fox. I don't know whys, but I always feel that these 2 sentences of yours have an inexplicable familiar feeling. What? Marvel Spider-Man mass-produced Spider, the group is so lively today. Take a look tilde. Bengtai Yinlang at some ultimate blue and white alien. Bai He, when can you come over and pick up that dragon of yours? Bengtai Silver Wolf, if you don't pick it up. Leo's brain will shut down, see this. Bai He also rang slightly when he went to Bengti World. It seems that Thor was directly asked to follow the protagonist group to Yarilo 6 as an unknown guest. But a look at Silver Wolf's tone. Could it be that something happened to Thor? Everyday life's a certain ultimate blue and white alien, what happened? Happened, no. Everyday life a certain ultimate blue and white alien, at Pathetisel Fox. It's all your fault, this has all gone wrong for me. Super God Sad Little Fairy Fox, Luan Leo tilde. Everyday life a certain ultimate blue and white alien, gooey. Daily's a certain ultimate blue and white alien, at Silverwolf. So it's Thor who caused the trouble. Bengtai Yinlang, yes. Bengtai Yinlang, originally according to Leo's script. Now Xing and the others should be wanted by the Guardian. And then came into contact with the Earth Fire. Bengtai Yinlang, but now. Benti Silver Wolf, now that dragon of yours has been captured alive by the Guardian. She actually captured Kaguya and Branya alive. Bengtai Silver Wolf, anyway. Please come over and take care of me recently. Otherwise, I feel like a Leo will really go crazy. Everyday life, a certain ultimate blue and white alien. What? Everyday life's a certain ultimate blue and white alien, okay. What? I'll go take a look after I finish dealing with things here. Daily life, a certain ultimate blue and white alien. Okay tilde, the show is about to begin, Wyjin is coming tilde. Bai He looked at the words coming out of Silver Wolf. He pinched the bridge of his nose involuntarily. Thor is better at staying alive than he is. This horse went directly to Belobberg to be captured alive by the Great Guardian and Branya. Tusk. Is this going to turn Belobberg's Starcore rebellion into Mondstadt's dragon disaster? Be careful. Some yellow guy comes across the world to F***KU. Bai He exhaled slowly, while thinking about how to solve Bengti in the future. He also looked at the clear big screen live broadcast. Above, it just so happens that the super magic in the sky has been outlined. 4 splendid and gigantic angels coming slowly. At the same time, Neon Shinjuku area at this time. The Shinjuku area had completely turned into ruins, with countless broken walls mixed with some bloody corpses. This is the most realistic scene after the weirdo appears. And this time, countless superpowers are frantically attacking that terrifying giant. Some people were breathing fire at the giant, and the flames they emitted seemed extremely terrifying. Some people waved invisible wind blades casually, and some people's bodies expanded to 2 meters tall and hugged the giant hammer. These things look dazzling and extremely gorgeous. But actually it's really useless after all at this time. Most superpowers and extraordinary beings do not have true combat capabilities. This is simply a group of highly skilled gua sha masters. After so many attacks for a long time, I haven't even knocked off a layer of this giant skin tilde. Even the skills and abilities of the S-class heroes that Bai He was familiar with before were superior to those of ordinary heroes. Go, keep updating, but holy shit, it's a big car. What is this for? Angel, a moment and a half. What the hell is that? F***K, stop fighting. Look up at the sky, isn't it? An angel has come. But it's not as powerful as in the original work. There is nothing we can do about this giant. This is actually quite normal, Gangan. World Heroes Association. If there is no interference from any external force, then today should be the time when this Heroes Association first emerges. Even because of the birth of this Hero Association, many extraordinary powers hidden under the surface of daily life will also appear in the future in a very reasonable and legal way, and be more naturally accepted by everyone until then. This seemingly normal daily life will gradually turn into a place where angels, demons, gods, and monsters run rampant, and history. This is how it should be developed until Shinjuku area. This can be regarded as the most prosperous area in the entire Neon world. But at this time, it was crazily destroyed and trampled by a tall and terrifying giant. Although it looks pretty cool like this, but at this time, many plutocrats in the world who have joined forces to create the World Hero Association are preparing to use this to gather themselves into so-called heroes and directly promote them. Events unfold slowly. Countless heroes with various abilities began to use their various abilities to attack the huge giant. These abilities look awesome, but they are also somewhat effective. At least they slow down the progress of the terrifying giant. At the same time, in addition, major chaeballs have opened live broadcast rooms and various traffic diversion and publicity. For a while, these superpowers and extraordinary beings who were pushed to the shelves directly became so-called heroes. But just when everything developed as expected by all the chaeballs, above the vast blue sky suddenly, an extremely huge, terrifying magic circle slowly appeared. The magic circle was a crystal blue-white color, with dots of starlight glowing in it. It gave an inexplicable sense of oppression, but this is not the point. The point is, after the blue magic circle gradually became clear, 6 extremely huge and majestic pure white angels slowly descended into the world. That's right. Right in the live broadcast room of countless people around the world, angels are slowly coming to Earth. In the chat rooms of the world's major chaeballs, everyone among them frowned and looked confused when they saw this scene again. Know what's going on here? Have you recruited powerful supernatural beings or extraordinary Harada again? Tusk. With this kind of scale and powerful visual impact, I am afraid that even if it is an illusion, it will probably be well hyped in the future and make a lot of money. Quick, whose hero is this? Come out and claim it. We will have more exchanges and development in the future. None of these world's plutocrats think that they are real angels. After all, even if they believe that there are such things as monsters in this world and have many extraordinary powers, they will not believe it. The supreme divine angel suddenly descended into the world like this. This is more or less ordinary, right? Finally. Shinomiya Yanan, who had been silent in the chat room. After reading through the chat history, looking at Bai He on the other side, who was watching the live broadcast with great interest. Smile slightly immediately, Tianchi replied. Forget it. This is just a magic that people release casually. So those angels also really exist. As for the power of these angels, then continue watching the live broadcast tilde. Following these few words from Sigong Yanan, he replied. The world's Chaebol chat room, which had been somewhat silent, suddenly became lively again. Magic. The Shinomiya family has recruited an extraordinary person who can use magic. What a blessing! Are you sure it's really an angel? A majestic angel should be on the throne of God. How could it be summoned by a magician's magic? I guess it's just looking at bluffing people. Don't forget heroines. Judging from the strength of all the extraordinary beings we have recruited during this period, there are absolutely no existences of this level, indeed. If an angel of this level could be summoned by a transcendent, then the world's structure would probably change tilde. We'll see. I feel like something is wrong. When a person does not have a clear understanding of the entire world, then his highest understanding of this world is just the limit of what he can imagine tilde. Sigong Yanan looked at these messages and did not reply. At the same time, he subconsciously glanced at Bai He, who was sitting not far away eating popcorn and not looking like a strong man at all. Suddenly, inexplicably, an interesting story from the East came to mind. The Emperor's golden hoe at the same time. Just when many forces were shaking because of the arrival of Bai He's super magic heavenly army. Shinjuku area. These 6 majestic wise angels who slowly descended finally took action. Seiyu. These guarding angels slowly raised the giant swords in their hands. High in the sky and pointed at the giants on the ground. The 6 swords shone with a cold light at this moment. It was really like an angel judging the world. Boom, boom, boom. Next moment, 6 rays of raging lightning began to gather and wreak havoc at the tip of the long sword. The faint sound of a thunderstorm could almost be heard clearly by the residents of Neon at this moment. And the giant who was leisurely destroying the place on the ground seemed to be stimulated by the thunder. The huge body visibly trembled next moment. Even under the inconceivable eyes of everyone. He turned around and ran quickly. That action seemed to show that the giant was afraid of the giant angel in the sky. But this is also normal after all. Looking at these flickering and violent thunder lights, there are many heroes around who have been instructed to leave the scene. At this moment, his scalp is also numb, and his heart is inexplicably beginning to fantasize about what will happen to him when the thunder that destroys the world strikes him. In the end, these heroes all shivered in unison. The result would definitely be that they died without even a trace left. At the same time, just when these heroes are thinking, the 6 violent thunders in the sky were condensed. Next moment, accompanied by a mighty roar. Those 6 terrifying thunderbolts were directly chasing the fleeing giant. Under this extremely majestic thunder light, no matter how fast the giant runs, it will be useless at all. After all, this giant doesn't have the speed to run through thunder and lightning. Boom, boom, boom. Next second. By the time everyone reacted, the berserk thunder had forcibly knocked down the giant. Under the violent explosion, a small mushroom cloud was even produced on the spot. Roar. The giant at this moment has already fallen to the ground under the bombardment of 6 bolts of thunder. Even the vocal cords were damaged. And the words I wanted to say could only turn into painful roars at this moment. And the roar won't last long because, in the sky above the giant, the 6 wise angels who were originally far away flickered over. This teleportation-like ability once again made everyone around feel cold. It has fast speed and strong attack, as you can tell by its size and armor. I'm afraid the defense is not bad either. This riding horse is simply 6 weapons of war, stab, Finally, the 6 cherubs floating above the giant pierced the giant long swords into the giant's body without emotion. Rumble the next moment. The thunder light directly enveloped the entire giant's body. Until the past for a while, these 6 supreme sages slowly disappeared before everyone's eyes. Disappeared together with one obtained is the endless majestic thunder light. And the terrifying giant who just came back to life. For a while the whole world seemed a little silent. Tusk. Sure enough, a guardian angel is a guardian angel after. Isn't the attack power a bit weak? Bai He shook his head in disappointment. The biggest role of this wise angel is to protect the summoner. Not the main summoner to attack. But even so, pack up a little giant with superpowers. Still easy. And the members of the Shinomiya family who heard Bai He's murmur. But they are all silent, then it's outrageous. At this moment, Shinigong Yanin is very lucky that he listened to Kaguya's words before. So he just showed all kinds of respect to Bai He otherwise. As long as he was disrespectful or contemptuous towards Bai He just now. Well, I'm afraid that the angel who just disappeared in the sky over Shinjuku City at this moment will appear directly above the heads of the Shinomiya family. This is a really extraordinary power. Looking at Bai He's carefree look, Shinomiya Kaguya couldn't help but think of it. When the Shinomiya family, together with many plutocrats around the world, secretly recruited various superpowers and extraordinary beings. Those extraordinary beings were arrogant or had a superior attitude. We'll now make a comparison. Tusk. These so-called extraordinary beings and superpowers seem to be no different from ordinary people in front of Bai He. Bai He can easily crush an ordinary person to death now. So he will probably crush these superpowers to death with ease too. Alright, since I've finished watching the big drama, I won't stay any longer. Bai He took a deep breath and stood up slowly. He still has more things to do next. And the drama just now was regarded as an entertainment activity during the break. Tusk, it's better to go to Bangti and have a look first. Don't let Jackie Chan attract the attention of some star gods. Then there will be some minor trouble. Bai He shook his head. He originally planned to go directly to Dunyoung's world to establish a time and space anchor after finishing dealing with the villa. Afterwards, I had a good time with the little angel Philo and the little white tiger. But 5, 6, 7 now, it's probably going to be postponed, but if I go there this time, if I really meet some of the star gods' envoys and have a good fight, that wouldn't be bad, Bai He thought. He didn't care what the Shinomiya family was feeling. Immediately with a swipe of his hand, he opened the door to the dimension and walked in, etc. Finally, just as Bai He was about to leave, Shinomiya Kaguya, who had been hesitant, finally stopped him with some anxiety. Stop. You are longing for powers. Or you are longing to have the same power as me, just know, right? Bai He yawned with Kaguya Shinomiya's look right now. Even if he had never studied psychology, he could directly see what he wanted to express, so Bai He directly interrupted the spell casting and forced to say what Kaguya wanted to say. It would be nice to have true transcendence. Shinomiya Kaguya glanced at Bai He with some anxiety, as if she was taboo about something after all. When she first got to know Bai He, she knew that although Bai He's life experience was a bit confusing, most of them had the same hobbies and ways of looking at things as the people of the Dragon Kingdom. Therefore, after what Bai He just said, Shinomiya Kaguya subconsciously thought of those so-called disciples of the Dragon Kingdom who starved their masters to death. It's although a bit bloody, but it still needs to be treated with caution. Don't be so cautious. If you can catch up with me, I will be happy. Bai He smiled helplessly. To be honest, his trump card and ultimate strength has always been Monster Girl and Big Monster, as well as the successor of Reblondo, so like this world disaster template in the Bone King world. It's just that Bai He has a fresh feel now, and it's easy to use without getting tired of it. Therefore, he didn't care at all what Kaguya was thinking even. If Kaguya can gain the same strength as his current world disaster, then Bai He will probably clap his hands and shout that he is awesome. After all, this strength is for nothing. Okay. Don't beat around the bush. If you want to have the strength I have, know you can. It's absolutely possible. You can even bring your maid and best friend with you. Speaking of which, Bai He paused, however. I have to go to another world to deal with some small problems now. You guys wait a minute. Wait until I come back and I'll send you there. That's right. Bai He plans to send Kaguya and others into the world of Bone King to experience and learn. After all, there are also red threads on the heads of Kaguya and others. After returning from Bengti this time, let's go find the Great Red and the Infinite Dragon God. The daily world has become such a ghost. I don't know what these two guys are doing. Bai He shook his head. He didn't wait for Kaguya and others to reply. He waved his hand to cancel the dimensional door, thus directly opening the chat group of all worlds, selecting the iron collapsing world, and traveling directly through it, buzz. With the sound of a slight tearing of space by his figure. It also slowly disappeared into this world tilde. The Shinomiya family was left alone in silence for a long time. I'm old, Dark Knights. You will be in charge of the Shinomiya family from now on. Finally, Shinigong Yanan stared blankly at where Bai He left. After thinking for a long time, he patted seeing Kaguya on the shoulder. Then he left the screening room silently. Father. Shinomiya Kaguya didn't say anything. And she knew very clearly that if it weren't for Bai He and his power that was so powerful that it would be impossible to have bad thoughts. It is estimated who will end up in the hands of the Shinomiya family is still unknown. Hasake go and tidy up Bai He's villa carefully, and then select some capable maids to stand by according to the situation. Shinomiya Kaguya took a deep breath and slowly left the screening room. And he gave instructions before leaving. Hayasaka AI took a deep look at Shinomiya Kaguya's back, and immediately made some kind of determination. With a serious look on his face, he continued until he went to Bai He's villa, among them. Only Chika Fujiwara returned home in a daze and told her parents everything in detail. Collapsing Iron World, an extremely prosperous and nameless planet. This seems to be a place where trade is extremely developed. Immortal boat people and various races can be seen everywhere. There are even various species of foxes appearing. It can be seen from this. I am afraid that the connection between this planet and the immortal boat is not shallow. And at this moment, in a hidden corner, with the flickering of space fluctuations, Bai He walked out of the small space-time door, hiss. This is what the race in the universe should look like. Bai He walked out of the alley skillfully and saw the blooming flowers outside for the first time. And Bai He's modern and ordinary attire did not attract any attention at all. After all, there are many more weird costumes in the universe than Bai He tilde. Follow the pissiness of the chat group. Silver Wolf is probably around here. Bai He touched his chin. The chat group's world travel can be selected after the first travel, and when traveling again. You can directly come to the vicinity of the group members. Or you can return to the position when you left this world. Bai He was at the Black Tower space station when he left last time. Bai He was too lazy to go to that place. And also found Kafka and Blade following him, but this Starcore hunter like Silver Wolf lives in such a prosperous location. He is really a very talented person. A very unexpected figure broke into his sight only. Keep updating. Bai He shook his head. Sensing the surrounding aura, he quickly discovered the location of Silver Wolf. Bai He murmured, Zhangyuns. On the nameless lively planet, various races from the universe are communicating with each other. Then, most of them are people from various chambers of commerce under the Tianbo division on the Luofu immortal boat. As for why Bai He can recognize them so easily, that's not it yet in the original Star Dome rail, except for some changes in the clothes of some important characters. Other NPC characters seem to have their own type of uniforms, and some even don't have them. Zhangyun. Bai He looked at Tingyun with a smile and was talking to a businessman of another race, seemingly to buy a certain decoration. To be honest, Bai He actually doesn't know now. Has Tingyun been replaced by the great lord of extermination Huanwu during this period of time? After Alan Bengti's game, there was no detailed introduction to the stopping layer. Finally, even after the main mission of Xianzhu is completed, I haven't found anything about where the real Xingyun is. So something about stopping the cloud. Bai He is not ready to intervene yet. So as not to interfere with the normal plot trend, I definitely didn't do it to transform into a giant Leonix and fight with the Huanmu Jianmu body so that I wouldn't interfere. Certainly not, Bai He cleared his throat guiltily. In my mind, I even inexplicably thought of the so big giant body that Huan Wu built in the game after gaining the power of abundant wood. It's really a bit eye-catching, Tusk. I knew Bai He you were here, what were you looking at? And just when Bai He's thoughts were getting a little outrageous, a small hand suddenly pulled the corner of his clothes behind his back. Look back. This was the silver wolf who was holding a game console with a nonchalant expression and some breakfast in his hand. Nothing, I just saw a very interesting person, Tilda. Bai He shook his head. His eyes were inexplicably looking at the breakfast that silver wolf was carrying in his bag. It looks familiar, I blanched soda bean juice. There are actually people here who you can find interesting. I'm a little curious, after listening to Bai He's words. Yinlang also looked in the direction he just looked, but found nothing. Look back. I happened to see Bai He staring at the breakfast in his hand. Do you want to eat? I just happened to bring you one too. Especially this one. Soda bean juice, Tilda. I heard it seems to be a specialty of Xianzhu Luofu. I think you will like it, right? After all, Bai He. You seem to have said before that the setting of your hometown is similar to that of the Ferry Boat Alliance. Silver Wolf said. He was also preparing to give Bai He a portion of the soda bean juice in his hand. Bai He's no neds. Please enjoy this kind of thing with Kafka and the others, Tilda. I'll just forget it, Tilda. Bai He stepped back a little distance without moving. As for the strange taste of soda bean juice, you can refer to Blue Star Kyoto's bean juice, that smell. It's simply hard to describe in words, really. Okay then, Tilda, bring it to Kafka and Blade to taste later. Silver Wolf looked at the bean juice in his hand with some suspicion, and finally put it back immediately. While leading Bai He continued to ask casually, by the way, what did you see just now? You're not lying to me, are you? There was obviously nothing there just now, B. The Lord of Extermination, Huan Hao, Silver Wolf, 6. The conversation finally ended with Yin Lang looking at Bai He as if he were a fool. Soon, the two of them came to a residence that didn't look cheap. Tusk. A Star Corps hunter with such a high bounty is actually living in a luxury hotel like this. I have to say that the owner of this hotel is really fierce. Bai He walked aside while sighing at the prosperity here. If we go by the comparison in the games, the advanced facilities and comfort level here can even overwhelm the Goth Hotel in Bellowburg. And this Star Corps hunter, who is notorious throughout the universe, actually stays together like this, Tilda. It's also quite interesting, Tilda, cut. The forces in the universe are complicated, and not every place has people from the company. This is not too far from the Luofu Immortal boat. It is the kind of location where you don't care about anything. Full of dangers but also full of opportunities, Tilda. Silver Wolf rolled his eyes at Bai He. Then he opened the door directly and walked in. Most of the hotel rooms are suites, and the decorations look pretty good anyway. Bai He really likes this kind of decorative style, which feels inexplicably friendly. Yo. Are you all busy? As soon as I walked in the door, Bai He saw the Blade, who was meditating in the living room and seemed to be suppressing the demon's yin body every day, as well as with a faint smile on his side. He held up the card of the velvet coat in an inexplicably elegant gesture. His movements were gentle, and he didn't look like he was trying to protect his coat at all. On the contrary, I have an inexplicable feeling of astringency. Ball Kafka, I brought you someone. In the next few days, please don't disturb my study and game life, Silver Wolf said, while putting down the breakfast he was carrying. He patted Bai He on the back subsequently, after giving Bai He a come-on look. Then he yawned and walked towards the 10 bedrooms. Well, of course not, Kafka's tone remained soft. After carefully putting away the coat in his hand, he looked at Bai He with a gentle smile. Do whatever you want, Zero, please give me flowers. Want something to drink, have to say. There is a reason why Kafka was called Mother by many Benti players in his previous life. Just this inexplicable tender feeling. It's really outrageous, Bai He nodded. He put away the strange look in his eyes and immediately walked directly to the side of the knife. By the way, it was also the time when Kafka was making coffee. He looked curiously at the blade that was suppressing the demon's yin body. There is indeed a special power spreading tilde. Is this the so-called longevity power bestowed upon the immortal boat by abundance? Bai He watched with interest. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. The differences in the world are really great. In some worlds, people yearn for immortality and look for it all their lives. But there is no sign of immortality. Some worlds regard immortality as a curse, and even hunt down the god who bestowed it. Suddenly, Blade seemed to feel someone looking at him. Zero. Eyes shot open after seeing Bai He's appearance clearly. He immediately frowned and subconsciously wanted to hold the blade and strike Bai He's head. Listen to me, Tilda. Aaron, please go back to your room and rest first. I need to talk to this traveler between. The moment the swordsman touched the handle of the knife, Kafka held the coffee more punctually and said softly, "End." At the moment Kafka opened his mouth, Bai He also clearly saw an inexplicable thread of power wrapping around the opposite knife. If you don't want to die, stay away from me. Blade exhaled slowly. Is this the spirit of speech? Traveling through the world at will. Even a single individual has unpredictable power zones. I heard from Silver Wolf that you seem to be able to destroy galaxies by yourself. Kafka pushed a cup of coffee on the table. It was a bit different from his previous guess about Kafka's spiritual magic. Elliot even wants to give up his plans and scripts temporarily and just look at you. Bai He said with some interest as he watched the illusory thread disappear in front of him. It's a very interesting ability, Del. He picked up the knife beside him without saying a word, turned around and entered the room. Compared to my abilities, I am more curious about your abilities, Tilda snort. Go to the factories. This kind of spiritual talk is very interesting. Although this spirit-talking technique also relies on the soul to suppress the opponent, it is more of an ability similar to sleep, keep updating. Very capable of flavoring, forget it. If the world operates normally, I probably won't appear in a Leo script. I am not a puppet nor am I a slave to fate, Tilda, at least. Not in this world, Tilda. Bai He picked up the coffee on the table and took a sip. The taste was sweet and slightly bitter, but he had a very good grasp of it. This shows the proficiency of the coffee maker. If you have a chance, go to the Star Dome train again and try the coffee made by Heimko. Forget it, I slave to fate. Kafka's expression was still gentle with a faint smile, and she picked up the coffee and took a sip like Bai He. There are too many involved in this matter, and naturally more people will appear on the stage. Even the star god may be one of the puppets on this stage, Tilda. With a kind expression, Kafka uttered news that would shock any former Iron Universe. But this thing is for Bai He, in fact it feels like that. After all, if we look at Bai He's current 323 development situation, it is estimated that it will not be long before the combat power may be able to match the star god, or even surpass the high star god. It's not a bad idea, tilde. Nanook, the star god of destruction. Bai He slightly recalled the main line position he played before crossing. Same. Kafka in the original play seems to have said that in the future, the unnamed passengers of the star train, as well as the star sister, may have a good fight with the destroying star god. It seems you know a lot. Kafka's lifeless eyes flickered slightly, as if he was thinking about something, believe. Silver Wolf called you here this time to explain his purpose. Wright said, hey, this is indeed my fault at that time. I really didn't consider that Yarilo 6 was so weak. Even Thor can wreak havoc at will, Bai He shook his head. The main purpose of his coming this time is to correct the plot. By the way though, some work and earn points certainly. Correcting the plot and rectifying life are the main goals. After all, during this period of time, Bai He sent people everywhere to train in the Bone King world. And he spent a lot of points in the chat group. If we don't do something about it, I'm afraid we will be really poor, Thors. The name of a god from Blue Star's past. Since Silver Wolf has explained everything to you, I'll give you a ride. I hope you can really let the story of the stage continue to develop. Otherwise, Elio will have to come to me again. Kafka shook his head, slowly stood up and walked towards the periphery of the hotel. Follow me, it's not far from Yarilo 6, Bai He nodded. Then he didn't say much, just followed behind Kafka. Looking at her graceful appearance, I couldn't help but feel bad thoughts for no reason soon. Kafka brought Bai He to a spaceship-like shuttle. This device is pure white, but because of the dust and light on it, it looks a little inexplicably gray. The shuttle device that I got easily before. I didn't expect it to be used here. It's really a coincidence, Kafka said, while easily activating the dusty shuttle device. Please, *****, Bai He nodded. She got on the shuttle without a trace of doubt after all. Now this Star Core hunter is more anxious than him. But he can't interfere too much therefore. The only way to find out the culprit is Bai He tilde. And ask him to go to Bellowberg in person to correct the story that should have happened tilde. Boom boom boom's moment. The shuttle device is activated. And Bai He also clearly saw that a button was pressed on the checkpoint outside. Subsequently, the entire shuttle device began to shake at an extremely fast speed. Next, Bai He could clearly feel that there was a clear feeling that the space around him had been cut open by some sharp object. Tusk. As expected of the high technology in Bengti, a device of this level can be built and it is not used yet, and is left to gather dust tilde. Bai He nodded with satisfaction. While the shuttle was still going on, he did not forget to observe the internal structure of the shuttle. The internal structure is very ordinary and it feels a bit old inexplicably, as if it has been abandoned for a long time. Hiss. Why do you have a bad feeling? Look at this old shuttle. Bai He blinked, feeling inexplicably that he had been cheated, have to say. Bai He's hunch is really accurate. Just when the idea came to him, next moment. Boom boom boom, this shuttle, which was originally running smoothly, seemed to have hit something hard. It immediately started shaking violently. Bai He. The other side. Kafka on the nameless planet was returning to the hotel leisurely with his hands behind his back. Obviously, he knew about Bai He's deception, but Kafka, however, looked indifferent. He looked at the breakfast bought by Silver Wolf on the table, picked up a glass of soda bean juice, and tasted it out of curiosity. Puff. Yarilo 6 Bellowberg 0 lower area. A place that looks a little desolate and dilapidated. Boom. Following an inexplicable sound, the space in this area seems to be torn apart by something. A device similar to a small spaceship slowly floated out of the cut space, and finally fell heavily to the ground. This weird turbulence instantly attracted the attention of a bunch of various robots. And after the robots surrounded the spaceship, a group of wanderers wearing shabby patched clothes appeared with vigilance. Slowly approached the spaceship. The presence of an unknown mechanical structure has been detected. Database is being searched. No relevant information exists. Discover variables. Clear it. Among the crowd, a tall robot walked slowly, his eyes flashing scarlet. He raised his hand to aim at the shuttle spacecraft, preparing to accumulate energy, thus reaching the level of destruction in one blow. Mr. Schwaro, this seems to be a spaceship, right? Please don't take action yet. If it's a spaceship, there are probably survivors inside. Just when the big robot is preparing to attack, finally, a cute girl with long white hair and light pink eyes, wearing a red and white cotton-padded jacket. He suddenly rushed out of the crowd and stopped directly in front of this 2.6-inch robot. Clara, The execution command is cancelled and switches to the monitoring mode. The object is allowed to be brought back and closely monitored. If there is any abnormal movement, it will be removed immediately, big robot. That is, after Suoro took a deep look at Clara. Not saying much, rather. Drag the spaceship directly aboard and head towards the location of the homeless camp. And Clara also breathed a sigh of relief. The pale pink eyes also had a curious expression, silently watching the spacecraft being towed by Suoro. Yarilo 6, Belowberg Lower Town Mechanical Settlement. There are many lower-level humans living here with robots such as Suoro. This place does not directly accept the jurisdiction of large organizations, such as the Lower District Earthfire. Most of the time, the decision-making power here lies in the hands of Suoro. And Clara, most of them feel like they are the only mascot of the mechanical colony. With a gentle personality and helpfulness, even some residents of the more outrageous mechanical settlements directly formed the Clara Protection Association for Clara. This situation is still understandable, after all. She has white hair, pink eyes, a red and white coat, and a barefoot little Lolita who wouldn't like that. Among the mechanical settlements, this is an area outside Rivet Town in the lower area, close to the mine, so there are many abandoned robots parked here. And at this time, a small spaceship that was parked at the corner of the mechanical settlement suddenly shook. Boom! Immediately afterwards, there was another small explosion suddenly, immediately. The hatch of this small 8 spaceship was kicked open directly from the inside. It's really choking. I didn't expect that when I woke up from my sleep. The shuttle crashed, the people in it. It was Bai He who had arrived at Yarilo 6 in a shuttle from an unknown planet. At this time, Bai He's entire face was covered with dust from inside the shuttle. The whole person looked dirty and felt very embarrassed. Depend on isn't Kafka poisonous. Give me a shuttle and return this defective product. See you later, I'll show you what mind control skills are. Bai He shook his head after taking a slight breath. He began to carefully observe everything around him. It looks like the mountains are covered with heavy snow. It seems to be a bit cold, tilde. Although we can't determine the location yet, but this should be Belowberg of Yarilo no, 6 tilde. Bai He nodded. Although there was something wrong with the shuttle when it arrived. The destination was Belowberg after all, but look at the shabby conditions around here. It doesn't seem like what the upper-class area of Belowberg should look like. Some of it should be the lower area, tilde. Bai He looked around. There are piles of discarded robots everywhere. These robots are large and small and have different shapes. But Bai He is really inexplicably kind to these robots. After all, when I first played Bengti, the second big map I arrived at was Belowberg. And because of this, he had countless fights with these robots. If it's the lower area, then I should be in Panyan Town. Bai He said as he spoke. On the other hand, I felt that I was almost rested, so I was going to get up and walk around to see where this place was. However, the more he turned around, the more certain Bai He became his position. Probably not in Panyan Town. Stop following me. Come out and tell me if you have anything suddenly. Bai He stopped and silently looked behind him. Just after stepping out of the shuttle and passing by for a while, Bai He noticed a figure following him. However, the energy of this figure is very weak. Belongs to that kind. Even if Bai He fights him while standing, the opponent cannot break his defense therefore. Bai He didn't care either. Woo's hug, sorry. Clara didn't mean to follow you. It's just that you just came out of that big machine and you looked very weak. I'm a little worried. Next moment, he seemed to be frightened by Bai He's voice. In the dark nights, a small figure suddenly fell onto the cold road. He whimpered as if he was still hurt from the fall. Clara. Bai He was stunned. Rico's eyes were also looking towards the position where the voice was coming from. Really, just see it clearly. There was a little girl with white hair and pink eyes sitting on the snow with red eyes. That look in action, Bai He, too careless. It turned out to be a white-haired Loli. This kind of thing can really break his defense. It's okay, you should get up first, but now it is not a matter of whether to break the defense or not. Bai He hurriedly dodged came to Clara's side and gently helped her up and knocked off the contaminated snow and mud from his body. Immediately only then did I feel relieved, of course. This is not dog licking. It is just preferential treatment for positive Lolita. Just ask a normal person. If they see such a cute little girl fall down, can they not help her? I'm sorry. Clara was still apologizing timidly at this moment. It is estimated that Swallow saw this scene, and he had to give Bai He a shot on the spot. No need to say sorry, I had nothing to do. I'm more curious about what's going on here now, Clara. Have you ever seen a trio with a pink hair, gray hair, and a facial paralysis? Bai He suppressed the guilt in his heart, however. He immediately asked about the current time, so that he could confirm it more quickly. The location of this plot development, correct. There is also a golden retriever tilde. I almost forgot to include Thor, no. Clara has never met those people you mentioned. Clara also seems to have regained her composure, confirming that Bai He is not the kind of person who would suddenly explode and hurt others. Immediately, it's also a little reassuring, and carefully thought about the people who fit the characteristics in Bai He's words. Finally shook his head. The strange-looking person Clara has seen recently is Bai He, who got off the shuttle. The rest of the people have really never been seen. Then it seems that the problem started from the part of the original plot, where the train crew was wanted by the big duck. Bai He, please touch it, the train group did not come down. Which means that the dragon disaster caused by Thor will at least appear before the big duck wanted the train group. And the best time to show up. It was Kaguya who caused trouble and corrected the Book of Thor. Thus, only then did Thor explode with power and do all the things that happened next tilde. If this is the plot point, it's not difficult to get on the right track tilde, but now it's better to find a place where 320 can live and have a good rest tilde. Bai He was thinking while silently looking around him. Little Clara seemed to be in a daze and take a deep breath. Sorry Clara, I just scared you, but I feel a little dizzy and weak now, so can you take me in to live with you for a while, I promise. I will leave when I recover, ahems. Bai He can have a fart injury, still weak. Weak enough to crush the entire planet of Yarilo 6 with one punch. All this is just to deceive this cute little Clara, but what? Whoever cheated on this cute, Loli really felt inexplicably guilty tilde. Being kind-hearted, she didn't realize Bai He's lies. Bai He coughed twice meaningfully, please customize. Cough cough tusk that. Then you will temporarily live with Clara and Mr. Swallow. Clara nodded, there are also many unclesants. Brothers and sisters who have settled here, Mr. Swallow probably wouldn't recommend that you recuperate here. I'm too weak, I'm still unfamiliar with the place. Since we want to follow the original plot, the best way is to take Thor away directly and put the entire train crew in a wanted state again. After that, there should be a normal development path tilde. That night, although Yarilo 6 is covered with thick ice and snow all year round, the place is actually not cold after all. The lower area is the main location for the production of earth marrow crystals. Therefore, although the ground marrow crystals in the lower area are becoming more and more scarce, it is still possible to keep some residents warm for the time being. But the only regret is, Bai He turned his head away silently. It happened to meet Swallow's big head that was glowing red, as well as on a small bed behind Swallow. Sleeping so comfortably, Evan Clara couldn't help smiling. Tusk, I don't do anything as for guarding me like a thief. Moreover, even if I have thoughts about Clara, I'm not a yellow fur riding a will-o'-the-wisp, then what? Swallow, can you turn your head a little bit? Your searchlight is shining on me. Bai He pinched the bridge of his nose even though living with Clara is comfortable but Swallow is an eyesore. But it feels like Clara without Swallow. Always feels that something is missing, Vito. You are not a person in this world. You are a new variable in this world. Your every move will affect the subsequent changes and the end of the plan. Swaro said in an emotionless voice, but it seems that because of Clara's consideration, the volume has been turned down a lot, I can tell. Swaro really cares about Clara, It comes from the kind of care that an old father pays attention to his daughter. Okay, you're playing like this, right? Bai He exhaled slowly, looking at Swallow in front of him, who was boiling him like an eagle, and inexplicably glanced at Clara, who was sleeping soundly behind him. At this moment in my heart, I couldn't help but have a bold idea. Shall I ask again? Are you sure you want to keep shaking me with that big searchlight of yours? Bai He stood up slowly. The atmosphere also became a little anxious at this moment. And Swallow also seemed to be aware of it. And his body began to enter a state of alert. And his main responsibility is to protect Clara behind him. But he still has no intention of giving in, Br. You are the variable in the plans, you are. What are you going to do this time? Swaro didn't finish speaking. Then he saw Bai He in front of him disappear instantly. When he noticed Bai He's figure, he saw him leisurely picking up the sleeping Clara. And next to him there was a dimensional gate flashing with blue sparks. You guess, Bai He smiled slightly. Robots are not afraid of death and all kinds of pain, but who is Bai He? That is one of the future evildoers. The kind that destroys civilization without blinking an eye. It would be nice to let Clara go. But do I have to let you be such a big robot, Warren? Leave Clara this time. Swallow just wanted to raise his hand to release the palm cannon attack on Bai He. But considering Clara beside him, he resisted the desire to attack again and let go. It is clear he was afraid of hurting Clara. Answer what you need, leave Clara. Guess again. Bai He didn't intend to hurt Clara. But he was planning to make trouble ahead of time. After finishing speaking, Bai He doesn't care how furious Swaro is on the opposite side. He turned around and jumped directly into the dimensional gate with Clara. Completely left the lower area of Bellowberg, only left. Swaro was stunned for a long time. Finally, the red light on its head began to become crazier and scarlet. That huge fist directly smashed the place where Bai He lived just now. But none of it helps, and because of the restricted orders, Shivaro was unable to take the initiative to look for Clara beyond the lower area. Therefore Bai He, this hidden yellow-haired villain, on the first night when he stayed at little Loli's house, he forcibly abducted little Loli. In fact, Bai He did not go far with Clara. Instead, he went directly through the dimensional door to the upper area. But since it was night time and there was a sleeping Clara beside him, Bai He did not appreciate these scenery too much. Instead, he ducked out again. We arrived at a luxurious Goth hotel. As for giving money, then it will be okay if you go out and replenish it tomorrow. It's finally done. Bai He looked at Clara, who was still sleeping soundly on the bed. There is no other thought in my heart after all. Clara is only about 10 years old when she rides a horse. Even if Bai He is a perverted lolicon, at most he just likes Clara more. Jedi will not do anything outrageous. Otherwise the world may be in trouble. But although Bai He didn't have any bad intentions, but he was still a little curious. So he touched Clara's little feet, which were as white as jade, soft moreover. Clara stepped on the snow every day and was not dirty at all. Tusk, what an outrageous setting. Bai He also lay next to Clara and took a short rest. After all, I have to go and bring Thor back during the day. What if you don't have a good rest at night, the next day? Early morning hours. As the sun shines through the room windows of the Goth Hotel, Clarajo had a good biological clock, moved the corners of her eyes, and then opened her eyes in confusion then. Just looking at everything unfamiliar in front of me. I was stunned immediately afterwards. Then she saw Bai He, who suddenly appeared next to the bed again. Clara didn't speak, and her little head was obviously still a little confused. After all this sudden sleep, we are in a strange environment. Everyone must be confused, right? Are you awake? Wanna come get something to eat? Bai He acted like a normal person and placed the breakfast he had just bought from the upper district of Belowberg in front of Clara. And when I came back, I also paid for hotel accommodation. As for saying, where did Bai He get his money? If there is such a thing as the power of God, do we still need to make money by ourselves, Zhao Zhao? But Clara had never seen the blue sky outside the window and the road surface shining brightly under the sun. When doing the final mission of Belowberg, I saw Hook seeing the sky as a rooftop man. This should be considered an upper-class area. This is what Belowberg really looks like. He was silent for a long time. Bai He didn't say much. Please customize. Clara was silent for a long time. Among the upper districts of Belowberg, this is the capital location where the entire Belowberg is destined to be extremely developed, both in the past and in the future, and the prosperity here. It is also far beyond the muddy and messy environment in the lower area. At least that's what Clara thinks. Main road location in the upper district of Belowberg. It was now noon, and Bai He was under various explanations and deceptions. This finally stabilized Clara's mood, and successfully led her out to walk around the streets of the upper-class Belowberg district. As for why Bai He did this, perhaps it's just that Bai He thinks this can advance the plot faster and change Swaro's judgment when the protagonist group meets Clara in the future. Or maybe it's just that Bai He simply thinks this is interesting. It's all possible. Wow, brother Bai He. There is actually a Goth hotel here. I feel so beautiful, it feels like. Except for the name and the big hotel in the lower district. Everything else seems to have been completely changed. Clara held Bai He's hand obediently and walked slowly on the main street of the upper district of Belowberg. It is worth explaining. Belowberg here is far larger than the tiny city scene in previous games. It can even be said to be much bigger. It's also very brilliant, the Goth Hotel. If I remember correctly, the operating rights of the Goth Hotel in the upper district still seem to be in the lower district. Bai He also looked at the glorious Goth Hotel. The hotel he took Clara to and forced him to check into last night was the Goth Hotel. After all, though Bai He has paid. But in order to appease Clara at that time, he took Clara directly to the street in the upper district of Belowberg. And it was also because of this intuitive feeling that the sensible and gentle Clara listened to Bai He's words more quickly. Finally, that's what happened. That is to say, if Clara can get the approval of the owner of the Goth Hotel in the lower district in the future, maybe this even more scandalous hotel will just go to whoring for nothing. Bai He joked with a smile. He came to Bengtai's universe this time mainly to correct the plot. But if you are doing something like this with a little Lolita, you can still correct the plot in advance. Really. Clara looked at Bai He with her big pale pink eyes and blinked, as if she was really confirming the authenticity of his words. Obvious, the innocent Clara believed Bai He's joke. Natural. Bai He said, and continued to hold Clara's soft little hand, and continued to look at other locations in the upper area of Belowberg. And this wandering around, a whole day passed directly. And Bai He also had a rare moment of relaxation during this whole day. After all, Bai He during this time either rushed to that world to destroy it, or run to another world to be a hero. I've finally been able to take a break recently. It seems like a simple, everyday world. But there is an outrageous unknown evil god causing trouble, trying to turn all the high school students in Neon to a different world. Even later, I no longer pretended to have extraordinary power in the everyday world. With the establishment of the World Heroes Association, many powerful races will surely resurface in the future. This is another outrageous thing, brother Bai He. Clara, it feels like you are tired. The day passed quickly. The sun sets. The entire upper area of Belowberg was dyed golden by the temperatureless sun. And Clara also noticed. Next to him is Bai He, who is watching the setting sun. Especially, Clara was thoughtful and could clearly see the flash of exhaustion in Bai He's eyes. Are you tired? Hear Clara's words. Bai He withdrew his dazed gaze at the sunset, and then silently lowered his head and glanced at his hands. And Clara's innocent eyes mixed with some worry next to her. Bai He was stunned for a moment, then he smiled slightly. Then he reached out and touched Clara's long, soft white hair. No, you Bai He can blow up planets with one punch. So what fatigue is affecting you Bai He Yaoa? Clara said nothing instead. He looked at Bai He quietly until Bai He had developed a bit. Then he pulled Bai He to a completely inconspicuous chair that he had just passed by without saying a word. Immediately afterwards, Clara sat down gently first. Those white little feet hanging in the air seemed to have a layer of golden glow under the shining of the setting sun. It feels even more inexplicably holy when you look at it. Then Clara glanced at Bai He, who was still stunned, and thought for a moment. He patted his white thigh dotted with a leg ring, his eyes seeming to signal Bai He to lie down quickly. Bai He was a little stunned. He really didn't know where the simple Clara learned this posture. This seems to be called a knee pillow. Clara saw this in an ancient book. But unfortunately the book was badly damaged. So Clara just saw that it said that girls' knee pillows seem to make boys feel comfortable. Clara is very simple. Even Bai He felt that his thoughts were a bit dirty. Clara, you should read less of this kind of book in the future. Bai He breathed a sigh of relief slowly. In order to prevent the pure little Clara from being polluted, it is best to give a warning first, then. Brother Bai He is unwilling. Well, it seems that Clara didn't understand the meaning of the book. Clara looked at Bai He's serious expression across from her, immediately like a child who made a mistake. He lowered his head and started to apologize to Bai He only, before Clara could speak. Then she saw the shameless guy Bai He quickly lay down on the chair and rested his big head directly on Clara's soft thighs. Cough, 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 just do this to me from now on, Tilda. Clara smiled, although she doesn't understand the meaning of Bai He's words. The obedient little Clara will still abide by the agreement. Time always flies by the fastest when I'm leaning on Loli's knee pillow. Bai He just took a nap, and it was already late at night in this world. At the same time, he also saw little Clara, who was already a little unable to hold on and fell asleep. Suddenly, Bai He felt inexplicably guilty. This silly boy. Bai He shook his head. He picked up Clara and prepared to take her back to the Goth Hotel to have a good rest. But Asor felt very aggrieved now originally. She was quite happy after she was able to obtain permission from Bai He to move around in this world, and also got to know a series of unknown passengers on the train Tilda. Examples include Jai Zai March 7th Yang Kea, Zio Kinglong and Xingmiek. Tilda, I felt even more happy, but this was my first adventure to save the world on Yarilo No 6. But I was forced to do something by a big guardian named Kaguya on the opposite side. The original idea was to use their power to find and end the disaster caused by the Star Core. But this, they had just walked out of the hall and slept. Then he was forcibly surrounded by a group of soldiers wearing Belowberg armor. At last, he was even charged with an unfounded crime. Originally, March 7, Dan Heng and Xingmei are ready to run away. But Thor felt that he was a powerful and high-status dragon after all. So he started fighting these soldiers directly. Behind the scenes, it is no surprise. In a novice village like Belowberg, Thor's combat power almost crushes everything in the entire Yarilo 6. Some time ago, Thor took her friends out of danger. It just took a while to repair, and today, it's time to take revenge like that bad woman this moment. In the administrative hall of the Great Guardian, Kaguya was looking at the green western dragon in front of her with a solemn and cautious expression. Full of terrifying aura, she really never expected it. Among the aliens that were originally planned to be dealt with casually, there was still such a powerful and abnormal monster hiding. This kind of strength, I'm afraid even if we use that big guy, it's probably difficult to gain an advantage. Think of this, Kaguya really regrets it. She regrets how she could have sent people to arrest and deal with her without knowing the strength of the opponent, slandering others and setting unwarranted charges. What a disgusting human being. Every move in Torin's form is extraordinarily ferocious and terrifying, at least in the eyes of Kaguya Bronya around her, and countless Belowberg soldiers. It is absolutely extremely ferocious. And after whispering a sentence, Thor didn't have any nonsense anymore. and he opened his mouth with a touch of ridiculously high-temperature dragon's breath, spraying towards the great guardian Kaguya on the opposite side. This dragon's breath is very powerful, and even the speed has reached an unbelievable level tilde. Almost instantly, just arrived in front of Kaguya. Mother, seeing this, Bronya's complexion also changed, and she subconsciously wanted to throw her mother down directly to avoid the dragon's breath attack this time. I'm fine, Bronya, leave with these soldiers. I don't want to participate in this battle anymore. This is a disaster caused by me alone, and it must not implicate other people. Kaguya is not actually a bad person, later. He became the target of the villain and Ben. More because he was bewitched by the power of the Star Core, which led to everything that happened next. And in Kaguya's usual words and deeds, as well as the way he treats and handles things, who has not been taken advantage of by the Star Core, all seated in the persona of a good Belobberg guardian, such as the fearless sacrifice now, Mother I can help, Bronya wanted to refute, but was pushed out by a slightly cold force. This force is very powerful. It was so powerful that Bronya was pushed out for a while before finally reacting. Only Bronya wanted to rush in again. He was directly stopped by the surrounding soldiers, and had no choice but to leave in the administrative hall. After Kaguya saw all the irrelevant people leaving, it was only then that he breathed a sigh of relief, and quietly looked at Thor on the opposite side. Boom boom boom's moment. The breath on his body began to skyrocket at an extremely strange speed. Even soon, it has risen to a level that even Thor on the opposite side can feel a little bit of danger. Bring it on, let this end now. Kaguya draws on the power of the Star Core for a short time. Feng Zhu's power suddenly reached her body. This power is unstable, and Kaguya knows very well that once this power goes out of control, then she will be completely reduced to a monster who only kills and fights. But now all this forces her to make a desperate decision. Otherwise, even her beloved Bronya couldn't be sent away just now. Weak Thor still had no nonsense this time. It shrunk back to human size, and punched Kaguya with a burst of power. The terrifying power erupted from this giant dragon. It is definitely not comparable to Kaguya, which now has a little bit of Star Core power. Almost the moment Thor's fist touched Kaguya. The reason is that it flew out directly, 0. Please give me flowers. This sheer disparity in power is hopeless. Kaguya doesn't have any capital to fight Thor, but just when Kaguya was about to be captured without any help, Thor could kill or behead him at will. A clear male voice suddenly sounded in the hall, Thor. What are you doing again? This male voice seemed to have a questioning tone moment. It was the reason that Kaguya struggled to open her eyes. Next, she was stunned and shocked to see it. I don't know when there was a boy in this hall, see you. The young man came up and slapped the dragon girl opposite on the forehead without saying a word. This extremely disrespectful behavior. If it had been normals, Kaguya would have probably taken action long ago, but now. The giant dragon girl didn't say a word. He even knelt down and sat down obediently. His expression even changed to a look of aggrievedness, 0. And pointed at her as if suing her parents. Seems to be whispering to her. This scene directly made the people of Kaguya look stupid. Even all of a sudden, Kaguya didn't even know how to describe the scene she saw now. A dragon girl who can easily and completely destroy the upper area of Belobberg is so well behaved in front of another ordinary-looking boy. That's probably only one possibility. The strength of this young man is probably far greater than that of this giant dragon girl. After thinking about this, Kaguya's face, which had just recovered a little, became pale again. Depend on, this giant dragon girl can already make her despair. Better now after communicating with Thor. The young man came to Kaguya with a smile. What Kaguya feared did not happen. My maid is giving you trouble, keep updating suddenly. He discovered the powerful and terrifying dragon girl opposite. Only go open the mouth, Kaguya. He is the great guardian of the entire Belobberg generation. And the Great Guardian has a great status and power, which is basically equivalent to being the controller of the entire Belowberg. But every generation of Belowberg's Great Guardians are always faced with the danger of being gradually bewitched by the power of the Star Core. It's just that those who knew about this kind of thing were basically buried by the previous Great Guardian. And now Kakaliath, Great Guardian of this generation, gradually became unable to resist the temptation whispers that appeared several times as the power of the Star Core strengthened. Hence this time, a scene in which the protagonist group and Thor were tricked and forcibly captured. But to be fair, in normal times, Kaguya is relatively gentle and kind. And she is also Bronya's most respected mother, 880. Belowberg in ruins. This was originally where the Great Guardian usually worked and handled everything. And now, but it has been forcibly destroyed by a terrifying force and turned into ruins. Made at this moment Kaguya, who fell to the ground in an extremely embarrassed state, looked up at the person in front of her with a dull and complicated expression. The boy, who bent down slightly with a smile on his face, still made her feel creepy. She felt the feeling that the boy had given her just now. It even surpassed the power and oppression that Xinghe showed her before. Such power and might. It is completely a kind of oppression that comes from life itself. Like God coming, as for saying. The boy just said something like sorry to her. Kaguya didn't dare to answer the call at all, after all. This sentence is obviously just a courtesy, even. Kaguya estimated that if she really didn't know what to do next, she would say this apology. I'm afraid she will be forcibly destroyed by the young man opposite her in the next moment. It's not impossible, no, sorry. I was the one who rashly sent your maid away before I knew everything clearly. Kaguya took a deep breath. There was still no sign of resistance in his eyes after all. Judging from the power she just felt, I'm afraid this young man's power is definitely higher than that of the giant dragon. The power of the dragon girl is enough to crush her completely and destroy the entire Belowberg. You can imagine it from this. A young man who can take a girl with such terrifying power as a maid. How powerful can it be with the power it contains? Therefore, Kaguya is not stupid. Even without the influence of the Star Core, she will be very smart and can quickly and clearly judge all current situations. After all, this white-checked person, how could he be a fool? Bai He smiled softly. He didn't say much immediately. Instead, he took a deep look at Kaguya actually. Bai He is not angry. After all, Kaguya didn't do any harm to Thor, moreover. In the big chessboard of the Star Core hunters next door and even the entire Benti universe, Kaguya is bound to die no matter how it moves after all. Only when she goes berserk in the end can this drama be successfully launched. Successfully gave Xingmei the power to protect the Star God. So Bai He is not angry after all. He is not angry at such a poor chess piece that is about to die. The only emotion I have, perhaps, that's just pity, right? It's happened here. From now on, just pretend that she has never appeared. Bai He stared at Kaguya for a while. Yaoa pointed at the aggrieved Thor behind her and said, "Be just." Kaguya nodded immediately without even thinking. She knows in this case now. She can only and must develop in the direction that the young man in front of her said and hoped. 013309408, Feilu 200,480,2320. Only in this way can he hold on to her life. And even protect the survival of the entire Belowberg. That's it, return this to the way it was, Bai He nodded. Looking at the extremely messy and dilapidated building in front of me. Immediately a casual wave. God's complete power explodes instantly. The terrifying power began to spread from Bai He's body to the entire upper area of Belowberg. Next moment, these powers seemed to be extremely purposeful. Picking up the pieces of Belowberg buildings that had just been destroyed by Thor with great accuracy, and recovered at an extremely strange speed. Hardly a few minutes, many buildings had been destroyed, and the upper area of Belowberg was about to enter a countdown to destruction. It completely restored its complete and prosperous appearance during the day. And this was like a miraculous scene. It was also at this moment that it was deeply reflected in the eyes of the entire Belobberg people. It's pretty easy. Bai He looked at everything around him that was gradually recovering. But, although it can completely cover the entire Yarilo 6 planet, the effect and power will be weakened. This is normal for 3. 2 suddenly. He had just fully activated the power of God in his body and restored all the objects in Belobberg. And this special feeling. A familiar feeling suddenly appeared in his mind. Please customize. A complete meaning slowly condensed from Bai He's mind. Protect the star god, to be honest. Bai He feels a little confused now after all. This own Thor's front foot almost killed Belobberg, who was the destiny walker who was protecting the star god. As a result, the custodian star god directly invited him to become the custodian's envoy. Isn't this some special hobby? Finally, Bai He slowly shook his head, can't figure it out. Bai He really can't figure it out. His only guess now is that the power of God he just displayed attracted the guardian star god. There is no other possibility after all. This is only the second time Bai He has come to Bangti universe. The result is this. The first time he was invited by Bo Shizun to become an envoy. The second time he met the star god who protected him. Think of this. Bai He smashes his mouth. He always feels like collecting invitations from star god's envoys. I'll reject. Bai He chose to refuse without any hesitation. And quietly sent the sentence in his mind to the Wanji chat group. He punched the cards slightly after all. Being invited by the star god is quite interesting. As expected. Just after Bai, he sent the picture of him being invited by the guardian star god to the chat group. Moment the chat group exploded in the most joyful call. It's the little silver wolf who has just finished studying and playing games and is ready to rest and sleep. Bangti's Yinlang. Bangtai Yinlang, what's going on? Why were you invited by Clipper who was protecting you again? Bangtai Yinlang, I'm envious. On top of a hotel on an unknown planet. Silver Wolf was just lying comfortably on the bed. Ready to take a good rest and look at the group before resting. Result, just then I saw Bai He showing off outrageous. Everyday life's a certain ultimate blue and white alien, I don't know. I really don't know this times. Everyday life, a certain ultimate blue and white alien, I obviously repaired Belobberg once. But as soon as I finished repairing it, Clipper came to visit Tilda. Everyday life, a certain ultimate blue and white alien, alas. Sometimes it's difficult for people to be too good. Bangtai Yinlang Tusk. Bangtai Yinlang. I think it was the Kunhu star god who saw that you were so good at repairing that he took you to build the great interstellar wall like this. Bangtai Yinlang, I'm so jealous, after saying that. Silver Wolf's avatar turned gray directly. It was obvious that Bai He was so angry that he was offline. But, Bai He looked at Yin Lang's explanation of these angry words and really nodded thoughtfully. Have to say it's really possible after all. According to the introduction in the game Iron Breaker, the Guardian Star God Clipper seems to love to work on big projects such as city walls. Even its appearance seems to present the feeling of a shield and a city wall. So think about it this way. It seems possible that Bai He was attracted by Clipper and wanted to help him build the great interstellar wall. Think of this, Bai He smiled. This absurd theory is just a joke. As to what the Guardian Star God is thinking, Bai He couldn't guess it. And just when Bai He was about to close the chat group and take Thor to leave the Bangti universe, a message in the chat group caught his attention. Game Life Mecha Girl will not be injured. Game Life Mecha Armored Girl will not be injured. A percentasterisk yen. Game Life Mecha Armored Girls will not be injured. Super God Sad Elf Little Fox. Super God Sad Fairy Little Fox. Is Hubi malfunctioning again? Super God Sad Fairy Little Fox. No. If you say there is a malfunction, then it's probably. The plot of Game Life is about to begin. Super God the Sad Fairy Fox. Absolutely possible. Hubi should have been abandoned by the army now. See this? Bai He's eyes lit up, the world of Game Life. And it's the oldest era. The era of chaos when gods fought for control of the continental planets. His. It just so happens that the current strength is still not enough and needs to be improved. Why don't we go to game life this time to see who is more powerful between the little p asterisk asterisk s beast girl and those ancient gods? The corners of Bai He's mouth raised immediately. He even said it directly in the group. Everyday life, a certain ultimate blue and white alien at this time. It's my turn to appear. Daily 130, a certain ultimate blue and white alien, Third uncle. Everyday life, a certain ultimate blue and white alien, it turns out. It's not game life start. After Bai He finished typing without saying a word, he directly found the key to travel through the game world. At this time, the time travel button in game life is turned on. According to the rules of the chat group, only members of that world are in danger or have lost consciousness due to interference from external forces. Only then will the traversal permission for the chat group be automatically opened. And now such was the case with Hubi. And it is precisely because of this that Bai He is more certain about the plot of the current game life. Maybe it's really the time period when Hubi was abandoned by the mecha. Game life, the age of mythology. This time period should also be regarded as the initial mythical age. At this point in time, although the gods have been almost slaughtered by the god of war, the creator's star cup located at the highest point of the planet, but still didn't show up, and since the throne of God, which is located at the top of the planet and is conceptualized as controlling everything, has not appeared, that means there is still a chance for everything. This is an opportunity that belongs to the 16 races, and it is also an opportunity that belongs to the only active god of war, Artosh in the game world, in an abandoned and relocated capital of the forest elves on the planet Xuno. At this time, the capital city had not been taken care of all year round and was in ruins. So it was now covered with all kinds of lush flowers and weeds. It looks like a long-lost monument, full of the atmosphere of buried history. And in this capital city abandoned by the forest elves, there is another existence that is also abandoned, but, to be precise, it was scrapped. Is this the world of game life, no black and gray? Maybe it's because we're in a cave. As a door shimmering with the breath of time and air slowly appeared, Bai He's figure gradually walked out of the door. He was still wearing very ordinary casual clothes. It seemed out of place and out of place with the world around me. According to the plot of Game Life Zero, Hubi's location after the malfunction should be in a capital abandoned by the elves. And this capital city is in a cave, so this is the once abandoned capital of the forest elves. Bai He looked around. While he was looking for Hubi's location, he was also observing everything in this abandoned capital. After all, Bai He comes to the world of Game Life Zero this time, in addition to the main target being Xubai. The most curious ones are the 5 races. The first one is the forest elf species, of course. What Bai He is curious about is the use of magic by these forest elves and the process of forming spiritual skeletons from their bodies. I have no interest in the famous forest elf Zinkanerbilin, who looks very astringent, but this setting with only one piece of cloth all over the body is quite attractive. Back to the topic. The second race that Bai He is curious about is the goblin race. Basically, although this thing does not appear much in Game Life Zero, it is very interesting, especially the marrow blast that he created. Just by looking at the description could be the god of war. This is the reason why it is limited to the worldview of game life. The potential is great if you have the chance. You can pick a few of these goblins and take them to the world of the dungeon to have a look. Or take it with you. Maybe you can come up with something interesting. As for the remaining 2, they are the flugels and the spirituals. The setting of the flugel Bai He. This old pervert always likes it, after all. Once this power is used up, the little Loli's body will be destroyed directly. Who can see who is not confused, as for species of gods? What Bai He is curious about is the currently most powerful god of war. Artesio, after all. According to the settings for the gods in Game Life Zero, The divine race is a powerful race born due to prayer or belief. And it has an independent concept. And the reason why Bai He is curious about Artis. The god of war, that's why. The concept of independence held by the god of war Artho is the so-called strongest. Concepts are difficult to evaluate. The strongest person must meet a stronger person and become stronger. Bai He is looking forward to a good fight with the god of war Artex. As for the other flugels and the remaining troublemaking races, just leave it to little brother Mora and the others. Bai He touched his chin if he goes to war with the god of war. He will definitely be watched or even disrupted by the remaining dozen races. Although Bai He is not afraid or even able to ignore the troubles of these races. But it's really annoying, it's just right. It also allows Gomora and the others to have a good time tilde. It's a pity that this world is not yet sure whether it can be destroyed. Bai He's eyes flashed. He is still not sure about the zero worldview of the game life he is currently in. And the world he encounters in his daily life that has not yet traveled through the blank brother and sister. Is it a world? If it were a world, that would be interesting. If it were a world, then everything I do now will affect the composition and direction of the forces in the game life world in the future. If not, then the little monsters can destroy it at will tilde. Bai He shook his head. Put this fruitless thought out of your mind for now. This kind of thing can only be confirmed after the blank brother and sister in his daily world travel through time. No, it seems that Hubi still has his own consciousness after being abandoned. So it shouldn't be waiting for me to find it somewhere. Bai He smiled helplessly. Although he had Leonix's third stage of enhancement, it reminded him of most of the plots in the TV series he had watched in his previous life. But these plots are vague, therefore. He could only remember the general direction and the major plot turning points. So Bai He currently only knows that Hubi is in this place. But he couldn't clearly know Hubi's specific location. Suddenly Bai He frowned and stopped searching, and immediately looked up into the sky next moment. I saw only the sky above this cave. Then an extremely small figure suddenly appeared and crashed directly towards Bai He's position. See this? Bai He's eyes lit up. He didn't make any resistance and just let this little figure hit him. Bang, accompanied by the small figure falling heavily. Bai He also saw clearly the true appearance of this small figure at this time. The girl looks extremely young in appearance, with her snow-white skin contrasting with her long black hair. And her ruby eyes is an impeccably beautiful girl, If it weren't for the machinery that can be seen everywhere on the body and the two pipelines-like tails. Hubi. Bai He looked at the cute Hubi sitting on his belly blankly in front of him. Just when I wanted to say something more, his words were directly interrupted by Hubi in front of him. I saw Hubi looked at Bai He below him with emotionless eyes. Assess start status analysis this moment. In conclusion, bees keep updating. And said the words tiger and wolf next moment. Before Bai He could react, Hubi, who was expressionless in front of him, lowered his head and kissed her forcefully. Moment Bai He was stunned. He really didn't expect that one day he would be forcibly kissed. And there is an exquisite and cute Loli opposite, hash. How can I bear this? After Bai He was stunned for a moment. He instantly turned from defense to offense. After enjoying it for more than 10 minutes, he let go of the dazed Hubi in his arms. Mistake. Incomprehensible. At this time, Hubi did not really have a will called heart. Therefore, all kinds of words, deeds and behaviors are more mechanical. So after various actions are completed, the pros and cons and various gains and losses and data will be analyzed. Just like now, Hubi raised his little head and looked at Bai He blankly. 227 cannot understand emotional reactions. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, Hubi broke away from Bai He's arms and stood in front of Bai He honestly. He said as if suddenly enlightened. Conjecture, is this situation unable to satisfy you? 89s. Bai He silently glanced at the little Hubi in front of him. Although she was naked, she didn't feel any exposure or astringency. He shook his head helplessly. Yes. There is no way for you to get in. Speculation. Speculation failed, it is clear Ubai, a simple mecha type, seemed not to understand the meaning of Bai He's old pervert's words. However, Zio was still allowed to record these words. If nothing else happens, a simple Hubi would be led more and more crooked by Bai He. There's really no need to speculate on this. It would be better if the way you spoke became more human. Bai He said as he spoke. He also smiled and rubbed Hubi's little head. The purple hair feels very soft and does not have the mechanical texture as expected. On the contrary, she really feels like a human girl. Think of this. Bai He suddenly seemed to remember something. Directly stretch out your right hand and gently hold it in the void. Moment. Countless unknown particles directly condensed into the Leonix fighting instrument and appeared completely in the palm of the hand. You feel this way. Zyojin Furukashi and Little Ace Killer would be happy to chat with you. Analysis parse failed. Unknown individual data unable to be parsed chaotic. Termination. Hubi was immediately attracted by the appearance of the Leonix fighting instrument in Bai He's hand. The computing power in the body kicks into gear as a result. It was impossible to thoroughly analyze Leonix's fighting instrument. But this is normal after all. The Leonix fighting device in Bai He's hand is not a mass-produced product made by ordinary lay Brando. It is something that Bai He's the successor of Rebrando was born on his own during the Leonix stage. If you are exaggerating, combined with the ability to summon big monsters, maybe this thing can give his mother a Noah girl so. If this thing can be analyzed by Hubi, then there is something wrong with it. Suggestion: be more human. Please provide me with the best character plan. Hubi's answer was still full of mechanical feeling. And there is no emotional fluctuation in the sound. Just like a machine that has just come out and is waiting for debugging. Hear this: Bai He's hand, which contained the little golden ancient bridge and Little Ace Killer cards, stagnated slightly then. He looked deeply at Hubi in front of him. If the plot development in the original work is followed, Hubi should have received various input personality prompts before becoming the Hubi that Bai He later knew. 82. Bai He has an indescribable aversion to this kind of character that was born under control and prompting and set by others. Random huff. Finally Bai He shook his head slightly. Leave all these choices to Hubi himself. Since it is the character you want to act in the future, it is better to choose it yourself, clear. Read Virtual Personality 1016. Hubi slowly closed his eyes. The emotional module in his body seems to be operating rapidly. After a while, Hubi seemed to wake up again. Although the delicate little face was still expressionless, the body started to move slowly. The movement seemed to be coquettish. Brother, do you like this tilde? Hubi's voice seemed to be trying his best to add emotion. Although there was still no excessive expression on his face, there was an inexplicable contrast between cuteness and cuteness. As long as you like it. Bai He smiled and snapped his fingers, condensing a set of light yellow cloak and sweatshirt, and directly put it on Hubi's body, 0. As for Hubi, who looks a bit girly in character, he was not prepared to stop it after all. As long as Hubi continues to follow him and witness many things, sooner or later she will abandon her imitation character, possess a heart, awaken her intelligence, and have a character that truly belongs to her. Do you like mine, brother? I understand. Hubi seemed to have been caught up in the drama. He took brisk steps and hugged Bai He's right arm. Then what are we going to do next? PRFT recommended for reproduction and physical contact tilde. Bai He shook his head. You don't even have the ability to reproduce. What a nonsense, and this string of codes, change it. It can be simulated, and the size and length can be adjusted according to your needs. Brother, even if Hubi simulates a personality, he still returns to the expressionless expression of a machine when it comes to his main task of reproduction. As for the code, that's the only code for this machine. 8. Try it if you have a chance. As for the code, change it. As for the name, if you like.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.